Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Pursuant to contingent notice, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to a discharge of a bill from the notice paper to be moved immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the motion as moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the Senate. I move that a motion relating to the discharge of a bill from the notice paper may be moved immediately and determined without amendment, and that the question be put after 30 minutes of debate with 5 minutes per speaker, and I move that that question be now put.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So that's the closure motion. Now I'm going to put the other one. So the question is, the procedural motion as outlined by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that the government business order of the day relating to the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 be discharged from the notice paper.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The government is taking this step because we understand that it does not have the support of the Senate and it would not pass the Senate in its current form. But this is an important reform and the government does remain committed to it. Freedom of information—
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Order across the chamber. Seriously, senators. Please continue.
Thank you. This is an important reform and the government remains committed to it. Freedom of information is a vital feature of our democracy, but the way the FOI system is working now is unworkable. The current framework is stuck in the 1980s, before smartphones, before artificial intelligence, and our laws genuinely need to be updated. Last year, public servants spent more than 1 million hours processing FOIs, and we continue to listen to the feedback that we are getting and across the Parliament, but we do seek to negotiate in good faith to progress this important reform. For example, we previously amended the bill in the House to ensure a person with a legitimate reason for wanting to make an anonymous FOI request, such as a whistleblower, can ask for a Member of Parliament, a journalist, lawyer or a friend to make an FOI request for non-personal information on their behalf while maintaining their anonymity. We have an open mind and will continue to engage on the final form of the important reforms that we will bring back to the Parliament to get on with fixing the FOI system that I think we all agree needs updating. The current bill will be discharged today while we undertake that important work. We are genuinely after reforms that will make the system more efficient and genuine for applicants, protect the safety of public servants, which is incredibly important, save taxpayers' money on frivolous and vexatious requests, and ensure that our FOI laws cannot be exploited by malicious actors. If we just go through briefly, in the time that's allowable for me, Agencies and ministers received 43,456 FOI requests and finalised 39,390 requests in the 2024-25 financial year, a 25% and 20% increase from the year before. In 2024-25, FOI processing was estimated to cost agencies almost $100 million, significantly more than the costs that were experienced just a few years ago. Public servants, as I said earlier, spent over 1 million hours in 24-25 processing FOI. So why do we need to reform? What has changed? The FOI Act commenced in 1982 and the system is still stuck in the 1980s, long before the digital age, before the widespread use of email and many decades before smartphones and other modern technologies. At the time the FOI Act commenced, the sheer number of electronic records created by government and the speed at which they are created was unimaginable. Also unimaginable in 1982 was the impact of the internet, which has made it possible for anyone, anywhere in the world, to generate large volumes of vague, anonymous, vexatious or frivolous requests without it costing them $1. As technology continues to develop, this will be a growing problem. Our FOI reforms will make the system more efficient when they are brought back and effective for the people who are genuinely seeking information. Our reforms will also protect the safety of public servants, save taxpayers' money on those requests that are frivolous and vexatious, and ensure that our FOI laws cannot be exploited by malicious actors. And if I could just finish on, I have seen plenty of evidence of the inappropriate threats that are made to public servants through the use of the current ways that the FOI is being used and utilised. It is unacceptable. The government does have a responsibility to act and to ensure the safety of staff across the APS. And this is not a joke. This is people who are having their home addresses identified, who are having widespread threats against their own individual safety and their family's safety because of the way the system is currently being worked and being abused. And the government needs to respond to that. As Minister for the Public Service, this is a growing problem across the service. It should not be diminished, and we should accept the responsibility that exists to make sure that the system in place serves the purpose it needs to serve in terms of freedom of information, but also is not abused by those who have other intentions.
Senator Cash.
Well, Mr President, what I win for democracy, what I win for transparency, but more than that, what I win for the Australian people. Because the government is today admitting the bill they brought before the Senate was going to silence Australians. What an absolute disgrace. So to everybody in the crossbench, to those of us on the non-government side of the chamber, the Liberal Party, the National Party, all of the crossbenchers, we worked together to ensure that the Australian people knew that, guess what, we would never allow the Albanese government to bring in a bill that was going to silence you and that was going to ensure that you did not have the basic democratic right that you deserve, and that is to access information held by the government. I mean, colleagues, you do have to find it ironic, though, because prior to May 2022, I do recall Mr Albanese, the now Prime Minister, saying that when he was elected, this government would be the most transparent government that Australia had ever seen. And yet every single day in this chamber, whether it's this place or the other place, what we see is the erosion of democracy. What we see, forget transparency, they are closing the door every single chance that they can get. And then they have the audacity to bring into the chamber, or attempt to bring into the chamber, because we were never going to allow it to get to debate, a bill. And it sounded so simple, didn't it, when Senator Gallagher described it? Oh, there's nothing to see here. Well, guess what? That's not what the bill says. The bill does almost the exact opposite of what Senator Gallagher just put on the table. This is a bill that was all about making it harder for the Australian people to access information. And yet, contrary to what the now Prime Minister said prior to the election, his government, they would never be afraid of transparency. They would never be afraid of actually being held responsible for their decisions. Well, guess what, Australia? They are closing the door on democracy. They are closing the door on transparency. But worse than that, they tried to close the door on the basic democratic right of any Australian to access information held by the government. That is an absolute disgrace. Because let's talk about freedom of information. What's it actually meant to do? Well, it is there because in Australia we have a great system of government, a system of government that says government information belongs to the people. Why? Because we fundamentally believe in the principles of democracy. And I hate to tell the Albanese government, but if you believe in democracy, you actually believe that the people have access to information. You don't shut the door on them. Let me tell you what this bill did, though. Under this bill, Labor were basically going to turn government information into a private asset that ministers were able to sit on. They were going to ensure that the public were going to actually have to pay for the right to access this information. They were actually going to have to ensure that they put in place every form of roadblock so that you could exercise your basic democratic right to actually ensure transparency of this government. Now, do we think on this side of the chamber that the FOI system does need to be reformed? Well, yes, it does. Clearly, it does need to be modernised. We all agree with that, and we have said we are more than happy to look at measures that will actually ensure that the public do get better access to information. The real problems are delays, backlogs and bad faith behaviour. And yes, they are clogging the system. Yes, the system needs to be modernised. Yes, the system needs to ensure the public have a right to easily access information. But I can tell you now, what we will never support, and let me be very, very clear here to the Australian people, the Liberal Party and the National Party will never, ever support the Albanese Labor government seeking by legislation to entrench secrecy and price you out of being able to access information. We fundamentally believe FOI is a democratic right. You have the right to access government information. We will support modernisation of the system to make it easier, but the Coalition will never support the Albanese government silencing Australians.
Senator Cash, your time has expired. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, what do we have here? The government coming in this place and discharging the same very bill that they claimed would make things easier, or, as we heard from Senator Gallagher, nothing to see here, people. Can I remind the chamber that this is the second bill the government has discharged on their own accord. After the mis and disinformation that failed miserably, this is the second bill that they come in here and have to discharge because they've seen that not only is the Senate not willing to support them, and I thank my colleagues both in the Liberal Party, the Nationals, the Greens, the Crossbench, coming together and saying we will make sure that we listen to the Australian public. Journalists have had issues with this. We've had whistleblowers raise concerns about this bill. So it has been on the notice paper for a while, and the government just refused to listen to the Australian public. We value democracy, we value transparency, but those opposite, the government, who claim to have received that mandate from the Australian people to be more transparent, we're seeing the exact opposite. Now, I'm curious to understand how many hours of precious time did public servants spend on this bill, on having to curate it together? And what, all for nothing? All for the government to come, tail between their legs and say, oh, well, we're going to discharge it because there's no support. Well, newsflash, if you rush something through, you don't consult, you don't talk to the Australian public, and this is yes, we've got to modernise it, but this isn't the way of modernising an FOI system by charging the Australian public even more. I mean, they pay enough taxes already, but clearly the government doesn't see that. What do you have to hide that you're so adamant on making it harder for people to gain access to information from your government? What was the whole point of establishing the National Anti-Corruption Commission that, as a former Labor senator, or rather candidate, I was campaigning heavily on? What's the whole point of claiming to be transparent, something that your own Labor members have been asking for, and yet you come in this place and you say, oh no, we're just going to make it harder because of some frivolous and vexatious claims? You don't want to do your job properly, then just admit it. But we're not going to stop making sure to keep you accountable and making sure that transparency is paramount and it's always prioritised in this place. And so I also just want to give a shout out to Rex Patrick, the transparency warrior, for walking the halls and making sure that this bill is taken off the list, of the notice paper, because as we've seen it, it's not fit for purpose. We are willing to come to the table and actually help with curating a proper bill that's fit for purpose, but as it stands, nobody's backed it, and I'm glad that the government's finally realised it, that this is a failure of a policy, of a bill that they'd introduced, and yeah, it beggars the belief of, is Minister Rowland fit for the cabinet? Because if this is the second bill that has had to be discharged, we get accused of being time wasters here in the Senate, especially the crossbench, when we're putting up OPDs or we're pushing for motions. I was hoping to have this debated next week and the question to be put then, and I'm glad that the government's finally realised no one's going to support this shambolic of a bill, and the Australian public deserve better. They deserve transparency, they deserve honesty, and if the government's not going to do it, you've got the crossbench and the other parties here in the Senate fighting for the Australian people.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, finally, we're going to see the end, a nice, clean, peaceful and non-violent killing of Labor's Freedom of Information Bill. It's going to go into the dustbin that it should never have been pulled out of in the first place. It is extraordinary that the Labor government has taken so long to not just read this room, but read the Australian public. The Australian public, when they heard the spiel that came out of the Labor Party, when they announced their so-called FOI reforms, and they heard, oh, the system's been overwhelmed by Russian bots who are trying to take down the FOI system. The public then said, well, show us the evidence. We said, show us the evidence. We asked the department, show us the evidence. There is no evidence. Turns out there are no Russian bots trying to break the FOI system. That was, you know, the number of lies that Labor has said about the rationale for their FOI campaign is kind of the equivalent to sort of Trumpian levels of the number of lies, false arguments. They said about 1 million hours of bureaucrats' time was spent dealing with FOIs. That's actually one of their claims that I believe, because I've seen how many hours bureaucrats spend blacking out information, coming up with reasons to refuse information, desperately trying to work out what the minister would or wouldn't want produced, and then blacking out everything else. I don't doubt 1 million hours has been spent under Labor desperately trying to prevent information being put on the record through FOI. But the answer to that is to change the culture. If you really want an answer to FOI backlogs, well, then maybe read the first 5 provisions of the Act, because what they say is you shouldn't have to wait for people to make applications. The government should be transparent and should be proactively publishing this information. Imagine if we had a searchable online database of government information that people could go to, that was freely provided by the government, that would be consistent with the FOI Act. Imagine how many FOI applications would not have to be made. because people could get access to government information, which at the end of the day is not owned by the Labor Party or the Coalition. Government information is owned by the Australian public. This bill was always a tax on truth, putting in application fees and cost barriers to get information. It was about hiding government information through expanding cabinet in confidence provisions. It was about putting caps on processing claims and saying, well, if it was going to take us more than X hours to black out and come up with reasons to refuse your claim, we won't even process it in the first place. So the more important the claim, the more likely it was to be failed under these bills. And the way in which the government introduced this bill without talking to anyone in civil society, without having an open process, they just bring in their bill, their thought bubble. Maybe they thought that the Coalition would just jump on board, because I'll be frank, the Coalition was pretty rotten on secrecy, and I thought had set a new low bar for secrecy under the Morrison government. Secret cabinet appointments, hard to get information out, they were pretty bad. But to their credit, Labor has actually excelled at one thing. They have excelled at being even worse on secrecy than the Morrison Coalition government. I wouldn't have thought it was possible, but you've managed to win that contest. The most secret government that we have seen in generations. And I really want to thank my team, who have done a great deal of work. I want to thank all of those non-government members of this chamber who have joined together united against this. But I especially want to thank the Centre for Public Integrity for their incredible work in this space, the analysis that they've done about just how broken this bill is, about how it backs in government secrecy and excludes the public from having basic access to information. I think their analysis has been extraordinary, it's been important, and it's one of the reasons the government is walking away with its tail between its legs and withdrawing its own bill today. I want to thank the Human Rights Law Centre and all of those other NGOs who have come out and backed in the public's right to know. And what should the government now do? Well, the government should now rethink this entire strategy. They should come out with a white paper, a discussion paper. They should enter into a public open consultation about what's wrong with the FOI system, what's right with the FOI system, and how we go about reforming it. They should do it in the full glare of public consultation. They should then genuinely assess that white paper and come back with a set of reforms that makes the FOI system work. Yes, the FOI system is broken, but it's not broken for any of the reasons Labor says. It's broken because this government, like the one before it, are still addicted to secrecy.
Your time has expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I welcome the decision of the government to finally listen to the Senate, to listen to experts in our community and to indeed listen to the Australian people and dump this bill, which would have significantly damaged our already broken FOI system. And listening to contributions, I think the tragedy of this bill is that there is a recognition that the FOI system is out of date, that the bill does need to be updated, but there has been nothing from the government to actually consult and to bring forward reforms that do that modernise it, that ensure that Australians get access to information held in their name in a more timely way, that we have a government whose default is openness, not secrecy. And we hear a lot about the time it's taking, the cost it's taking to process FOIs, and when you look at the statistics, it's not hard to see why that is happening. FOI requests granted in full have fallen from 59% to just 25%. That's a lot of time deciding which shouldn't be released. Refusals have nearly doubled from 12% to 23%. Again, there's a lot of time in that. And FOI review times have blown out from 6 months to 15.5 months. I think most Australians would say that is totally unacceptable. This is an example of the Senate doing its job to be a check on executive power, to be a check on an executive which is seeking to protect itself, to reduce scrutiny, and as I've said a number of times, even go against the recommendations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission and to learn from that. This is an executive that is seeking to be able to operate in the dark, and that is not aligned with Australian values and what the Australian public want and expect. I would also, as Senator Shoebridge said, like to thank the Centre for Public Integrity for their leadership in this space, for the work that they do, for the clarity of thought. They said the proposed amendments represent, and I'll quote, an unprecedented and unjustified attack on the right of Australians to access government information. And I also join Senator Shoebridge in thanking the Human Rights Law Centre for their powerful advocacy in this space. There are just far too many problems with this bill to go into, but I have been really concerned, again, as Senator Shoebridge pointed out, about the claims that there were foreign bots churning out FOIs, which was proven to be demonstrably untrue through the inquiry process. There's simply no evidence that could be produced by the government or government departments that that is the case. One of the other claims, which I agree is a big issue in service delivery for the government, were some of the threats. And we know that some of the threats given as examples in the FOI system actually did not relate to the FOI system. They were to do with Comcare. And so I have real concerns, again, of a government that is willing to actually use evidence over here to back up something that you're trying to do in this other space. That is a real concern when you look at the government's narrative on this bill. We should be looking for ways to improve FOI. And I think firstly, we have to say that a default to openness rather than secrecy is how we reform FOI. The government would be saving public servants who are doing incredibly valuable work, hundreds of thousands, as you say, potentially a million hours, if there was a default to openness, rather than this culture where, as I showed yesterday, and I won't use the prop again, we're just getting blacked out pages from the government. And I think the second one is looking to technology solutions available through innovative Australian companies. We know that companies like Nuvento, right here in Canberra, are saying that they have secure offline systems that can rapidly transform FOI, can actually find the information, ensure that it gets to the people who want that information sooner. And it's curious why the government isn't looking at those solutions. And you have to say, well, people might actually get the information that they're after. And that doesn't suit the blacked out pages and the secrecy we're seeing. So I welcome the Senate doing this, and I'd urge the government to engage. Let's do this properly. Let's actually act on behalf of Australians in this place.
The time for the debate having expired, I will now put the question that the bill be discharged. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now return to the beginning of the day's program. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during sittings of the Senate?
Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 3 on today's order of business. An additional proposal has been lodged by the Intelligence and Security Joint Statutory Committee for a public meeting today from 4:30 p.m. and a private meeting otherwise than in accordance with Standing Order 33.1 on Tuesday 10th of March 2026 from 1:30 p.m.
If there are no objections, the meetings are authorised. Minister?
Thanks, Deputy President. I move that private senators' time not proceed today.
Question is that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it.
The noes have it.
Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Oh, wasn't it? Division's not required.
Oh, division cancelled. The division is cancelled. All right. I'll just make sure everyone's happy with where we're at. Order. Order. Senator Duniam.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of the Criminal Code Amendment, Keeping Australia Safe Bill 2026 as circulated.
Is leave granted? No. Leave is not granted.
President, pursuant to contingent notice, standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the consideration of the Criminal Code Amendment, Keeping Australia Safe Bill 2026. And, Deputy President, can I say it is remarkable that we have a government, firstly, as we've just seen, that seeks to remove opposition senators' time to debate a bill that it brings forward into this place for debate, something that is in the calendar, the weekly sitting schedule. Every week it is an opportunity for non-government senators to actually give air to an issue of concern to the community, a group that we represent. They've gone and taken that away. Yet here we are trying to establish the capacity to debate an important piece of legislation, and the government have determined, no, we're not going to allow that to happen. And indeed, I'm pretty sure I heard voices down the end of the chamber indicating the government is supported in this pursuit of blocking scrutiny of this important legislation by crossbench senators. As I say, this is opposition private senators' time. It is something we should be allowed to debate bills of our choice in. Allowing this to occur is not an indication that government or crossbench senators want to support the legislation we're debating, but it is allowing us to have this debate. The bills were introduced into this place on Tuesday, as a matter of fact, not yesterday, whoever made that ridiculous comment down the end of the chamber there. The point is, this has been put on the books. It's been there for colleagues to consider, to consume now for a number of days. And this is not a new issue. It's an issue that's been around for weeks. Australians are asking for answers to these questions. Australians are seeking assurances from the government around protection of our borders and our national security, but the government are not going to play ball. They're not going to be transparent, they're not going to provide information, and they're not going to allow us today to debate this legislation, which is why we're moving this motion to suspend standing orders to allow us to debate this legislation. And this legislation, of course, is important. For 3 days now, we've had the government doing the Sergeant Schultz on the issue of ISIS brides, Acting Deputy President, not knowing a thing, not able to give us a single answer to a single question we've been asking in the interests of national security, in the interests of protecting our way of life. We've been asking who issued the passports. We don't know. We asked them who carried the passports to Syria to these people. We don't know. We asked them who these people were. They don't know. We asked them when are they coming back. They don't know. They know nothing. And instead of allowing us to have an hour and 10 minutes of the day to interrogate these issues and actually get to the heart of the problems this country is facing when it comes to who comes in and under what circumstances they come in, the government refused to allow us to debate this. Again, as I say, every day in question time we've given the government an opportunity to clear things up, to provide some clarity, to provide assurances, to provide some certainty to the people of Australia who are wondering who is coming into this country. But this hands-off approach, not only when it comes to providing information, not only when it comes to clarifying these issues, applies to border security. If we had a government that used to manage border security, that used to determine who would come in, but now we've outsourced all of that to groups like Save the Children, who are out there on their own providing repatriation services on behalf of the people of Australia and the Australian government, with no security, with no intelligence services, with no vetting of individuals. They've been left to do it because the government won't. And the other interesting part about all of this, Acting Deputy President, is you've got the government talking out of both sides of its mouth on this issue. You've got the minister who said, as he said on Insiders just a couple of weeks ago, we don't want them back when talking about this so-called ISIS brides cohort. He said that. We don't want them back. Well, then do something about it, Minister. You are the Minister for Home Affairs. You are able to do something. You can determine who comes in and who does not.
To your own senator on his feet. So if I could ask you.
The application of temporary exclusion orders, Acting Deputy President, something very much in the domain of the Home Affairs Minister, something he refuses to do. He's done it for one of the 11 adults in the cohort, not for the rest, baffles me. But they have an opportunity today, Acting Deputy President, to support this legislation, to end this loophole, which is allowing third parties to determine who comes back here, providing support services for these individuals to come into Australia, people who've turned their back on this country, who've gone to a declared terrorist hotspot to support a death cult, so-called ISIS brides. They're not friends of Australia. If the government are serious about national security, they'll support the suspension and they'll support the bill.
Your time has expired. Would normally go alternate. So, Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. It's usually the process that private senators' bills are not introduced and debated in the same sitting week, which is what the opposition are trying to do here. This was also the case for Senator Payman's bill yesterday. But unlike Senator Payman, the opposition have other bills on the notice paper they could have debated rather than try to go against the usual process and introduce and debate this bill in the same sitting week. It's clear that this is just another stunt that the opposition is undertaking for political gain rather than genuine debate. As has been stated many times, our government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps. Any Australian returning to Australia who has allegedly breached Australian law will be investigated and subject to the full force of the law. If any of those people find their own way to return, our agencies are satisfied that they are prepared and will be able to act in the interests of community safety. Our law enforcement and national security agencies are following the same approach they have for over a decade, the same approach the former government endorsed when a number of male foreign fighters came back to Australia. On that basis, I move that the motion be put.
Okay, so the question is that the motion be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. No. The noes have it. Division's required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. So I'm just doing the closure.
Yeah. Thanks. Lock the doors. So the question is the motion as moved by Minister Watt to close debate be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to put the closure motion. So the suspension motion, beg your pardon. So the question is that the suspension motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the routine of business for today.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
So the motion is that today non-controversial government business commence at 12:15 p.m. or 1 hour following the resumption of the sitting of the Senate, whichever is later.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I seek leave to make a statement of no more than 5 minutes.
Is leave granted? 2 minutes.
That's fine, 2 minutes, because it's a further silencing of democracy and it's the further silencing of the right of those in the non-government side of the chamber to actually have a bill brought forward in their private senator's time. It is the opposition's private senator's time today and debate it. This morning, colleagues, what we saw was this government have to come to the chamber and discharge a bill that would have given Australians the right to access information from them. And what are we actually now looking at? We're looking at this government has just silenced the opposition from bringing forward a bill that is fundamentally important to the national security of Australians. But we all know why. Because this government fundamentally lacks transparency, in particular when it comes to the return of the ISIS brides. Let's not forget who these women are. They are women who fundamentally turned their back on Australia. They turned their back on Australian values and they made a choice to go overseas and join an Islamic caliphate, a caliphate that slaughters people, a caliphate that tortures people, and this government throws its hands up and says there's nothing we can do. Well, guess what? We're calling you out on that. There is something you can do. You can actually support the bill that Senator Jonathan Duniam has brought before the chamber, a bill that would ensure that Mr Tony Begg's mate, Dr Jamal Rifi, who's currently over there facilitating the return of the ISIS brides, that is made a criminal offence. What a complete joke. This is a government that says there's nothing they can do. Well, I say you need to think a little bit more creatively and perhaps get the opposition to help you. I tell you, this is an opposition, and in this portfolio led by Senator Duniam, who will always put the Australian people first. We will shut the door on ISIS brides who sought to leave this country, turn their back on the great Australian values and join a terrorist cult. Shut the door and shame on you for denying us that time.
Your time has expired. I call the clerk. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Mackenzie.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave has been granted for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh.
Excuse me,
Senator Mackenzie has requested. Senator Mackenzie, could you just sit down for a second? Senator Mackenzie's requested leave. It was granted by another senator. Okay, so leave is denied. Sorry, Senator Mackenzie.
I move a motion that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from making a statement here today in the Australian Senate. And what we are seeing from the government benches, from their partners in crime when it suits them, the Greens, is shutting down the Australian people's voice. We actually have a chamber that represents the diversity of the Australian views. The Australian Greens have a great swag of those senators, One Nation, Independents, the National Parties and the Liberal Parties. And what we've seen this week is a government so out of control of this chamber that they have shut down and silenced senators from right across the country, right across the political spectrum. And what we've seen this morning is a refusal by the government to allow His Majesty's opposition to bring our bill to this chamber to be debated, something that in my 15 years here has been a matter of course. We are respectful.
Sorry, Senator Mackenzie, I have Senator Sheldon on a point of order. Senator Sheldon.
Well, point of order. This matter is supposed to be about the suspension itself. She's not addressing the actual issue about the suspension, and so we should actually be going to that.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Dunham, on the same point of order?
Yes, on the same
Senator
point
Dunham.
of order. As was ruled by Acting Deputy President Sharma yesterday, there is a latitude to provide context for the suspension. It was something that was brought to the attention of the chamber a number of times in the debate yesterday, so I'd argue there's no point of order.
Senator Sheldon, on the same point of order?
Yes.
Senator Sheldon.
Senator Mackenzie was denied leave to make a statement. That's what the issue is that we're debating now, not the matters that she's raising.
Okay, thanks, Senator Sheldon. How about I just rule and politely encourage you to stick to the suspension? Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Excellent ruling in line with the long traditions held in this chamber. I was denied leave to make a statement, and in the denying of the leave, we have seen this chamber, particularly the Greens and their partners in crime, the Labor Party, shutting down the voice of Australian senators. Now, the statement I wanted to make, had I not been—
Senator Mackenzie, I have Senator Hanson-Young on her feet. Is this a point of order?
Point of order. I haven't heard why Senator Mackenzie is seeking to suspend when the chamber has just voted against suspending on this exact vote. She is denying the will of the chamber and should be brought back to the purpose of the speech.
Resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie has been on her feet for seconds. I heard her reference the suspension. You're in order. Continue, please, Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. And the collectivist Greens don't appreciate that we are all elected here as individual senators, and the contingency motion I am speaking to recognises that. And despite the chamber voting previously on another senator's denial of the ability to speak, does not deny me my right to get up here as the leader of the National Party and call out the Labor Party, the government and the Greens for shutting down debate again, for allowing me to be able to make a statement in the interests of my constituents, my political party and non-Labor government senators on this side. Because what we have seen from this government on the ISIS bride returns is appalling. This is an urgent debate that needs to be occurred. The opposition has done the right thing and developed a private senator's bill to address the concerns of everyday Australians about ISIS brides and their nearly adult children returning to our shores. This is actually an issue of concern. And what we have seen from the government in their impotent, flaccid, pathetic response to this issue is of concern. We have had Australia's Foreign Minister in this chamber this week. Hands up, there was nothing I could do. A Prime Minister, if you're an Australian, you have a right to a passport. No, you do not. Under the Australian Passport Act 2005, the government and the minister has the right to suspend the application of a passport, refuse to issue a passport under certain grounds, and indeed cancel an issued passport under certain grounds. What I've seen here as being a minister that's had to make tough decisions, gone against departmental advice at times because it's not in the national interest or it is not ministerial discretion is there for a reason. We are not instruments of the department, government. We've been elected. You have a duty that you swore to do. Whether you made the affirmation or swore on your holy book with the Governor-General was to uphold our Constitution and to act in the national interest.
McKenzie,
you do
please
not
resume
take
your seat. Senator McKenzie, resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young on a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Senator McKenzie is seeking to debate the issue that this chamber has rejected for debate today. And in that, I would ask Senator McKenzie, what does she say about the 14-year-old girl who is trafficked and coerced? That's
not a point of order.
Against her
Senator
will
Hanson-Young, resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young, resume your seat. That is also a debating point. Senator McKenzie, I do think you are straying, though, so if I can again remind you to please stick to the motion before us. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. I do seek to suspend standing orders because, again, this government has refused to answer simple questions. The children that are over the age of 14 that should be subjected to temporary exclusion orders, the Foreign Minister refused to answer the question. Refused to answer the question of how many passports had actually been issued to this cohort. Australians are concerned. Australians are compassionate people. But a government's responsibility is to not wait to be told what to do in a crisis by officials. It is to lead and act and use their constitutional powers and responsibilities to always act in the national interest. That's what the opposition has sought to do, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Your time has now expired. Senator Cash, you're seeking to speak on the—
Yes, I am.
Okay, Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, and I have to say I rise to support the right of Senator Bridget McKenzie, a member of the opposition, a member, the leader of the National Party in the Senate, to actually speak in the chamber, because the last time I checked, colleagues, is that not what we are here for? To speak on behalf of the Australian people. But those on the other side seem to have a problem with that. Unless you are reading directly from the talking points given to you by the government, regardless of the topic, regardless of whether you've actually read them, they often come here and I have to say I think pretty sure there was a full stop there, pretty sure there was meant to be a comma, but that's fine, you're reading talking points. Well, guess what? Senator McKenzie has the right to come into this chamber—
Senator Cash, I have the minister on her feet. Minister McAllister.
I'm seeking your clarification, Deputy President, about the matter that is before the chamber. I had understood it was a motion to allow Senator McKenzie to make a speech. She has just given a speech. I'm unclear about how Senator Cash's contribution advances Senator McKenzie's motion at all.
Senator Dunham, just a moment, please. We're debating the suspension motion, so that's where we are. Senator Cash is speaking to that. Senator Cash. But if you could stick to the motion, that would be handy.
I am sticking to the motion with all due respect because I'm speaking directly to why, A, I am supporting Senator Bridget McKenzie's right to actually speak in this chamber. B, I am supporting the right of any elected member of this chamber to come in and exercise a right that they have under the standing orders of the Senate. But more than that, a right that we are here to exercise on behalf of the Australian public. What is wrong with this government? Why do you hate senators in this place who are not elected as part of your political party standing up and giving an opposing view? What problem do you have with senators in this chamber coming in and representing—
Senator Cash, I have Senator Hanson-Young on her feet with a point of order.
The point of order is the issue of suspension.
Relevance.
Senator Cash is debating an issue that the Senate has already ruled on. I'm asking you to bring her back to the point.
Senator Duniam.
Acting Deputy President, on that point of order, Senator Cash is being entirely relevant to this
Senator
matter.
Duniam, I don't need your contribution on that. I haven't ruled, Senator, so you could just let me rule, or— Sure,
Mission
Senator
to
Duniam.
Acting Deputy President. Senator Cash is being entirely relevant to the suspension. Senator Mackenzie asked for 2 minutes to speak, was denied leave. We've now spent 10 minutes and she's being entirely relevant.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. As I have done previously, politely reminding people to stick to the suspension. Senator Cash— Senator Cash— Senators, this is not a moment where we just yell out at each other. If you'd like the call, Senator Cash, you have it. Please stand.
Thank you very much. And yet again, those on the opposite side are showing that they are prepared to support the right of a senator not to be allowed to speak in this chamber. Senator Mackenzie stood. This is what happened, for those who need to be caught up with the process. In the first instance this morning, it's the opposition private senator's time. We sought to bring on a bill to debate. The government denied the opposition the right to bring that bill on. Worse than that, the government moved to not have opposition private senators' time today. Let's wait to see when they try that on any other person who's not part of the government. Secondly, Senator Mackenzie sought leave to make a statement, ironically for about 2 minutes. That was denied. Senator Mackenzie then sought, as she is entitled to, pursuant to a contingent motion standing in her name. For those of you who have been here a long time but still don't know what a contingent motion is, I suggest you read the notice paper. It's been there for time memorial. She is the leader of the National Party in the Senate. She therefore has contingent motions standing in her name. She stood and sought to exercise her right, pursuant to the contingent motion, to explain why, as a senator elected in this place to represent the Australian people, she should not be denied leave by the Albanese Labor government, why she should not be denied leave by the Greens, the great friends of the Albanese Labor government, to make a statement. I am then entitled to jump, as part of the suspension process, Senator Mackenzie, to support your right in this chamber to come in here and make a statement. And ironically, we're already at 4 minutes past 10. How's that working out for the government? We actually would have hit a hard marker at 10 past 10. Had you allowed Senator Dunning in the first place to just move his motion to bring on, as we're entitled to, a bill that we want to debate in the chamber. You may not like the topic, the fact that we want to put in place laws to ensure that people can't go overseas and help people who've gone to a declared area come back to Australia, criminalise that, a national security piece of legislation. Wouldn't it have just been simpler? Instead of trying to silence democracy, instead of trying to silence the ability of senators on the non-government side of the chamber to just stand up and on Thursday morning, when it is their slot, it says it's clearly on the notice paper, private senators' bills.
Senator Cash,
private senators' bills.
I have Senator Hanson-Young first, Minister.
Order on relevance. Senator Cash is now debating the same issue that the Senate has just voted on and been very clear. So could you please bring Senator Cash back to why this suspension is more important than the last suspension that you've lost?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. I've heard you. Senator Hanson-Young, you can be seated, thank you. I've heard your point of order. On the point of order, Senator Ruston?
On the point of order, Acting Deputy Chair, I think that we are now having a debate that is completely and utterly outside of the scope of what is actually happening here at the moment. And I would, and we are under a suspension. It was denied by the Greens. In fact, the person who denied the suspension is now the one who is actually making submission about something that she actually caused.
Yes.
So I would draw to your attention
that
the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate is being directly relevant to the suspension.
Thank you. Any other submissions on this? No? Okay. There are. We are debating the debate of the debate of the debate. What we will do is I'll give the call back to Senator Cash and just remind her of the subject of the motion that's before us. Thank you, Senator Cash.
Thank you. And again, with all due respect, Acting Deputy President, I am going to review this and work out how I am not being directly relevant to the question before the chair. Senator Mackenzie moved contingent notice standing in her name to suspend. I am now supporting her right to suspend. You couldn't be more relevant if you tried, quite frankly, in my humble opinion. And shame on those on the other side for trying to silence a senator in this place.
I think the Minister has the precedence. Sorry. Senator Ruston?
Thank you. I simply wish to advise that the government will not be supporting this suspension. The government did accede to the request from Senator Mackenzie to make a 2-minute statement. Another senator denied leave at that moment, but as it has transpired, Senator Mackenzie has indeed already given a 5-minute speech. Senator Cash has given a 5-minute speech. The government does not intend to support a suspension that would enable further speeches about matters which have indeed already been litigated over the course of this morning.
Senator Ruston? You'd already sat down. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. And I think the really important issue here that everybody seems to be missing on the other side of the chamber is the importance of the freedom of senators to be able to make a contribution in this place. Now, I know that there are many times that we have debates in this place, and I don't agree or I don't like the debate or the particular position that is being put forward by the government or another member in this place. But I think the most important thing that we need to realise is that public debate and the exchange of ideas, whether we like them or not, is the fundamental purpose of the reason that we are elected to the Senate. We're elected to the Senate to represent the views of the people that we represent. We're not here to have some sort of like a cancel culture, close down the debate if you don't like it activity. So that's why I think that this is so important that we are actually debating this suspension motion. And quite frankly, it is not necessarily about the issue that is before that we actually have sought the suspension on. That actually doesn't matter here. It's the fact that this chamber is trying to silence elected members of this parliament from having a discussion about a matter that they think is particularly important. And it actually doesn't matter what that issue is, because unless you can have transparency in this place and you can share all your views, you cannot possibly have a debate that reflects the views of every Australian. If we are only allowed to debate the views of those that sit on the other side of the chamber, we'll have a very left-leaning view of the public debate. We seek on this side to put forward the views of the people that we represent. So the idea that we have now moved into the realms in this chamber where apparently transparency doesn't matter anymore. I mean, we saw this morning only because the government knew that it could not pass its bill in relation to its draconian measures to try and shut down access to freedom of information, that we got rid of that particular bill. So we have a pattern of behaviour in this place of shutting down debate, denying transparency, refusal to allow this Senate to do its job, and that is to investigate the details of what the government is proposing. The government still is accountable to this chamber, the other chamber, and it's accountable to the people of Australia. And you have got to stop trying to shut that down.
Pursuant to order, the sitting of the Senate will be suspended until the ringing of the bells to enable senators to attend the address from the Prime Minister of Canada.
have another go, Steve. My apologies. I talked time with about 15 people in about 5 minutes. Awfully quiet in here. It's peaceful, isn't it? Echo.
We're back, senators. I just remind senators that the hard marker at 12:15 has been moved to 12:45. And so I think we are at notices. So are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? I believe there are some that are coming. No? I'll call the clerk. Okay. Calling you. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Sheldon.
I present the second report of 2026 to the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Sheldon.
I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move the following amendment, that at the end of the motion add, and the following bills not be referred to committee: the Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 and the Royal Commission's Legislation Amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026. And if I could just speak briefly to those, that amendment. On the Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, this bill updates the statutory appointment provisions for a number of office holders across the Foreign Affairs and Trade and Attorney-General's portfolio. They're very minor amendments to modernise the provisions. They're sensible, minor, and we would argue a referral is not necessary. On the Royal Commission's Legislation Amendment Protections for Providing Information Bill 2026, the government believes that urgent progression of these amendments is necessary to support the Royal Commission's work, and particularly the delivery of its interim report. The Royal Commission's work is already underway, and it is critical to ensure that the Royal Commission has full access to all relevant information. The bill supports this by ensuring that the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion can receive all information relevant to its terms of reference, and this will support the Royal Commission's to make well-informed findings and recommendations. The Office of the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion has been consulted and has expressed strong support for these measures, particularly given the amendments facilitate the Royal Commission's ability to receive critical information, documents and evidence from law enforcement and our security agencies. The passage of these amendments will provide certainty that the relevant intelligence information can be provided to the Royal Commission without the restriction of secrecy offences. I know briefings have been provided and certainly been made available considering the short turnaround time on this bill, but this is something that the Royal Commission itself supports and indeed seeks, and therefore we do not support it going to a committee. I should also say that I understand there is a short inquiry underway through the PJCIS committee to consider this, and that other briefings have been made available and certainly remain available for other members who may not sit on that committee.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston.
Firstly, I wish to move an amendment to the amendment moved by the Senate manager, but I also would request that the two provisions be voted on separately. But in the first instance, could I please move an amendment to the motion moved by Senator Gallagher, and at the end of the motion add, and in respect of the Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, the bill be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 27th of March 2026, and that the Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026 and the Superannuation Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Imposition Bill 2026, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Economic Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 31st of March 2026.
So this is... I'm just going to check with Senator Ruston. I'll come to you, Senator Shoebridge. So this is the amendment standing in the name of Senator Duniam. So because there are overlapping amendments, the clerk has suggested at this point we only move Part A, recognising your other amendments.
So on that basis, I will speak to Part A and only Part A. So the Coalition is seeking to refer the Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 to a Senate committee to ensure the proposed governance changes are properly scrutinised and fully understood. While the bill is presented as a measure to modernise accountability frameworks for statutory office holders, several elements of these reforms, particularly the introduction of minister-set performance standards, appear to be novel and warrant closer examination. A committee inquiry would allow the Parliament to test whether these changes are appropriate and consistent with governance arrangements that apply to other Commonwealth statutory office holders. A Senate inquiry would provide an opportunity to clarify whether specific operational and management issues prompted these reforms and whether the government intends to extend similar measures to other statutory bodies into the future. The proposed reforms allow ministers to set written performance standards that may form the basis for termination, raises important governance questions, particularly as these standards are not legislative instruments and may not be subject to parliamentary oversight. An inquiry would enable stakeholders and affected agencies to provide evidence on how these performance standards would operate in practice, including whether there are adequate safeguards such as consultation, transparency and rights of reply. The bill also introduces new suspension powers and expanded termination grounds, and the committee process would help determine whether appropriate procedural protections exist for statutory office holders subject to these powers. Finally, a Senate inquiry would allow affected agencies to provide submissions and evidence to ensure the Parliament has a full understanding of the policy rationale and implications of this bill.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I've moved the amendment in Senator McKim's name, and it's probably an amendment to the Coalition's amendment.
Senator Shoebridge, could I just stop you there? Because there's overlapping amendments, the clerk's suggestion is we deal with Part A, but obviously you have an amendment that's been circulated which we can come back to. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. If there's no further speakers, I'll now move Part A. The amendment to Part A is moved by Senator Ruston. So the question is, those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So, Senators, we're dealing with the section of Bill's committee report and we are putting it in sections. So the first part we're dealing with is the amendment as moved by Senator Ruston, but we're only dealing with Part A. So the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Yeah. So, because there are some overlapping amendments and we've just dealt with Part A, Senator Ruston's amendment, I'm now going to put Part A of Minister Gallagher's amendment. So the question is that Part A of Minister Gallagher's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part A of the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to go to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I move the motion circulated in Senator, the amendment moved in circulated in Senator McKim's name to add at the end of the motion and in respect of the Royal Commission's legislation amendment, protections for providing information Bill 2026, the bill be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 10 March 2026.
Thank you, Senator. Sorry. Did you wish to speak?
I did. Thank you, President. This legislation, the Royal Commission's amendment legislation, is designed to, or it's said to be, implementing some of the recommendations from the interim report into the Veterans Royal Commission to allow people from security agencies to give full and frank evidence to the Royal Commission on anti-Semitism and social cohesion. What Commissioner Caldas found in the Veterans Royal Commission was that the Royal Commissions Act was not fit for purpose when it came to secret information from the ADF. That many people in the ADF felt they couldn't come and speak to the Royal Commission, tell the truth, the full truth, about what was happening in the ADF because of a series of secrecy provisions that applied to members of the military. And Commissioner Caldas and the other commissioners of the Royal Commission asked the government to fix that during the currency of the Veterans Royal Commission, and it did not happen. Now, that was a failure, an ongoing failure of the government to not fix it for the Veterans Royal Commission. It has now become very clear that it's a real impediment, those same secrecy provisions in the ADF, but a raft of other secrecy provisions that apply to ASIO, the AFP, Border Force, indeed the 850 secrecy provisions that the Insulum said are a significant problem in the Commonwealth space, that those 850 secrecy provisions are a real impediment to people coming and giving evidence to the Royal Commission on anti-Semitism and social cohesion. So what does the government do? Well, the government works with the coalition to come up with a very partial and imperfect, some pretend fix to this. The core part of this bill says that if the Royal Commission and the heads of the different security agencies come to an arrangement about what information can be shared and how it can be used and how it can be stored, then if information is provided in accordance with the arrangement struck between the Royal Commission and the different heads of these security agencies, then that information and those whistleblowers, those witnesses, are protected and can't be prosecuted under a certain set of secrecy provisions. But what that does is give a veto power to the heads of all the security agencies to say what the terms of the arrangement are and what evidence and how the evidence can be used. If there is no agreement, and it requires agreement between the Royal Commission and the agency heads, then there's no protection. Why would we be giving ASIO, the AFP, Home Affairs a veto power over what information can be given to the Royal Commission, the circumstances in which it can be given, and then the manner in which that information can be used? That's what this bill does. That's its primary part, the immunity. Of course, people across the broader community have a sense of anxiety that if we're having a Royal Commission into ASIO, you can't have ASIO set the terms in which witnesses can come forward and give evidence about ASIO. That's fairly obvious. So, of course, we've asked for this to go to an inquiry. We didn't ask this to go for a long inquiry. In fact, the inquiry we were picturing was one that would really effectively be on the papers. We'd open up for submissions today, we'd consider those submissions on Tuesday, and we'd write the report next Tuesday, which would largely be just a reflection of the submissions, you would hope. But the fact that the Coalition and Labor are opposing even that level of transparency on this, not letting the public, not letting those engaged stakeholders point out the obvious problems with this bill and how limited the protections will be and how, again, it privileges ASIO, the AFP and Home Affairs, shows what a partial and, I think, grossly imperfect fix this is. If you want this Royal Commission to have public support, if you want people to feel like it's getting to the truth, this kind of half-baked pretend fix that gives the very agencies that should be under investigation a veto into what evidence can be given to the Royal Commission and how it could be given erodes that public trust in the Royal Commission. We think this is fixable. We think the government could agree with some amendments and give broad protections for people going to the Royal Commission. We think it is possible to amend this bill to fix it, but it looks like the stitch-up is in, that the Coalition and Labor have agreed that this is all they're going to do, and they want to ensure that ASIO, the AFP and Home Affairs can set their rules for this Royal Commission. That's why we want it to go to inquiry.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. So the question is that the amendment, as moved by Senator Shoebridge, standing in the name of Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Oh, I beg your pardon, there's been debate, so it has to be 4 minutes. Yep. I know. Lock the door. So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge, standing in the name of Senator McKim, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 17 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to put Part B of Minister Gallagher's amendment. So the question is that Part B of Minister Gallagher's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I now call Senator McKim, division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of Minister Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 17 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. And now invite Senator Ruston to move her amendment, which is Part B.
Very much. I move the amendment Part B on the amendment sheet in the name of Senator Duniam in relation to the Treasury laws Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026. At the last election, Australians were not presented with this
Senator
policy.
Ruston, sadly the time for debating this has expired, so I have to put the amendment without debate. So the question is that the amendment circulated in the name of Senator Duniam and moved by Senator Ruston, Part B, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the amendment standing in the name of Senator Duniam and moved by Senator Ruston to the selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Minister Gallagher, you need to be sitting. Order. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the amended selection of Bills Committee report, as moved by Senator Sheldon, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that today the Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025 be considered at 12:45. Government business be then called on and considered till not later than 1:30, and general business notice of motion number 417 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
President, a postponement notification has been lodged in respect of business of the Senate. Notice number 1, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge for today, postponed to the next day of sitting, and committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 8 of today's order of business.
Thank you. So we will now deal with the deferred vote that was moved by Senator Duniam. So I remind senators that on Tuesday after 6:30 p.m. a division was called on the urgency motion moved by Senator Duniam relating to ISIS-linked families. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. I'll ring the bells for 4 minutes because there's been a bit of business since the last division. Lock the doors. So the question is the deferred vote, as moved by Senator Duniam on Tuesday the 3rd of March, be taken now. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. How many? Order. There being 26 ayes and 37 noes, matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now proceed to formal business. Business of Senate 1 has been postponed. I'll move to general business 393, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. 393. I ask that general business notice of motion number 393 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to move an amendment to that motion.
Is leave granted?
Thank
leave
you.
is granted, Minister.
That's to omit all words after that and substitute orders for production documents, one of the Senate's most serious powers, and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B, senators seeking to order the production of documents to consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 393, as amended by Minister Gallagher, be agreed to. That the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Though the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question now is that general business 393, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Senator Payman, I did only hear one voice. I'll put... Order! Order! There is no need to break out and shout. Order! I'm going to put the question again. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 393, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Do you reckon? Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 393, standing in the name of Senator Payman, order, will be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business. Notice of motion number 394, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 394 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. The amendment is the same as the amendment I moved to the previous one, as it relates for a request from the government that senators consider when they use call for order of production of documents prior to other avenues being exhausted, and that senators should reflect on that and refine their orders accordingly.
Senator O'Sullivan.
President, I'm just wondering for your guidance and whether or not this copy star.star Control-C, Control-V of motions is actually a breach of Standing Order 196, tedious repetition.
As I indicated, I think to someone the other day that it wasn't, and the reason is that it needs to be related to the one debate. So I think we need a division. I have a call. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Keeps going to sleep. Order. There being 23 ayes and 39 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the general business notice of motion number 394 standing in the name of Senator Payman. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 394, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Yeah. Order. There being 26 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We've now hit the hard marker, Senators. We'll move on. I just need a change in the chair as well.
So I'll just... If people could leave the chamber quietly, that would be great. Okay. I now call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
I call the Minister. Oh, yeah. No. Apologies, Senator Chandler.
Madam Acting Deputy President, I rise to make a short contribution on the Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025. This bill fixes a drafting error made under the previous Labor government back in 2011 when applying indexation to Australian Securities and Investments Commission company review fees. Because of that mistake, a variety of ASIC review fees were not properly indexed. The affected fees included late annual review fees, 10-year review fees and special purpose company fees for charities, not-for-profits and super trustees. ASIC went on to charge indexed amounts across other fees for 14 years, collecting an estimated $68 million that it technically wasn't entitled to under the law. Now, the Coalition understands that drafting errors happen, but because of the scale of this error and the retrospective application, we thought that this bill that we're debating here today was requiring proper scrutiny, and so that's why we sent this legislation to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee for inquiry. And during that inquiry at which ASIC appeared, they were able to answer the questions that we put to them. And I think it's important to note, Madam Acting Deputy President, that although the total amount that ASIC overcharged to relevant entities is substantive, like I said initially, $68 million, more than 70% of the entities that were charged review fees incorrectly were only overcharged by $22 or less. So we thank the committee for its work in undertaking scrutiny of this bill, and with the committee inquiry now concluded, we are satisfied that this bill should pass the chamber. So I commend the bill to the Senate on behalf of the opposition.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The bill before the Senate, the Corporations Review Fees Amendment, Technical Amendments Bill 2025, as Senator Chandler has pointed out, relates to the annual fees paid by registered companies to the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, or ASIC, on the anniversary of their registration. This legislation simply affirms the long-standing fee structure for the relevant company review fees collected by ASIC. For those who may be unfamiliar, ASIC collects fees from users to register and maintain business entities as part of its regulatory functions. The Review Fees Act provides ASIC with authority to collect these fees, known as review fees. The fees themselves and the methods for calculating them are set out in the Corporations Review Fees Regulations 2003. In 2011, the Corporations Review Fees Amendment Regulations were introduced with the clear intention that the registration fees would be indexed annually, so they would keep pace with inflation and maintain their real value over time. However, an administrative drafting error in the 2011 amendments inadvertently reset all review fees, not just those that had been increased. This has had the unintended effect of resetting the indexation of a range of fees, including late fees, 10-year upfront fees and special company review fees back to their 2009 base rates. Despite this technical error, ASIC has, since 2011, continued to apply indexation in accordance with the original policy intent. I note that the explanatory statement to the 2011 amendment regulations makes clear that the Parliament's intention was for indexation to apply consistently with ASIC's practice. As ASIC explained in its submission to the Economics Legislation Committee inquiry into this bill, the inconsistency of the amendment with the intended policy outcome was technical in nature, not immediately obvious, and was not identified at the time the amendments were made. ASIC identified this discrepancy during a routine review of the review fees regulations in 2024. And once identified, the government acted swiftly, announcing regulatory amendments in March 2025 to ensure that ASIC was properly authorised to collect the registration fees that businesses had been charged. This legislation gives effect to the original policy intent by retrospectively validating ASIC's collection of review fees from 1 July 2011 through to March 2025. Because the bill relates to fees charged over that period, it necessarily applies retrospectively. As the explanatory memorandum makes clear, this retrospective application is required to ensure that the law operates as originally intended and that the fees charged since 2011 are legally valid. Importantly, the retrospective operation of the bill also provides continuity and certainty for entities that have already paid these fees. The explanatory memorandum states that the amendments do not affect these entities, nor do they impact their interests or rights. In developing these regulations and this bill, states and territories were notified of the proposed changes on the 5th of February last year, and again in October last year, through the Legislative and Governance Forum for Corporations. I want to highlight a key point made by the Economics Legislation Committee in its report. Once the miscalculation was identified in 2024, ASIC and the government acted promptly to address it. I also want to note that these amendments will have no impact on the fees charged to the users of the ASIC business registers. These fees are well known to the business community, are publicly accessible through ASIC's website, and they reflect the amounts that ASIC has consistently charged and that businesses have paid over many years. ASIC provided a public update on its website on the 20th of March 2025, notifying registry users of the issue identified and the regulatory action being taken to address it. Thank you.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, what a cock-up. Goodness me. Look, we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. I'm not immune from making mistakes, and I'm sure others aren't as well. But just to explain what's happened here for those watching this debate or listening into this debate, essentially ASIC was charging fees which they weren't entitled to charge under the legislation passed by this place for a number of years, and it wasn't picked up for a number of years, and something in the order of $68 million was paid by business owners all over Australia in relation to charges which they weren't or shouldn't have been charged under the way the legislation was actually drafted. Congratulations to the members of ASIC's internal audit team who picked up the error. Hats off to you for picking up the error. And we are now faced with the issue as to whether or not we should retrospectively change the law such that the fees that were paid were entitled or were required to be paid. So under the law that was passed by this place, fees were inappropriately levied against businesses across Australia. $68 million worth were collected where there was no lawful basis to charge those fees or collect those fees. And now we're seeking to go back in time over a number of years and ex post facto after the event change the law such that those overpaid fees don't have to be repaid to thousands of business owners across the country. So what are we to do in a case such as this? I note the Economics Legislation Committee's report supporting this bill, and on the basis that I think this falls into that very rare category, and I should say it should always be a rare category of cases where it was always the intention that the fees charged under the law as it was passed years ago should be the fees that were charged. On that basis, and on the basis that business understood that those were the fees they should charge, I think this situation stumbles over the line in favour of retrospective legislation. And I'm I'm prepared to support it on that basis. But let me say a few things about this. First, where is the QA/QC, the quality assurance, quality control, being undertaken in relation to this legislation? What happened in relation to this legislation such that this mistake was made? Legislation that comes into this place has to go through numerous scrutiny processes. And if nothing else, this situation underlines the fact that those scrutiny processes are important. Even before the legislation gets into this place, we would reasonably expect the QA/QC, quality assurance, quality control, that this government expects the businesses out there to be engaging in every day. We would expect that those same processes would apply with respect to the government agencies that are imposing fees. So something happened. Something happened before the legislation reached this place. Something happened when the legislation entered into the domain of the relevant minister's office. Why wasn't it picked up then? Why wasn't it picked up in the House of Representatives, in the committee processes in the House of Representatives? Why wasn't it picked up in the Senate and the committee processes of the Senate? And how do we make sure that this sort of error doesn't happen again? Such that we're here so many years later. This is 14 years later. 14 years later, we're here passing a piece of retrospective legislation where for 14 years Australian businesses have been charged fees which they were not lawfully required to be charged, and paid those fees. 14 years. And here we are, fixing the mess. And I note the various statements with respect to an inadvertent error, a mistake, it's a tidy up, etc., etc. Well, I'd expect a little bit more. I'd expect a little bit more. I'd expect an admission that the QA/QC processes weren't in place as they should have been in place. I'd expect an explanation as to how we make sure this doesn't happen, not just in the domain of ASIC fees, but in the domain of that plethora of fees and charges and regulations which are imposed upon business owners all across this country, especially small business owners. And there were thousands of small business owners caught up in this debacle. Where are your QA/QC processes? What sort of tolerance would there be for a small business that made these mistakes vis-à-vis their engagement with government agencies? Every day, this place passes laws which impose additional burdens and regulations and imposts on small businesses who are working their guts out just to stay alive, just to keep their heads above water. Those small businesses that employ millions and millions of Australians that drive the Australian economy. So I'd expect more than just oh, well, we made a mistake. We overcharged thousands of Australians, $68 million in total. Sorry, but we're just going to change it retrospectively, such that we, as a matter of law, assume that the law was 14 years ago what we intended it to be, but we cocked up. I'd expect more. I'd expect some self-reflection. I'd expect some reflection upon the impost that we place on small businesses in this country who are trying to provide for themselves and their families and their employees. And I would expect, at the very least, some sort of discussion in relation to how we make sure that this doesn't happen again. Where are the enhanced scrutiny processes? Where are going to be the additional checks and balances? Do we have any of these other issues lurking in the myriad of regulations, the hundreds of regulations that go through this place every year? How are we going to make sure this doesn't happen again? So, whilst I say, in my view, that this bill stumbles across the line to justify its passage, and I take the recommendation from the Economics Committee of this place seriously in that regard, and in many ways I'll defer to their judgment in this regard. I think there need to be some lessons learned, and we should always remember when this place passes laws, imposes fees, places additional obligations on the small businesses of this country, we need to be very careful and mindful of the obligations imposed upon them, because they're generating wealth, they're generating prosperity, and they're generating jobs for all Australia.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. ASIC collects fees from users registering their business entities, such as companies, as part of its regulatory activities. The Review Fees Act provides ASIC the power to collect fees in relation to review dates for certain entities. Typically, an annual fee falls due on an entity's anniversary of registration on ASIC's register. The Review Fees regulations prescribe the review fees. Regulation 4 sets out how the fees applied and are calculated, including an indexation mechanism, and Schedule 1 sets out dollar amounts that apply to particular entities and circumstances. ASIC identified a technical error during a routine review of its regulations, so full credit to ASIC, which affects how indexation was applied to certain fees. The affected fees are late fees, 10-year upfront fees, and special purpose company review fees collected under the Review Fees regulations. The 2011 amending regulations made amendments to the Review Fees regulations to increase the base rate for certain review fees and continue the annual indexation of those fees using the increased base rate. In addition, these amendments reinserted the same base fee for some review fees, and other review fees were not amended. The indexation provisions applied for all review fees, which did not reflect the intended policy outcome at the time, a poor drafting of legislation. Nor does it reflect the intent now. As a result, ASIC applied an indexation methodology which resulted in incorrect amounts of certain review fees being charged. These amendments validate review fees ASIC has already collected and deems the amount of the review fee to be a certain amount. This ensures any review fees charged from 1st of July 2011 are valid and that ASIC was authorised to collect the review fees, authorised retrospectively. I feel very uneasy about that and dislike retrospective legislation unless it's truly, truly necessary. This bill is trying to validate a government drafting blunder to make taxpayers liable even when the government is at fault. We would not support the payment of late fees as a punitive measure during difficult economic times when the original source of authority is faulty. I think of the small businesses that are impacted. I think of the government agencies that extort fees from many small businesses and other employers. My current view is that we should not support this bill.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Firstly, I'd like to thank those senators who've contributed to this debate, and can I thank Senator Darmanin and the Economics Legislation Committee for their inquiry into the bill, and note the committee's recommendation that the bill be passed. The government is addressing a technical error in regulations that have applied indexation to certain company reviews since 2011. The government has acted swiftly to ensure that the current fee structure does not need to change and that there will be no disruption to businesses and individuals who engage with ASIC business regulators. Users of the registries can have confidence that the government is correcting this error to maintain predictable and consistent business registry fees. I commend this bill to the Senate.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Corporations Review Fees Act 2003 and for related purposes.
No, Minister, did you? No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the Minister to move the third reading.
I move the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Corporations Review Fees Act 2003 and for related purposes. Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2023 and a related bill, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak today on the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025. This bill proposes a significant change to how parole decisions will be made for federal offenders in Australia. At present, the parole decisions for federal offenders sits with the Attorney-General through the Attorney-General's Department. This means that the power to decide whether some of the most serious offenders in our country are released into the community rests with an elected official who is directly responsible and accountable to the Australian Parliament and ultimately to the Australian people. That system reflects a fundamental democratic principle. When a decision is made that affects public safety, the Australian people should know exactly who is responsible for that decision. There should be a clear line of accountability between the decision and the elected official who made it. When something goes wrong, the public can hold that official responsible through Parliament and ultimately through the ballot box. This bill will dismantle that principle. Instead of parole decisions being made by the Attorney-General, this bill would hand that responsibility to a newly created Commonwealth Parole Board. Now, this board would be an unelected body made up of appointed members who are not accountable to the Australian people in the same way that a Minister of the Crown is accountable. And once this power is transferred, the direct democratic link between the decision maker and the public disappears. At the moment, the Commonwealth is the only jurisdiction in Australia where parole decisions are made by an elected member through the Attorney-General's Department. And that arrangement has always ensured that there is a clear and transparent line of responsibility. If the community has concerns about a decision, the community knows who has made it and who must answer for it. This bill will serve to sever that line of responsibility. Instead of a minister making the decision and standing behind it, this bill will create a system where decisions are made by a board. When something goes wrong, the minister can simply say, well, that was a decision of the board, not mine, and defer themselves from all responsibility. That will blur the lines and accountability will become diluted. Now, this is not a minor administrative change. This is a fundamental shift in how responsibility is exercised in our system of government. Parole decisions are not routine administrative matters. They are serious decisions that carry real consequences for community safety. They involve weighing risk, assessing behaviour, considering victims and determining whether someone who has committed some of the most serious crimes in our country should ever be released back into the community. These decisions require judgment, responsibility and, in my view, accountability. Decisions about parole are not administrative conveniences that this government can just outsource to a board. They are moral and legal responsibilities that must have the appropriate accountability attached to them. When a government is trying to remove those accountabilities and ultimately the responsibility of the decision-making, it weakens the principle that power and accountability should go together. Instead of any accountability or responsibility from this government, what this bill will deliver is an even bigger bureaucracy. This proposal actually represents a bigger bureaucracy. This isn't about improving the public safety. It's not about helping victims, and it's not about making the system more effective. What it does is create a brand new government body where one did not exist before. And whenever a new government body is created, it brings with it the full machinery of our bureaucracy. There will be officers, staff, administrative structures, communications teams, management layers. There will be chairs, members, deputy members, and advisors and support staff. There will be another logo, another website, another organisational chart, and another growing list of positions that must be filled. And all of this will be funded by the Australian taxpayers. The government's own costings make the establishment of this board, they estimate it at $28.3 million over the next 4 years. And it will cost $7.3 million every single year after that. So nearly $30 million to create a bureaucracy that duplicates a function that already exists within government. And let's be honest, when a government says to the Australian people, we estimate this is going to cost $30 million, you can pretty well bank on tripling it, and that's what the true cost will be. Now, this is a significant amount of taxpayer dollars to spend to simply move a decision from a minister elected by the Australian people and accountable to the Australian people to a new board and a boardroom. Australians expect, and rightly so expect, that their taxes will be spent on improving services, strengthening communities and protecting our country. They do not expect for millions of dollars to be put into bureaucratic structures that replicate work that is already being done. Government agencies rarely shrink. I don't think I've ever known of one that does. They expand. And they will add new units, new functions, new committees and new advisory groups to this board. So we can see that $30 million eventually expand and become hundreds of millions of dollars in years to come. That's not efficient government, and it's certainly not a responsible use of taxpayer dollars. State and territory parole boards already exist across Australia and already operate with cooperative arrangements with Commonwealth and federal offenders that are involved. These arrangements allow the Commonwealth to work with existing state systems without the need to establish an entirely new federal bureaucracy. Creating a separate Commonwealth board risks duplicating those existing structures. Instead of simplifying a system, it will add yet another layer of administration. Instead of improving coordination, it will introduce an additional complexity. And instead of clarifying responsibility, it will spread responsibility across multiple bodies, meaning no one will ever be held responsible or accountable for the decisions that are made. When a decision about parole is made today, the Attorney-General stands behind that decision. The public knows who made the call and who must answer for it. Under this new system, that clarity will disappear. If something goes wrong, if a dangerous offender is released and reoffends, the response will be predictable. Ministers will say that the decision was made by the board and that the board acts independently. In other words, responsibility will be passed away from those elected to lead. Victims and the Australian public deserve better than that. The appointment process for this board raises even further concerns. Under this bill, the government of the day will appoint the members of the board. That means the government will have the power to determine who sits on the body responsible for making these crucial decisions. Yet the bill contains very few meaningful safeguards to prevent political stacking. There are no strong mechanisms to guarantee that appointments will be purely based on expertise experience, or qualifications. And without such safeguards, there is always the risk that positions will be filled based on political considerations rather than professional merit. Public confidence in the parole system depends on trust, and Australians must believe that the decisions are being made fairly, responsibly, and based on sound judgment. If there is even a perception that appointments to the board are being made on political grounds, then that trust will erode. The bill also states that the board should reflect as closely as possible the composition of the Australian community. And at first glance, this may sound like a very reasonable clause to include in the bill. But when you look at it more closely, what exactly does that requirement mean? Does it refer to geography? Does it refer to gender? Does it refer to ethnicity? Or does it refer to age or background? The bill does not define it. It is vague, it is unclear, and it is impossible to measure. And more importantly, it introduces considerations that have very, very little to do with legal qualifications. So if you have a board set up that are making decisions on whether some of the most dangerous convicted criminals in Australia should be released on parole into our community, if the wrong decision is made, community safety is at risk. But this board is going to be comprised of what makes up the Australian community as closely as possible, rather than looking at the actual qualifications of those that would be members of this board. Parole decisions should be made based on professional expertise, legal knowledge, corrections experience, and the ability to assess the risk that is posed in the wider community. The focus should always be on qualifications, judgment, and experience. Public safety decisions should not become a social representation exercise. These cases involve the very, very extreme serious offenders in our country. These are offenders that include individuals who are convicted of terrorism offences, child exploitation offences, people smuggling, cybercrime, and organised criminal activity. Many of these cases involve complex investigations, sensitive intelligence information, and matters that intersect with national security. These are by no means routine matters. They require careful judgment and a deep understanding of the broader security environment. The Attorney-General is supported by the resources of government and the national security agencies, and they are well positioned to assess these risks. Removing the responsibility from the Attorney-General and placing it into the hand of an external board risks weakening that assessment process. It will create greater distance between those who hold the intelligence and those who make the decision. Everything in this bill will weaken the principles of a responsible government, and I think this bill seeks to undermine wider community safety here in Australia, and for that reason we will not be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President.
I have Senator Brockman up next, but yeah, you're next on my speaking list, but...
Sorry, I'm happy to give way to Senator Little, but I'm...
Senator Brockman, yes, sorry. Sorry, I thought you were seated elsewhere, so I wasn't sure if you were ready. Senator Batu.
Thank you. I too rise to speak on this bill. I wasn't actually planning to speak on this bill and only made a decision to rise on this bill after hearing members of the government and the Greens speak on it. Because I think there is a really important point at stake here. We heard from those opposite and those at the end of the chamber that state governments particularly had moved to this independent bureaucratic approach to parole boards. And whilst that's not actually universally true, it is true, particularly in the larger jurisdictions. But I think, as Senator Scarr, who was sitting in front of me, would know, in Queensland and in New South Wales and in Victoria, there have been severe problems with parole boards over the year, those independent bureaucratic parole boards over the years. And there has been significant evolution of those independent parole boards over the years. The mistakes of their initial formulation have become apparent over time, and corrections were made. The trouble with the approach the government is bringing to the table is it has not taken on those learnings. It has not taken on the fact that there actually is problems with the approach that was initially developed over 20 years ago in terms of independent parole boards. And we've seen in all three of those jurisdictions, in Queensland, in New South Wales and in Victoria, a severe loss of trust at various times with the independent parole board process because their approach failed in various respects. Principally, I think that probably comes around in terms of failing the victims, the way they were originally formulated. Victims had no ability to be informed about the process of parole, to be informed as to when parole was potentially going to become available. They had no way of feeding their views into that process. And so you had a situation where decisions were being made, and those who are most impacted by the decision, the victim of the original crime, had no role. And this was a problem that was repeated in multiple jurisdictions across Australia, in Queensland, in New South Wales, in Victoria, that had to be addressed. And yet, even with that learning, even with that experience, that could not be, for whatever reason, it was decided that that was not going to be a part of this bill. So you have victims of serious crimes. As Senator Blythe just outlined, the kinds of crimes that are covered under federal law and that would be covered under a federal independent parole board of the sort outlined in this bill, serious crimes with victims who carry the burden of those crimes for the rest of their lives, families that carry the burden of those crimes for the rest of their lives. And yet, in formulating this bill, the government has taken no account of the very clear and necessary ability of victims' families to be informed as to timing, likely outcomes, given the ability to feed into the process their own view on the matter of parole. And that in and of itself is enough of an oversight to say, back to the drawing board. That in and of itself is enough to say it's time we actually take this off the table, take this back to the drawing board and start to look at it again. There are checks and balances in the current system. There is the first law officer has the responsibility in the current system of approving paroles, and that is as it should be. And if you're going to move on from the system, at the very least you should have an improvement.
Senator Brockman, sorry to interrupt you, but it is being 1:30. We shall now move to 2-minute statements. Senator Brockman.
I rise with great sadness to acknowledge the passing of one of the absolute greats of sports commentary in this country, Dennis Cometti. Dennis Cometti was, particularly probably for West Australians, the voice of football. Not for just a year or two, but for decade after decade after decade.
He was a boy from the bush, and that shone through in his sense of humour. He was a pretty good footballer who then became a pretty good coach, who then became the greatest AFL commentator of all time. No one will ever forget. Centimetre perfect. His catch cry when a pass was delivered directly into the hands, usually of a marking forward. But as a West Australian and as a West Coast Eagles fan, the piece of commentary that stands out in my mind will always be bobbing like a cork in the ocean, over his head, oh my word! And that, of course, was the goal from Peter Wilson in the inaugural West Coast Eagles win in the 1992 Grand Final. There are many ways of having a good life, but giving so much pleasure to so many for so long is surely one of them. To his family, to his friends, and especially to his many, many fans in Western Australia, we say, Vale, Dennis Cometti.
Yeah. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I would like to acknowledge the immense dedication and personal sacrifice demonstrated by the South Australian Country Fire Service during their work on the Fleurieu Peninsula this last summer. The Deep Creek fire prompted an extraordinary multi-agency and interstate response to protect lives, property and our precious environment. In early February, the CFS responded to a fast-moving fire between Deep Creek National Park and Cape Jervis. At this time, more than 260 firefighters, supported by 40 trucks and 15 vehicles, worked tirelessly to contain the blaze and prevent it from reaching the township of Cape Jervis. Over the course of the following 10 days, the fire burnt approximately 4,500 hectares and created a perimeter stretching more than 60 kilometres. The firefighters worked systematically to protect the regional community from harm and to ensure the local towns were shielded from potentially catastrophic losses. This was no small feat. Crews carried out complex backburning operations to hold containment lines and protect communities and critical habitats of wildlife, including that of nationally endangered bird species. Through the extraordinary efforts of around 5,000 firefighters and personnel, supported by an additional 170 interstate responders, the fire was ultimately brought under control. Their work was aided by remarkable local support from the District Council of Yankalilla, government agencies, charitable organisations such as the Salvos, which provided up to 1,500 meals each day to firefighters and volunteers. While the fire has thankfully passed, many residents continue to experience stress, disruption and uncertainty. Our thoughts remain with all those affected and we extend our deepest gratitude to everyone who played a part in keeping our community safe. I encourage everyone in my local community to create a plan and be bushfire ready.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Senator Pocock.
I rise to speak to the devastating cost of human conflict. Last week, a long commemorative roll of paper 15 metres long was installed on a wall in Adelaide. Artist Phil Bueller's Wall of Tears was brought to our city by a prominent Palestinian, Dr. Sam Shaheen. Sadly pulled down just a couple of days later, but Mr. Shaheen has undertaken to have it reinstalled. It is a powerful memorial showing the names of over 18,457 children killed in Gaza before July 2025. Many more have died since. Dr. Shaheen, along with other South Australian citizens, stood at the wall and read out the names of the children, a sombre moment of sorrow, acknowledgement and reflection for children's lives lost, for the lifelong sorrow visited on their parents and their communities. Attacks on citizens, like we have seen in Iran this week and in genocide in Gaza, and in that genocide in Gaza, are the acts of famous men. We know their names: Netanyahu, Trump. We know the names of their enablers, some of them prime ministers in middle powers who repeat their shielding lies as the basis of illegal attack. But we don't know the names of the 165 Iranian schoolchildren as we see their tiny, tiny child-sized graves being being dug as we sit here, or the raised homes of their parents who will never recover from their losses. Of course, we'll never know the names of tens of thousands of brave Iranian citizens murdered by the brutal Iranian regime. These all deserve their own walls of names and memory for their courage and sacrifice. We are capable of holding both sets of tragedies, all of their names, in our hearts and minds. One tragedy does not offset or justify the other. We can mourn all loss of life.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In a world that is increasingly uncertain, when we see the rule of power overcoming the rule of laws, it is time to look at what we need to do as a country. And I'm taken by a phrase in The Art of War by Sun Tzu that says, preparation against defeat lies in oneself. And we must look at what we're doing in Australia to make our own country resilient, to preserve our sovereignty. And sovereignty is the ability to make decisions without undue duress by others. And I look at our food sovereignty. Our food and fibre is so important to who we are and what we are, and how we are diminishing it, not by a single act, not by changing the rules all of a sudden, but by layer upon layer upon layer of different rules and regulations that is making it harder for Australians to provide quality food, quality fibre and quality products to our own people. I'll take the seafood industry as a starter. Australia imports now high 60s, almost 70% of our seafood from other nations. When we have bountiful seas, when we have bountiful fish, when we have all of these things that are going there, we're about to have boats and fleets that do not set out this fishing season because it is no longer viable. It is no one thing. It is fuel costs going up. It is lack of staff to fix refrigerators on boats. It is training, it is legislation, it is regulation, all of these things. And if we don't send out someone to catch a prawn, a fish, a lobster here, it's not that it's not taken, it's taken from somewhere else. Places that don't have our same requirements, don't have our same registrations, don't have our same regulations. We are on our people, on our food and fibre all the time to sign off on this, that, the other. But all we expect our importers to do is sign something they comply. And they aren't held to the same laws, they aren't held to the same standards, they don't pay the same wages. It is time, if Australia is serious, we protect our way of life and protect our food and fibre industries.
Senator Cadell. Senator Damanen.
Thank you. We're starting to see the benefits of the secure work, better pay legislation that was introduced in 2022 and fought so hard for by the mighty Australian Union movement. The objectives of some of that legislation were to get wages moving, to improve job security, and also with a focus on the services sector. And now we are really starting to see the benefits in my home state of Victoria in the local government industry. And I would really like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the Australian Services Union local government workers who are right now making history with their multi-employer bargaining. In metropolitan Melbourne right now, workers are campaigning to negotiate the very first metropolitan multi-employer agreement. In December 2025, the Fair Work Commission gave them authorisation to bargain across 8 councils in metropolitan Melbourne, and they are Melbourne, Marybeck, Yarra, Darebin, Hume, Hobsons Bay, Maribyrnong, Dandenong. 5 more councils will be eligible to join in the middle of the year. When negotiated, this agreement will cover more than 10,000 workers across metropolitan Melbourne. And 70 amazing delegates have been meeting to plan the campaign to make their workplaces better and seize this historic opportunity. And these workers are following Victorian regional workers in local government who have actually achieved the first multi-employer agreement in local government in the country. Workers at Ararat and Central Goldfields councils have a multi-employer agreement, and I want to make a special shout out to the workers at Hepburn Shire Council. Libby, Evan and Scott, their amazing delegates, are out there this week talking to their colleagues about an important vote to get them to join into that agreement. And this agreement is important because it delivers job security, fair pay and conditions for workers who support our communities so well every single day. And I pay tribute to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge the Ukrainian ambassador to Australia and the delegation who are in the Senate. And I want to start by expressing my absolute disappointment at the pointless time wasting we've seen in this place this week. We should be taking seriously the Senate's role as a House of Review, here to represent our states and territories. I'm proud to represent the people of the ACT and urge the Senate to do better in actually engaging in issues that we face. This morning, the government denied the coalition the right to debate a bill that I fundamentally disagree with, and I think what they're doing with it is awful. But I think that they have the right to actually introduce and debate a bill, and then we can vote against it if we choose as a Senate. We've descended into a chamber of pointless, petty politicking, which seems devoid of any policy substance. And I think Australians are fed up with this, and we're seeing poll after poll saying that. And it's on us to start to rebuild some of that trust and do better in this Parliament. This morning's divisions meant that many senators missed attending a Parliamentary Friends of Palestine event, hearing from MSF, ActionAid, a number of NGOs who are working over there and the challenges that they're facing with deregistration and what that will mean. There was a press conference with crossbench colleagues aimed at raising awareness of the massive cuts to funding of frontline family and domestic violence services and backing in their calls for more support. These are the kinds of things that Australians actually want us to be talking about. Here in Canberra, DVCS are facing an $820,000 funding cut when already they can't answer 1 in 2 calls. Canberra Rape Crisis Service Centre are similarly facing a 60% cut in their funding. Let's deal with these issues, not this pointless politicking that we've seen in this place this week. We have to do better as a Senate.
Pocock, your time has expired. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, on the 28th of February, the Australian newspaper published an exclusive investigation, including a secret tape recording, a $2.3 million lawsuit, a failed blackmail sting, which included the South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas, internal party stoushes, and the use of taxpayer funds and agencies. What follows is not commentary or opinion. It's based on court records and matters that are now currently before the courts. With a state election in South Australia just days away, these facts warrant careful consideration. In 2022, while serving as Labor's opposition leader, Peter Malinauskas met with a former Labor MP, Annabelle Digance, and her husband, and a recording of that meeting was later provided to police, prompting an investigation into alleged blackmail attempt. As part of that investigation, police used the recording devices in subsequent interactions, including at Labor headquarters. In 2021, Ms Digance and her husband were arrested and charged with blackmail. But in 2023, prosecutors withdrew those charges under an agreement that the accused would stay away from Mr Malinauskas and his family. No court ever found a finding of guilt. Now, the same court documents state that in December 2020, the now Premier, Peter Malinauskas, asked police to not proceed with the investigation until after the 2022 state election. The investigation was suspended at that time. The facts raised in this investigation are unquestionable for South Australian taxpayers. Why were publicly funded police resources drawn into an internal Labor Party dispute? Why should taxpayers be left to carry the legal costs of this matter? And why was the investigation delayed until after an election?
Right. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I acknowledge in the chamber for my contribution today His Excellency, the Ambassador of Ukraine, and my parliamentary colleagues serving the nation of Ukraine. It's a pleasure to have you here in the chamber with us today. The 24th of February marked 4 years of Russia's illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine. 4 years of unprovoked Russian aggression against a sovereign, democratic neighbour in flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter. Australia is a steadfast nation in our commitment to a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. We've committed over $1.7 billion in total assistance, including $1.5 billion in military support, making Australia Ukraine's largest non-NATO contributor of military assistance. Australia has now put strict financial sanctions and travel bans in place for over 1,800 individuals and entities and 200 shadow fleet vessels. We've lowered the oil price cap and taken other measures to impose costs and limit Russia's ability to fund its war. Last week, the government announced our single largest sanctions package since the invasion began. These sanctions listings target the finance and banking, oil and gas, transportation, defence, aeronautical science and technology sectors. Australia also expects businesses to prevent their supply chains from inadvertently funding Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine. The government has made our expectations clear to industry and is taking further action to starve Russia's war machine of oil revenue. And if I can acknowledge the support of 58 senators around this chamber in endorsing Notice of Motion number 408, which reaffirms Australia's long-standing, steadfast and bipartisan support for Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Your time has expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. In the last 5 days, we have seen a dangerous escalation in illegal violence driven by the imperial ambitions of the United States and Israel and endorsed by this government. And Australia isn't just offering words of support to America's war machine. We are participating in it. Australian intelligence facilities underpin US military operations. Australia rolled out the welcome mat to refuel spy planes used by the US in their bombing campaign. Australian gas is extracted here, subsidised through fossil fuel tax credits, exported with next to no tax, and now fuel global price spikes as energy markets convulse under the weight of war. And Australian critical minerals, which should power the renewable transition, are being locked into future defence supply chains that prioritise US military demand. Meanwhile, we have a foreign minister who seems to believe that countries can mark their own homework when it comes to international law. And a Prime Minister behaving less like an independent leader and more like someone auditioning to be Donald Trump's most obedient lapdog. And let me be clear, no one is defending the brutality of the Iranian regime. But we can hold that truth while grieving the 160 Iranian schoolgirls buried in rubble this week, and the thousands more civilians now facing a prolonged and indiscriminate conflict. War profiteers salivate, defence contractors cash in, and our government, the Albanese government, washes its hands of responsibility. Australia is not America. We should not be dragged into imperial violence that makes the world more dangerous and ordinary people less safe. We must fight for international law, genuine sovereignty and peace.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As we mark International Women's Day this weekend, we should reflect on the barriers women are still facing in the workplace and in their homes. Because for many women across Western Australia, the reality is still one of insecurity and violence and systems that are struggling to keep up with demand. In my home state, around 3 in 10 women have experienced physical, sexual or economic abuse by a partner. Now, while demand for support is increasing, frontline organisations are grappling with funding uncertainty and cuts to domestic violence services. We also find ourselves in the month of March, which is Endometriosis Awareness Month, shining a light on a condition affecting around 1 in 9 Australian women and girls. Time and time again in this chamber, I've raised the broader question of how does the policies we debate in this place support reproductive health and women's continued participation in the workforce should they so choose. Around the country, unions are campaigning for 10 days of paid reproductive health leave covering IVF, menopause, endometriosis, miscarriage and other reproductive needs. Yesterday, the Labor Senator for Tasmania, Josh DeLiga, brought up this gap in industrial relations legislation, expressing his support behind the union's campaign. But where is his party on this important reform? I haven't seen it on any legislative drafts. I would have thought when we were debating Priya's law last year that we could have dealt with the legislation in a more holistic way. So while it's great that we have a Labor caucus that's majority women and therefore increasing our numbers in this chamber, let's put that representation into action through properly funding domestic violence services
and to implement the 10 days of reproductive leave that unions are calling for.
Payman, your time has expired. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Western Australia is in the midst of a significant and rushed energy transition driven by the Albanese government's net zero agenda. Projects like the proposed 250 megawatt 4-hour Baldivis battery, costing around $500 million, show how quickly developers are moving to position themselves within the government's policy settings as coal-fired power stations at Collie and Muja are forced closure by 2030. But while Labor governments talk about transition and investment, communities are being left to deal with the consequences. Today, it can be easier to advance a proposal for a massive utility-scale battery than it is for an ordinary resident to obtain approval for something as simple as a backyard shed. Families can spend months navigating local planning rules for a small outbuilding, yet a 250 megawatt industrial installation can move forward at remarkable speed. That is the regulatory paradox Labor governments have created. Communities are also entitled to ask what this means for their neighbourhood amenity. A battery facility of this scale being proposed for Baldivis, audibly humming away day and night with lighting, fencing and increased activity, is not a minor development. These are significant industrial projects that should be treated as such. Last Friday night, I attended a meeting of concerned Baldivis residents. This project is proposed. The project that's proposed is this project has been proposed in an area that is an idyllic semi-rural area just south of Perth. It is dividing the community, and the emotion there was palpable. Residents feel they've been steamrolled by a top-down transition being imposed on them without genuine consultation. They believe, and I've seen the properties for myself, and I agree that this is no location for a project of this nature. I call on the local federal member, the member for Brand, Ms King, to front up and listen to her community. Don't allow this community to be divided and its amenity destroyed.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you. Service stations have hiked fuel prices by up to 60 cents a litre after conflict erupted again in the Middle East. Australians are feeling the pain at the pump, and successive Liberal and Labor governments have left the nation exposed. Under International Energy Agency guidelines, Australia should hold 90 days of oil reserves. Combined onshore and offshore, we have just 50 days. Onshore, there is only 25 days of diesel, 26 days of petrol and just 20 days of jet fuel. Despite this, Energy Minister Chris Bowen claimed this week that Australia's fuel supplies are in good stock. What nonsense. Our fuel security is in terrible condition. If global supplies cut, the country would grind to a halt in 3 weeks. The government is desperate to avoid scrutiny of its failures. That's why Labor and the Greens combined to shut down One Nation's inquiry into Australia's fuel reserves and refining. Only 2 refineries remain, Brisbane and Geelong. Net zero policies have made domestic refining too expensive. Scrap net zero and Australia will refine its own fuel again. Minister Bowen also told Australians that there's no need to rush to the service station, showing how out of touch Labor is. Interest rates are rising, groceries cost more every week, and households are going broke. Minister Bowen has no idea and is out of his depth. His message was there's no urgency. Now Australians are paying up to 60 cents a litre more, and it could get worse. The government collects 51.6 cents per litre in fuel excise. One Nation was elected on a policy to halve that tax, cutting 26 cents a litre immediately, with compensation for any truckies and farmers losing rebates. The Morrison government took our advice in 2022 for 6 months, but didn't look after truckies and farmers. It's time for the Albanese government to do the same and deliver cheaper fuel for Australians in 2026.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, Acting Deputy. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy, but we believe that from the fracture we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers, the countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power, but we have something too, the capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home and to act together. Well, they're the words of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Conrad delivered earlier this year. And it's no wonder then that the Canadian government made it clear here today that they want no part of AUKUS. AUKUS is all about nostalgia and pretending. Nostalgia for the colonial empire of the UK and the Pacific, pretending that Trump is our mate who'll care about peace in the region. It's a fantasy, just like the submarines we'll never get. Maybe that's why Canada rejected it. Maybe that's why Canada rejected it. They made the correct call. That joining AUKUS wouldn't make them a US ally, it would make them a US hostage. In fact, Canada went one step further, with Defence Minister McGuinty making clear, right now we're very busy building bridges between Canada and other middle powers, Philippines, Korea, Japan, India. We're here in Australia. Well, just imagine that. Imagine a foreign policy directed by your own country, not Washington, working with like-minded countries in the region to further the aims of peace and stability. And that is only possible if we exit AUKUS. Right now, the war parties, Labor, Liberal, One Nation, are dragging us into another forever US war. Australian troops are stationed on US nuclear submarines right now. One's going around our region, blowing ships out of the water. The Canadian PM said today, the question for middle powers like us is whether we establish the conventions and help write the new rules that will determine our security and prosperity, or let the hegemons dictate outcomes. Well, in this argument, the Greens are on Carney's side, while the war parties are backing...
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. On the 20th of Jan, new hate speech laws were passed in the wake of a horrific, hateful act of anti-Semitic terrorism. Whether people agree with those laws or not, the conversation reflects a broader need to deal with hate and violence in Australia, including online. But with how complex our online world has become, laws alone can't do all the work. Alongside regulation, we also need sensible, common-sense ways to help people understand what they're actually seeing, especially online where so much hate is spread. One simple step I think we need to take is labelling bots on social media. Right now, when I scroll through posts of Senator Hanson collapsing tragically on the Senate floor, which is green by you, it really needs to show that a real person, not a bot, is making that picture. I know I'm not the only one. Bots can't post around the clock, start arguments and amplify hateful views to seem more popular than they really are. Labelling bots wouldn't stop anyone from speaking. It wouldn't delete content or shut down debate. If you know a comment is coming from a bot, like Senator Hanson falling on the Senate floor, you can take that into account instead of assuming it reflects genuine public opinion. That kind of transparency supports the aim of the new hate speech laws by reducing harm in a quieter, more practical way. Rather than relying only on enforcement, it helps people make informed decisions for themselves. It also ties directly into digital literacy. When people understand how automation and manipulation work online, they're more equipped to think critically and less likely to be pulled into hate or violence. To help combat hatred in this country, we need to look at our online spaces more critically. And that's why I'm pushing to label bot accounts, so we know when we're engaging with real people and when we're engaging with machines.
Thanks, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Sheldon.
We're walking on eggshells constantly, deactivated without any meaningful opportunity to respond, putting drivers in unsafe and unworkable situations, prioritising speed and volume over driver safety. That's what Amazon Flex drivers have told me about their workplace conditions. Amazon Flex is undercutting established transport companies by ripping off their contractors and owner drivers. On top of that, these platform workers don't have minimum wage, workers' compensation, sick leave or right of reinstatement. Despite these clearly deadly and exploitive practices, billionaires like Jeff Bezos show no sign of turning back, with Amazon Flex's recently entering into partnership with Harris Farm. Amazon needs to start funding fair standards in their supply chain. They need to pay up. That's why today hundreds of members of the Transport Workers Union are protesting at Amazon sites around the country. They want a deal that has been reached with the TWU, DoorDash and Uber, and I back them to the hilt. The Albanese government passed laws to prevent platform workers from being unfairly deactivated, to give the Fair Work Commission the power to approve collective agreements to cover these workers, and to give the Commission the power to set world-leading minimum standards.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. The time for statements has expired. We will go to question time, but I think I will immediately invite the Ukrainian delegation. We're very privileged to have you here. the Ukrainian ambassador is here, the delegation is led by Dr. Kalina Mikhailiuk. So you are most welcome in the Australian Senate. And Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, the Treasurer said in February that, and I'm quoting now directly, the pressure on the economy, the upward revision, is because of faster than expected private demand at the same time as public demand is taking a back seat, actually retreating, end quote. Yesterday's national accounts show the opposite. Public demand grew at more than twice the rate of private demand in the December quarter, just as it did in September. The Treasurer made that claim to justify a rate rise which hurt millions of mortgage holders. The official data contradicts him directly. Will you stand by that claim or admit he was wrong?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Bragg for the question. If you look at the data in annual terms, Senator Bragg, private demand grew faster than public demand, and it has been not only shown in the national accounts, but in other economic data as well. And I would also point out to Senator Bragg, considering that they were going to have deeper deficits and higher debt under their plan for the economy that they took to the election, if we take your concern and apply it to the policies you took to the last election,
Minister Gallagher,
then we would be in a much worse position.
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
A point of order on relevance, President. The question was quite clear. Will the government stand by the claim or admit that they were wrong?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. And there was a preamble, and I'll remind the Minister to focus on your question, the whole of your question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And of course I support the comments by the Treasurer. And as I have just explained, if you look at the data, not only in the national accounts but in other economic data, and if you look at the contribution to growth that both public and private demand made, which in yesterday's data release was 0.3 for public demand and 0.3 for private demand, in annual growth, contribution to growth, public demand was 0.7 and private demand in annual growth was 2.3. So yes, the Treasurer is correct. And the other point I made, so I've answered the question directly, is, well, I have, Senator Cash, is that based on the economic geniuses of the Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, the plan that they took to the election last year, which was overwhelmingly rejected, had deeper deficits and higher debt, because if people remember, and higher taxes, as Senator Wong points out, because if people remember, they wanted to borrow to build nuclear power stations. And so under your plan, we would be much worse off.
Has expired. Senator Bragg for a supplementary.
Thank you very much. Public sector demand is...
Order. I do need to hear Senator
very
Bragg's
boisterous over there.
question.
Now, public sector demand is at an all-time record share of the economy and it is accelerating. The Treasurer said it was retreating. Minister, which is right, the Treasurer or the national accounts?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Well, the Treasurer is correct. And the other point that I take about this line of questioning, including the concerns that the opposition, I mean, these are concerns that they didn't have when they were actually in government, but the concerns they have now about wages, which was raised yesterday, and public spending, was that, as you know, well, you weren't too concerned about real wages when you were in government, Senator Hume, but the other concern they have is around public spending, which, as you know, and as is drawn out by the ABS data and identified by ABS, if you don't even want to believe the government, believe the ABS, is that the investment was into defence spending. Defence spending. So now you've added that to your list of things that you don't support, which I find interesting, because that, where the contribution was made in Commonwealth public demand, it was in defence spending, which is something that you clearly don't support.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Minister, if the Treasurer can't accurately describe what's happening in this economy, how can Australians have any confidence in this government's economic management, particularly when households are being hit with higher mortgages, higher rents and higher taxes all at the same time?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister.
Well, the Australian community got an opportunity to make a decision about whose economic plan they supported, and they made that choice. And it was about a government that invests in services, essential services, that helps things that you don't support, cost of living help, again, that you don't support, that manages the budget responsibly, that delivers surpluses, that pays down debt, that reduces the deficit. That is what the Australian people voted for. A government of adults, not a group that squabbles and trips over itself to get up to the Sky News interview to bag each other, not for a plan that told everyone, all the women of Australia were bludgers and you weren't allowed to work
Senator
from home.
Bragg.
Oh, but if you didn't work from home and you weren't allowed to work from home, you could work part-time. That was the other gem in that policy announcement. You're not entitled to work full-time, you can work part-time. And they had their judgment and they supported our plan.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. It's clear the conflict in the Middle East is not likely to end quickly. Iran continues to attack countries in the region and travel disruptions continue. Can the Minister please provide an update on the conflict and how the Albanese Labor government is supporting Australians impacted?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator O'Neill for her question, and if I may also thank her for her work as one of the conveners of the Parliamentary Friends of Ukraine, and welcome again to the Senate our friends from Ukraine, including Dr Mihailuk. Thank you and your delegation. Thank you for being here. We stand with Ukraine. Iran's reprisal attacks have continued to escalate at a scale and breadth we have not seen before, now attacking 11 countries. The UAE alone has been forced to intercept over 1,000 drones and rockets, and the Iranian regime's intensifying hostile attacks are on countries that have nothing to do with the US and Israeli strikes. Countries in the region are now being forced to defend themselves. Australia supported action that prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon and prevented Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. It is clear this conflict is now widening. Australia is not participating in US strikes, and we have been clear we are not sending Australian troops into Iran. The first priority of our government is and always will be to protect Australians and keep them safe at home and overseas. We have 115,000 Australians in the Middle East, 24,000 in the UAE. As we have said, we have been working on contingencies to help Australians keep Australians safe and get travellers home. We have sent DFAT's personnel to the region as part of crisis response teams. They are on the ground providing medical and consular support. We have already deployed military assets as part of our contingency planning earlier this week. We will continue looking at all options we have available to us, engaging partners and taking action to support efforts to keep Australians safe. I regret the conflict is likely to get worse before it gets better, and we call on all parties to uphold international humanitarian law and to protect civilian life. Our hope is that we will see in the near term a return to dialogue and diplomacy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. Many of us were emotional to see those images last night of Australians returning home. It's clear that the Albanese Labor government's top priorities are keeping Australians safe and working to help Australians who need it. What is the government doing to support Australians in the region?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill, and you're correct. I think so many of us were moved by the images of more than 200 Australians greeting loved ones in Sydney. I can confirm that another flight left Dubai this morning with hundreds of Australians on board. At this stage, another 2 flights are scheduled to depart for Australia today, only if conditions permit. We understand that the UAE and airlines are working hard to put on flights out of the region. They also need to make sure, of course, that flights can safely depart. Obviously, the situation is enormously difficult while the region is under attack by the Iranian regime. However, commercial flights continue to be the fastest way to help the Australians leave the Middle East at scale. There are many more thousands of Australians waiting for flights to come home. This will continue to be a challenging time for many Australians, and travel disruptions could persist for some time.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Minister Wong, you have said throughout the week that travel disruptions could go on for some time as the conflict continues. Could you please provide an update on what else the Albanese Labor government is doing, particularly by engaging with international partners to help support Australians?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Wong.
As Senator O'Neill says, our government's first priority is keeping Australians safe, and we are working around the clock to help Australians who need it. I am in touch with our partners in the region to engage on efforts to support Australians impacted by travel disruption. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and I spoke with counterparts in the UAE, and last night I spoke to my counterparts in Jordan and Israel to discuss Iran's escalating reprisal attacks and to engage on efforts to support Australians impacted by travel disruptions. Earlier this morning, I spoke jointly to my counterparts from the United Kingdom and Canada. We agreed to coordinate closely, as we always have, on support for our citizens in the region. We continue to do all we can to support Australians impacted by travel disruptions.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. Recent reports tell of a Lebanese man who was convicted of inappropriately touching a 15-year-old girl in Australia has won the right to remain in the country. Lucien Daher's visa was cancelled by the government but was overturned last week by the Administrative Review Tribunal. What actions is the Minister taking now to ensure Mr Daher's visa is cancelled and a message is sent to all visa holders that you cannot come here and expect to stay if you commit sexual crimes against children?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Duniam, for the question. I don't have any specifics on that particular case, but I'll see what I can make available either during or after question time. I'll obviously also need to consider what information can be provided publicly about an individual. You would be aware that we don't normally comment publicly on individual cases. But as Senator Duniam, and I'm sure the whole chamber would be aware, this government has taken action in relation to previous practices and decisions of the AAT, as it was then known, to overturn cancellations of visas. When those visas have been cancelled by ministers or departmental officials, the government took action, I think it was at least 12 months ago, to put in place a new ministerial direction that altered the circumstances that should be taken into account by the now ART when it's making these sorts of decisions, and has opened up opportunities for ministers to take action if the situation requires it. So, as I say, that's a sort of a general statement on these sort of matters. If there is anything that I can provide you on the specifics, I'll come back to you as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. The 15-year-old girl who was victim of this crime has said that she's been left feeling scared, worried and worthless after Mr Daher's repeated crimes against her. Will the Minister for Home Affairs personally intervene under Section 501 of the Migration Act to cancel this visa in the interests of Australians?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Duniam. As follows from my first answer, again, whatever information I can put on the record, I will do so as quickly as I can. Again, I would make the point that this government has a very strong track record when it comes to the cancellation of visas. We all remember in the last term, when our old friend Mr Dutton was still the Leader of the Opposition, it turned out that for all the attacks that Mr Dutton and the Opposition undertook against this government regarding visa cancellations, in fact our government has cancelled significantly more visas than ever occurred when Mr Dutton was the Minister for Home Affairs. Now I know for many of you, Mr Peter Dutton are three words that you'd rather forget and not ever be mentioned again. But the reality is that this government has had a stronger record on visa cancellations than occurred under the coalition when they had the opportunity to take action.
Thank you. Order. I'm waiting for order. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thank you. My final question on this serious issue. Mr Daher was sentenced to a 2-year community correction order and fined for a crime that has left a young girl living in fear. How does the government reconcile this decision with its stated commitment to prioritising the safety of Australian children and the broader community?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Watt.
Again, Senator Duniam is seeking specifics, which I will answer if I can. It is worth remembering also that any case before the ART concerning a cancelled visa by necessity involves a decision made by a minister or department to cancel that visa. So without knowing the specifics of this individual case, what must have occurred is that a decision was made either by the minister or the department to cancel this individual's visa, demonstrating the view that the minister or the department had about that case. That was obviously then overturned by the ART. As I say, I will bring back any information that I can about that case particularly, but to reinforce the point that I've made, under this government in 2024-25, 85 visas were cancelled by ministers compared to 20 in the year 2020-21.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. Minister, this morning a US attack-class nuclear submarine fired a torpedo and sank an Iranian frigate in international waters off the coast of Sri Lanka. The most recent data from your government says there were between 50 to 100 Australian personnel currently embedded on US nuclear-powered attack submarines in the region. Were any Australian personnel on this US submarine when it sank the Iranian frigate and left the survivors to drown?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Watt. Minister Wong, sorry.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I have seen those reports, and I've also seen, before I came to question time, what the US has said about why that vessel was sunk and what it was preparing to strike, and I'd refer you to that. The US submarine operations are a matter for the United States. You ask about Australian Defence Force personnel. As I have told you before in a number of other contexts, for operational and security reasons, we do not disclose specific information regarding Australian personnel.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. No answer. On Monday morning, 2 American P-8 Poseidon reconnaissance planes flew from the US military base in Diego Garcia, a main base for US operations.
Senator Shoebridge, please resume your seat until I get order. You have the right to be heard in silence. Please. Yes, I'll start the question again, Senator Shoebridge, and I expect Senator Shoebridge to be heard in silence. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, President. On Monday morning, 2 American P-8A Poseidon reconnaissance planes flew from the US military base in Diego Garcia, a main base for US operations in their illegal war against Iran, flew to RAAF Pierce Base just outside of Perth. Were these planes used in the bombing of Iran, and will your government take the same steps as the Spanish government, which actually has some ticker, and prohibit the US from using their bases to conduct the war in Iran?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
A few points. Obviously, in relation to Diego Garcia, I would refer you to Prime Minister Starmer's and the United Kingdom government's statements about the use of that base. Second, in relation to the aircraft or US aircraft that you reference, I would say as a general proposition, and I know the Greens political party do not agree with this, but US aircraft have been visiting Australia for decades, undertaking a range of activities and tasks. This is a long-standing feature of our cooperation with the United States, and it occurs in accordance with well-understood policies and procedures, and with, if I may, with full respect for Australian sovereignty. So that is our response in relation to that. I've already made clear, as has the Prime Minister, that Australia do not participate in the strikes on Iran.
Thank you. Order. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge, just resume your seat, please. I made sure that Senator Shoebridge was able to ask his question in complete silence, and that is what I expect when his second question is asked and when the minister gets up to respond. Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, it's clear that your government's commitment to AUKUS has denied our country the ability to make independent foreign policy decisions. The Canadian Prime Minister asked today, will middle powers come together to stand up for collective values, or will we let the hegemons dictate outcomes? Well, Minister, will your government let the US decide our policy, or will you cancel AUKUS?
Order. I'm waiting to call the minister, and there needs to be silence. Minister Wong.
I'd make a few points, if I may, Senator Shoebridge. The first is the question of sovereignty. Unlike you, we do not believe that sovereignty means isolation. What it does mean is that Australian governments can make their decisions about what Australia does or does not do. And I would refer you, and I assume because you do look at these matters, to the various statements that the Deputy Prime Minister has made, including in the House. My recollection is a ministerial statement or similar, where he outlines the way in which the sovereignty arrangements have been updated for us, for the country, in relation to AUKUS, but built on the existing sovereignty arrangements which exist. So I disagree with you on the basic premise of your question, which I think sets up a false binary that says you can't have an alliance and be a sovereign nation. Actually, what alliances are about are protecting your sovereignty, because it is about making sure
Thank you, Minister.
that you can
The time for
deter
answering has expired. Senator Shoebridge, second supplementary.
Minister, the question was clear. Acknowledging the very real impact of sovereignty on Australia. With US nuclear submarines stationed here, we build the bases for them. $8 billion of Australian public money building the bases for US nuclear submarines. How do you match our utter dependence on the United States, on personnel, on procurement, our inability to stand up with an illegal war? How do you really match our utter dependence as a vassal with any kind of independent sovereignty?
Senator Shoebridge, the time for asking the question has expired. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. What this government always seeks to do is how we ensure the safety and security of Australians and of this country. And unlike you, we don't believe that is lessened through an alliance. And in fact, we recognise the benefit that the alliance can bring, recognising that we always have to have it within an appropriate sovereignty framework. I mean, you have so many examples, including from the country represented today in the chamber, of what can happen if deterrence is insufficient. And we will invest in deterrence, because to keep the peace, you need also to have strong deterrence. And deterrence is part of ensuring peace and stability, and that is what we seek to do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government is focused on growing the economy, repairing the budget and delivering practical support for Australians, all while continuing to invest in essential services and long-term national priorities. Can the Minister explain how responsible economic management is enabling the government to deliver on the commitments made to the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Smith for the question and for all the work she does across government, and for the good people of South Australia and representing them, and the advocacy she provides in cost of living support and in the economic debate. So thank you very much. It's an important question. When it comes to economic management, how we manage the budget and how we deliver on our commitments are all interlinked. When we came to government, one of our first priorities was to get the budget in much better shape, and we have done that. The budget is $233 billion better off cumulatively over 7 years to 28-29 than the budget we inherited. There's also $176 billion lower debt than was forecast prior to the 2022 election. And we are saving the nation around $60 billion in expected interest costs based on those forecasts. So that was the first bit, to try and get the budget in better shape. We've delivered 2 surpluses and we've lowered the deficits, and that work continues. We've been finding savings, repairing the budget over time. What that has allowed, President, is for us to focus on those commitments we made to the Australian people in the first term, looking at how we get wages moving again, looking at how we address all of the failures of the health system, particularly with Medicare, due to the failure to invest from those opposite, how we deal with the investment in defence that we need, again through neglect from those opposite, who announced a lot of defence programs but never actually found the money to underpin and pay for those programs. And so the work that the Deputy Prime Minister did to get the defence program back on track with extra investment, billions of dollars extra, to make sure that our national security is not compromised. We also looked at education.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith's first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government is delivering practical support through investments across health, housing and education. Can the Minister explain why protecting investment in essential services is so important, and what the consequences would be for Australians if those services weren't available?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Smith for the question. Well, when those opposite complain about the spending that occurs from the Commonwealth budget, and I hear it repeatedly, what they are criticising is increases to the age pension, cheaper childcare for families, which we know that they are against, the pay rise for early childhood educators, our cheaper medicines. We saw them vote against that in this place. Record investment in public hospitals, funding for new medicines in the PBS, expanding PPL and paying super on PPL, expanding access to training, including free TAFE. We know in relation to PRAC payments now in those areas for nursing, teaching and social work students, and wiping billions of dollars from student debts. They're opposed to our housing agenda. All of this, those opposite see as wasteful. We see it as funding essential services.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith's second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, budget choices reflect values, particularly when it comes to essential services and cost of living support. Can the Minister outline how these investments are supporting Australians and what Australians would lose if a different approach was taken?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Smith for the question, and I can, because 2 days before the last election, when Mr Taylor and Senator Hume snuck out the coalition's costings, we saw what they were going to cut, and we see them opposing spending now. They would have cut the 3-day guarantee for parents. They would have cut 41,000 frontline workers across the public service. They would have cut student debt relief. They would have cut free TAFE. They would have cut Commonwealth PRAC payment. They would have cut cheaper home batteries. They would have cut 5% deposits. They would have cut the Help to Buy program, the Build to Rent program, the National Reconstruction Fund, the Housing Australia Future Fund. They would have cut production tax credits, and they would cut infrastructure spending. And to top that all off, they were going to repeal the tax cuts. They went to the last election saying they wanted people to pay higher taxes with bigger deficits and more debt. It was quite the achievement, and we will continue to deliver for the Australian people.
Order across the chamber. Order. I'm still waiting for order. We have moved on. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Defence, Minister Wong. As part of AUKUS arrangements, you are planning to host US nuclear-capable long-range supersonic B-52 bombers at RAAF Tyndall in the NT, as well as US Virginia-class submarines at HMAS Sterling in WA. Like the B-52s, these submarines could become nuclear-capable as well as nuclear-fuelled in the near future. In its national platform, Labor recognises that nuclear weapons pose significant risks to this country. Given this, will you require the US to declare whether any of their visiting platforms are carrying nuclear weapons?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank you to Senator Thorpe for the question. She references our platform and our consistent position over many years about the importance of non-proliferation and we have been strong advocates for both nuclear and non-nuclear states to comply with their obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. We've also been advocates for the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty coming into force and are a friend of that. In relation to the submarines that you describe, obviously the US is well aware of Australia's position and whilst the submarines are obviously US submarines, we can't comment for them. The US is aware of Australia's position. I would emphasise AUKUS, which you started with, is for the provision of nuclear-powered submarines, not nuclear-armed submarines. And it is very important. There are some, I'm not suggesting you are Senator Thorpe, but there are some other countries who've sought to blur that distinction as part of their anti-AUKUS position. And we have been very clear, Australia never seeks and will not seek to be nuclear armed.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. If the government will not require transparency regarding the presence of nuclear weapons in this country, do you therefore accept that nuclear weapons could be launched by planes or submarines being based or hosted by Australia?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Wong.
Australia does not seek to be nuclear armed, full stop. We don't.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
In the 80s, Malcolm Fraser required foreign military forces, including visiting US aircraft, to be unarmed and carry no bombs, meaning nuclear bombs. This request was complied with. Given Labor's supposed opposition to nuclear weapons, would you consider requesting the same?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Wong.
Again, Senator Thorpe, what I would say is the United States and all parties are aware of Australia's position in relation to nuclear weapons.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Industry stakeholders estimate that cost blowouts linked to the CFMEU conduct on construction sites can be as much as 30%. The CFMEU's involvement on Victoria's big build has been conservatively estimated as costing the Victorian taxpayer $15 billion. Minister, with billions of Commonwealth taxpayer dollars being allocated for infrastructure projects right across Australia, has the government quantified the cost impact of CFMEU-driven practices on federally funded infrastructure projects?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Mackenzie for the question. I think it probably falls more appropriately within the Minister for Infrastructure's portfolio, but I can be as helpful as I can. We have seen the numbers that have been circulated in public. They're not numbers that I'm aware of, the basis for them, but I can confirm that Minister King has written to her state and territory counterparts on multiple occasions, reinforcing obligations under the Federation Funding Agreement schedule on land transport infrastructure projects and the need to report instances of suspected criminal behaviour or corruption to the relevant regulator and the department. Minister King has also written, where appropriate, to government business enterprises involved in the delivery of Commonwealth-led infrastructure projects, outlining expectations that all instances of suspected criminal behaviour or corruption are reported to the relevant regulator and or department. We've also sought assurance that procurement...
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie.
Just a point of order on relevance. I wrote to the Minister King about this issue 18 months ago, and so I understand it.
Senator McKenzie, writing to Minister King is not relevant.
The question was to quantify the cost impact for Commonwealth-funded infrastructure projects, not on the correspondence register of Minister King.
I have advised many senators on many occasions before that when you call a point of order, it's not about giving a statement. It is just drawing my attention to a point of order around a question. The Minister is being relevant to your question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Well, as I said at the outset, the numbers that were cited by Senator McKenzie's numbers are not numbers that, Commonwealth numbers, or ones that we are aware of. The basis for that. So my answer is reinforcing the action that has been taken to make sure that federal funds, where they are used on infrastructure projects that are managed by the states, the Commonwealth has consistently sent the message and reminded ministers and others about the requirements for any concerns relating to conduct or allegations of criminal activity to be reported to the regulator.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
Inflation remains persistently high and Australians are suffering a cost of living crisis. Public sector demand is now at an all-time record share of the economy. Why isn't the government doing more to ensure that taxpayer-funded construction projects are delivered free from coercive or inflationary practices so that public spending is not adding further pressure to prices?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. We've made it very clear where it involves Commonwealth funding that projects are appropriately scoped and costed before the Commonwealth partners and provides project funding, and that the project agreement clearly sets out the expectations of the Commonwealth. And where and if people have concerns, for example, if you have concerns, Senator McKenzie, about particular projects, then it's up to you to make those concerns clear, and the Commonwealth would look in. Well, the Commonwealth, not just raising a question. No.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie and Senator Hume, stop interjecting. I can't be any plainer than that. Stop. Minister, please continue.
And the Commonwealth is fulfilling our responsibilities to make sure, one, that projects are appropriately scoped, and where funding is provided, and when we are satisfied that those business cases and the work that's been done scopes the project out correctly, we provide funding, and then there is a funding agreement which must be adhered to by the relevant entity.
Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
Which doesn't mention the CFMEU. Minister, have you personally ever benefited from a donation, actual or in kind, sponsorship or patronage from the CFMEU?
Minister Gallagher.
Yeah, that's about a person.
Senator, excuse me, I have Senator Wong on her feet. I expect the chamber to come to order.
Point of order, President, that in my submission is not supplementary to the primary that was asked.
Yes, and I have checked with the clerk, and his view is it is not related to the primary or the first question. And I will invite Senator McKenzie, I believe that I am speaking. I will invite Minister Gallagher to answer the question in whatever way she thinks.
The only advice I can provide there, noting that it's not linked to the earlier questions, is that all donations provided to the Labor Party are disclosed in accordance with disclosure guidelines or disclosure laws.
Thank you. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, as the conflict involving Iran drives oil prices higher amid an effective blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, Australians are already paying more at the Bowser and in the supermarket. Official analysis released under the Albanese government has highlighted that Australia's fuel reserves are dangerously low by international standards, with roughly 26 days of petrol, 25 days of diesel and 20 days of aviation fuel onshore. far short of what serious crisis would demand. Yet this week, the Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, told Australians, quote, "We have a good stock of petrol in reserve." Can the Prime Minister advise who is telling the truth, the government's own fuel security experts or the most incompetent Energy Minister we have ever had, Minister Bowen?
Senator Hanson. Senator Hanson, that is a personal reflection on a minister. Please withdraw.
Oh, I withdraw.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
First, I'd make the point, Senator, that in fact Australia is now holding more stocks of aviation fuel, petrol and diesel on land and in ports in Australia than at any time in the last 15 years. So I know that you have a view that you need to attack the Labor government, but I note you were very quiet about this, if I may say, when the coalition was in government, because we actually have. Well, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear. I'm happy to hear you. I'm happy to hear you if I'm wrong on that. But I don't recall this being something that you attacked Mr. Taylor about when he was the Energy Minister. And I'd again say Australia is fuel secure. We hold more stocks of aviation fuel, petrol and diesel on land and in ports in Australia than at any time in the last 15 years. But Senator Hanson does.
I'm sorry, Minister Wong. The interjections across the chamber are incredibly disorderly, and I'm asking you all to stop. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. But the senator does raise an important issue, which is that one of the consequences or one of the risks associated with this conflict is the conflict in the Middle East, which has implications, one, because of the transit of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, but also because of the impact on economic and financial markets, global markets for fuel, which reacting not only to that risk but also the Iranian targeting of hydrocarbon infrastructure in the region. And you're right, that is a challenge, and the government is very, very aware of that, and we are very aware that these developments have added to the uncertainty in the global economy. I'd make a few points. We have established an Australian domestic fuel reserve. We are finalising a gas reservation. We are closely monitoring developments in the Middle East, including fuel impacts, and we've secured more affordable gas for Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Minister, according to a government liquid fuel security review, diesel is the fuel we have the lowest capacity to produce domestically. Given your government has left Australia with only 25 days of diesel, how can the Prime Minister keep backing Minister Bowen's claim about good fuel stocks when your own fuel security experts warn defence, food supply, hospitals and emergency services are at risk if the ships stop coming?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Senator Hanson, I'd again say to you that in relation to how much of our stockholding obligations we have compared to the minimum obligation, so what we are required to hold and what we hold, diesel is at the advice to me is 116% of those holding obligations. But we are not, we understand the potential risk to the global economy and markets for energy that this conflict has in place, this conflict is causing. And so, of course, we will continue to take action. This includes the ACCC being asked for assistance in terms of avoiding the price gouging of consumers. And we also, as you know, have put in place coal and gas price caps and have established domestic fuel reserves for diesel, petrol and jet fuel in Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Under international arrangements, it was 90 days fuel supplies were supposed to have. It was your government that changed it, so you've lowered the standard. Minister, will the Prime Minister admit Labor's reckless net-zero energy policy has left Australia incapable of fulfilling its own fuel security needs in the event of a crisis and abandon their destructive ideological obsession with net-zero? I must also say that under Labor, you actually got rid of 3 fuel refineries.
Minister Wong.
Actually, Senator, my recollection is actually 4 out of 6 closed under the coalition. I think that's what Senator Ayres, Senator Ayres pointed that out yesterday. But you see, this is the problem, Senator. The advice to me is, as I've said, we hold more fuel than at any time in the past 15 years. But in your desire to attack the Labor government, you forgive the sins of Mr Taylor, but you attack the Labor government. Now, that's fine if you wish to do that, but I think it demonstrates where your political allegiances really lie.
Senator Mulholland.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted oil and gas exports. This includes halting traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, which accounts for more than 20% of global oil and gas trade. Minister, to what extent is Australia exposed to international energy market disruption? And can the Minister confirm that Australia's fuel supply is secure?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Ayres.
Well, President, thank you to Senator Mulholland for that question in relation to international oil markets and fuel security. I can say that this government has made sure that Australia is more fuel secure than it has been in a generation. This government, after the previous government and Mr Taylor and Mr Morrison's joint leadership of the energy portfolio in secret, utterly failed to manage our obligations to keep Australians fuel secure. We implemented the minimum stockholding obligation, which the previous but you never implemented it, Senator Patterson. It was words, but you never implemented it. And as a result of that, we have 1.5 billion litres of petrol on hand and 3 billion litres of diesel in our minimum stock obligation. In effect, a strategic reserve. Now, I understand why the coalition is so sensitive about this proposition and why they join with One Nation to go around trying to frighten little old ladies about it, because they try and profit from conflict and profit from trying to create a sense of crisis when they never did anything themselves. And the person most responsible for never doing nothing, was Mr Taylor, the member for Hume, who is now their leader. So I'm not as posh as you, Senator McGrath. I just said it the way I want to say it. He never did nothing. He put our fuel reserve in Texas. That was his contribution to Australia's fuel security, a made-up fuel reserve, maybe in El Paso, I don't know, but somewhere in Texas.
Senator Ayres. Senator Mulholland, first supplementary.
One of the key drivers of Australian petrol prices is the international oil price. Minister, what is the expected impact on petrol prices of more expensive oil from the current conflict? And what is the Albanese Labor government doing to prevent price gouging by petrol retailers?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Ayres.
Well, I'll try. What we did, Senator Canavan, was implemented the minimum stockholding obligation. We delivered a national fuel reserve. You never did nothing. All talk, no action. That's the problem. Silent, utterly silent over the course of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government, where nothing ever happened. We went backwards in fuel security terms under your government, and Mr Taylor, more responsible than any other person for that utter failure of policy action and leaving Australia weaker, with no reservation strategy, with no strategy on gas, no strategy on fuel, no strategy on diesel, and yet there you are, trying to defend the indefensible. Sorry,
Senator Cash.
Has almost took my point of order for me. Point of order, Madam Chair. As much as I think we're all enjoying Senator Ayres' therapeutic performance, could he please direct his comments through you, the Chair, as opposed to actually conducting a dialogue?
Thank you. And whilst on a similar point, if members on my right can also stop interjecting. Minister Ayres. Minister Ayres, please continue and direct your comments to me.
Well, in the 7 seconds that remain to me, President, I certainly will do that. We are very focused, directing the ACCC to focus on price gouging.
Thank you, Minister.
And I'm sure I'll get another chance in a moment.
Senator Mulholland. Sorry, Senator Mulholland. Senator Canavan, when you're quite finished, particulars, I've asked you to be quiet. Senator Mulholland, second supplementary.
President, these are indeed uncertain international times, and many Australians are looking to the government for information. Minister, why is it important for the government to clearly communicate the facts? And what risks does fear-mongering pose to the Australian community, of which we heard a little bit before?
Minister Ayres. I called you Minister Ayres, sorry.
Thank you. Well, President, I thank the Senator for her question. Of course, at this time it underscores why a strategy and action and implementation in relation to fuel reserves and minimum stock holdings is absolutely important. And you can see what's happening in international markets where international leaders are moving to reassure customers and companies and countries about their fuel obligations and what is going on in a very difficult environment where Iran has attacked, as the Foreign Minister indicated earlier, 11 countries in that region. And that does have knock-on effects. And it does mean that there is a dividend that we need to concentrate on now that is delivered by firm action. President Trump, for example, is out there offering assurances in relation to these issues. But what we see is something very different from One Nation and the Liberals and Nationals.
Has expired. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator McAllister. Yesterday I tabled a petition signed by more than 27,000 people on the government's calling on the government to honour its bipartisan commitment to establish proton beam therapy in Australia. Proton therapy is a life-saving cancer treatment, yet right now Australians, including children and their families, are being forced to travel overseas to access the treatment or go without it altogether. Despite this, the government's response to the tabling of the petition was to simply say that it is waiting for the states to come back with a plan. Minister, can you explain why the Albanese government is simply waiting for the states to have a plan instead of leading the charge to ensure this life-saving treatment is available to Australians as promised?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President. And indeed, I am pleased to hear from Senator Ruston this week. I think it's probably the last coalition question for the week, and Senator Ruston has finally been allocated one. So, indeed, I am pleased.
Order.
But a question about health, an important
Senator
question
McAllister,
about health.
resume your seat. Order on my, well, actually order across the chamber. I need to be able to hear the Minister. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. And indeed, it's a significant issue, and I recognise the impact that the delay in establishing proton beam therapy in Australia is having on patients. I think you will know, Senator Ruston, that in 2017, the former Commonwealth government, I think that you were part of that government, Senator Ruston, announced $68 million to support establishment of Australia's first proton beam therapy at the South Australian Health and Medical Research Institute in Adelaide. And that funding was provided to the South Australian government under a Federation funding agreement schedule, and they in turn passed on the funds to the institute. The Australian government isn't party to a contract or agreement for the specific project, and there have been delays in the project. The Commonwealth is working closely with the South Australian government around the future of the project, and that includes the recent work that's been undertaken by the South Australian government to explore alternative technology suppliers. Patients who do wish to access proton beam therapy in the meantime can make an application through the Medical Treatment Overseas program. Can make application through that program. I'd conclude my answer, Senator Ruston, by simply saying that we do recognise that this is an important therapy and we do also recognise the delay in the project in South Australia, the consequences that that is having for patients.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you. 2-year-old Layla Davis needed proton therapy, but the Albanese government declined her family's request for support to travel overseas for treatment. Her family has been left devastated because they simply can't afford the high cost to fund the travel and treatment themselves. Minister, how many Australian children have been refused support by your government to access proton therapy overseas?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President, and thank you, Senator Ruston. I don't have that information with me. I'm not briefed on that. If I have information I can provide to you, I will.
Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Minister, cancer patients, particularly young children, do not have the luxury of waiting. The Australian Bragg Centre for Proton Therapy and Research was built in Adelaide specifically to deliver this treatment, yet it currently sits empty of the technology it was designed to house. Minister, when does the Albanese government expect to receive a plan from the South Australian Malinowskis government to deliver proton therapy at the Bragg Centre? Because it seems to me they've had plenty of time to get one.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. I think Minister Butler has made clear that given the level of capital, physical capital and human capital, as you refer to, Senator, that has been sunk in South Australia, it has been important to give South Australia the opportunity to demonstrate if they have a viable alternative to the contract, the original contract. But as Minister Butler has made clear, at some point the Commonwealth will ask other jurisdictions whether they have a proposal. What is clear is that wherever the proton therapy unit is located, it will be a national capability. And the very clear advice that the Minister has received from Cancer Australia is that the demand projections over the next several years will require one unit across the country, and whether that is in Adelaide or Sydney or somewhere else, patients, particularly paediatric patients, you may wish to listen, with cancer from the entire country would apply to receive the treatment.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Skills and Training, Senator Watt. When the Albanese government took office, Australia was facing the worst skills shortage in more than half a century. This was having a massive impact on our national priorities of building more homes and more renewable energy projects. A key focus since then has been on increasing apprentice numbers so our country can meet the challenges of the future. How many Australians have signed up for an apprenticeship under the Key Apprenticeship Program? Are there any risks to this program?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks Senator Walker, who has already demonstrated what a strong voice for younger Australians she has been as a Senator for South Australia. After a decade of neglect from the Liberals, Australia had the second worst skills shortage in all advanced economies. Since coming to office, the Albanese Labor government hasn't wasted a day in helping Australians to get the skills they want for the jobs we need to fill. That's why we introduced the Key Apprenticeship Program, which pays $10,000 in incentives to new apprentices in the housing and clean energy sectors. Nearly 30,000 Australians have signed up for apprenticeships under the program, and these are the chippies, plumbers, brickies and sparkies we need to build Australian homes and deliver the clean energy transition. And what we learned over the weekend is that this key program, which is helping provide the tradies needed to build the homes our country needs, is one the Coalition want to cut. In her first contribution as the new Shadow Minister for Skills and Training, Senator Damper-Jimper-Price told Josh Martin from Channel 7 that the opposition would scrap this vital scheme. They want to scrap the program that is training Australians to become tradies. It seems...
Minister what? Senator Damper-Jimper-Price.
Point of order, President. The Minister is misleading the Senate. It is simply untrue.
Senator, that isn't...
He's lying once more.
Senator, that isn't a point of order. Minister Wong.
The Shadow Minister to withdraw what she just said
sorry,
at the conclusion of her point of order. You
I
can't say that.
Here, but I will ask the Senator Damper-Jimper-Price. Senators, stop arguing back and forth across the chamber. Yeah.
Don't.
Thank you. You've asked for a withdrawal. I'll ask the Senator. Senator Damper-Jimper-Price, there was a lot of noise on my right, and I didn't hear, but I'm sure if there was something that that you said that was unparliamentary, that you would withdraw. The clerks advised me you should withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Watt, please continue.
It does seem that Senator Nampijinpa Price is another of the coalition members who hasn't yet read the Liberal Party's secret review, which I tabled here on Tuesday. Recommendation 6 of the secret review states that the Federal Parliamentary Party, which has the privilege of determining the party's federal policies, must in future, and especially in opposition, consult with the party organisation on the formulation of policy and do so in a timely manner. It is clear that there was a significant breakdown in the required consultation process to the detriment of the 2025 campaign. The parliamentary leader needs to account for the development of sound policy to the party. So the question is, did the opposition leader know about this new coalition policy to scrap this key program, or was this more freelancing from Senator Nampijinpa Price, just like her support for making Australia great again in the election campaign that went so well?
Senator Watt. Senator Walker, first supplementary.
While there is no doubt that signing Australian tradies up to apprenticeships is important, it is also critical to support them to finish their trades as well.
Senator Walker, I'm sorry. I have Senator Watt, Senator Cash and Senator Nampijinpa Price. The interjection, I've got a senator on her feet halfway through asking a question. I can't hear the question because of the interjections. Senator Sterle. Senator Walker, would you begin the question again, please?
While there is no doubt that signing Australian tradies up to apprenticeships is important, it is also critical to support them to finish their trades as well. What evidence is there that the program is working?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Walker. Well, we've already heard from Australian tradies who love this program, providing the tools they need to succeed early on in their careers. The clean energy stream has a retention rate of 85% after the first year, which is above average for comparable periods. Now, we've seen Senator Nampijinpa Price, as the new Shadow Minister, make her position clear on this program. She seems to see it as wasteful spending. Now, we know the Liberals' secret election review found that young people and multicultural Australians had deserted the party at the last election. I'll give you some free advice. Scrapping a program designed to help young people into apprenticeships to boost housing supply is probably not the way to win over young voters. And promoting someone like Senator Nampijinpa Price is an interesting message to send to all those Indian Australians after her offensive remarks about them only a few months ago. The Liberals never learn, and that's why Australians are leaving them in droves.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Walker, second supplementary.
What else is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians get the skills they want for the jobs our nation needs?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Walker. Well, Labor is proudly the party of free TAFE because we believe that investing in the future generations of workers in this country is a worthwhile endeavour. Whether it's free TAFE or our key apprenticeship program, the Albanese government is delivering. And the fact that Senator Nampijinpa Price, as the new Shadow Minister, wants to scrap this scheme because, in her words, spending money increases inflation really shows the lack of depth on the front bench in the coalition.
Senator Henderson.
Madam President, a point of order. Minister Watt knows this to be untrue. It's impugning the reputation of another senator. It's completely untrue.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. This is twice today the opposition has immediately sprung into a debating point. No, it's not a point of order. Please continue.
Thanks, President. Well, as I've already observed this week, I cannot tell you how happy we are about this new front bench that has emerged under Mr Taylor. And that's because every person the Liberals' secret review found to have failed has now been promoted. The bloke who opposed tax cuts and dreamed up free lunches for bosses, he's now the leader of the Liberal Party. The woman who wanted to ban work from home is now his deputy, but she doesn't really get much of a chance to ask a question as the deputy. And the woman who wanted to make Australia great again is already announcing cuts to crucial apprenticeship programs.
Please resume your seat. Senator Henderson.
Madam President, on direct relevance, there is no way that this can be argued that this is directly relevant to the question. It's an absolute outrage.
Senator Henderson.
No.
Senator Henderson. Order. The Minister is being relevant to the question. Minister, you have 8 seconds left.
Thanks, President. So every loser who let them lose has been promoted, and again it makes you feel for the people who understood what the secret review said, who has now been demoted.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And on that note, I ask that further questions be placed on notice. And I also am seeking, or I wish to add to an answer from question time today. Oh, can I just add to my answer? Is that, yeah. I wish to add to an answer I gave to Senator Thorpe in question time today in relation to US nuclear-capable submarines and bombers. Australia continues to fully comply with our international obligations. The United States understands and respects our obligations regarding nuclear weapons. The United States does not station nuclear weapons in Australia. Stationing of nuclear weapons in Australia is prohibited by the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, known as the Treaty of Rarotonga, to which Australia remains committed.
As Senator Nampijinka-Price, Senator Roberts has asked for the call before you, so I'll go to him. Oh, Senator Watt, adding to an answer.
Thanks, President. I'd just like to add to the answer that I provided to Senator Dunniam's question earlier. What I can say is the government is aware of this case that Senator Dunniam was asking about, and earlier this week requested a brief from the department so that cancellation of that person's visa can be again considered.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I just wish to correct an error that I made in asking a question. When I said you were honest.
Minister, Senator
when
Roberts.
I said you were honest,
Senator Roberts, please resume your seat. Order. Order on my right. Senator Ayres. Order. Senator Roberts has the right to be heard in silence. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I just wish to correct an error that I made in my question on Monday at 14:43. I said in the next few weeks, I seek leave to correct that error.
Is leave granted? There being no. Sorry, Senator Roberts, leave is not granted. Sorry, I'll ask you. Order, order, order in the chamber. Was leave denied? Yeah. It is appropriate for a senator to be able to correct the record at the earliest time. I will ask again, is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. On Monday in question time at 14:43, I said in the next few weeks Brisbane's Lytton fuel refinery is scheduled to close for 10 days. I should have said 10 weeks.
Senator Roberts, thank you. Senator Nampijinka-Price.
President, I seek leave to address a matter of personal explanation.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you, President. I stood to my feet to make a point of order on the minister's misleading answer, in that I suggested that we as the coalition were supposedly to scrap the apprenticeship scheme that Labor has now provided. This is completely and utterly fabricated, and I'd like that put on the record, that it is a fabrication and a misleading of the Senate, and that the Channel 7 program that misled this view in fact corrected the record, and therefore I ask that the minister correct the record on this.
I'm in the hands of the chamber. I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator McDonald. Senator McDonald, I'm in the hands of the chamber. You've sought the call.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to fuel security as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted.
To contingence notice standing in the name of Senator McKenzie, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended.
Order.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
Order.
Be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedent to a motion relating to fuel security. That's right, go. This morning, Canadian Prime Minister Carney said, "A country that cannot feed itself, fuel itself or defend itself has few options, and the impact of the war on Iran, the restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz have already resulted in average petrol price increases by 10%. Parts of the Northern Territory are already paying $4 a litre for fuel, and North Australian farmers and miners are having fuel orders rationed to them. Now, I've heard the scoffing of the government from those opposite, some sort of a complete reluctance to address the reality that is facing people right across Australia, particularly Northern Australia, people who are farming, who are mining, who are just trying to get their kids to school. And it is not good enough. If Australians are telling you there's a problem, this idea of simply telling Australians there is nothing to worry about is not good enough, and Australians deserve better. Australia is a global energy superpower, yet we can barely guarantee a month of fuel for our own people. We are currently importing up to 90% of our petrol and diesel through some of the most volatile shipping checkpoints on earth. Labor's response is to lecture Australians about buying more electric cars. Activist-driven ideology won't keep foods on the shelf. It won't keep planes in the air. You cannot run a wheat harvester, a muster, a road train or a regional hospital on batteries, and we certainly can't run them with fuel being rationed into these regions already. Labor needs to stop its virtue signalling. It needs to stop telling Australians that there's no problem, and it needs to start protecting Australians' interests as a matter of urgency. As the government, all we heard today was them patting Australians on the head, disregarding Australians queuing for fuel. You cannot buy a jerry can in Townsville. They're calling farmers and graziers hysterical. Really?
Yeah.
Really? Is that the response? What a failure. What a failure of the government to tell Australians there is nothing to worry about when their lived experience is happening right now. Fuel is being rationed to people who grow food, who mine minerals, and families are queuing. Now, we know what the impact of this will be at fuel bowsers, at supermarket checkouts, but what will be the result of Brent crude already surging to around $80 a barrel? The Barclays are suggesting that a prolonged conflict or a blockade, a continued blockade in the Straits of Hormuz will push prices towards $100 to $120 a barrel. And we know for every increase in the barrel price, every $1 US increase in the barrel price will result to approximately 1 cent at Australian fuel pumps and around 0.1 to 0.2% increase in headline inflation. So this is already a homegrown problem in Australia. Inflation in Australia is already higher than the rest of the developed world. We have higher costs of living thanks to government inaction and outrageous spending, and now what we're seeing is a lack of action on the most important thing that affects all Australians. The availability of fuel and the affordability of fuel absolutely must be addressed by the government. Today, I have sought to suspend the Senate to debate the urgency of a strategy and a plan for fuel security in this country right now. And the government has denied me that opportunity.
That's right.
This flies in the face of every Australian grazier who's just been told to wait for fuel, for miners who now have to plan how they're going to manage their transport requirements, and it will affect the cost of fuel on supermarket shelves. This is shocking.
That's right.
Where is the government on this? Patting Australians on the head and telling them that there is not a problem
Senator
is not
McDonald,
good government.
your time has expired. I will give precedence to the Minister. Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. I'll make a few comments in relation to Senator McDonald's suspension motion. I'll probably take the same broad-ranging approach that she did, so I'd ask for the same latitude. On indulgence, I'd just say how wonderful it was to have the Prime Minister of Canada here today and see the welcome that he was given here in the Parliament by both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition's comments were welcome. It's good to see him talking about somebody at Oxford or Cambridge or wherever it was who he actually did meet. We can trust that we can verify this because there's independent verification of it this time. In relation to Senator McDonald's substantial resolution and the One Nation and National Party, and well, we let it go on.
Order. Minister, resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
On relevance, the Minister has gone nowhere close to debating the motion before the chair on suspension, and as has been noted by the chamber this entire week, whenever non-Labor senators have stood up to debate suspension motions, they've been pulled up by, shop stewards one and all on our relevancy to the topic.
Senator McKenzie, I will bring the Minister back to the matter at hand on the point of order.
Yes. I did indicate at the beginning that we did not in fact sought to constrain Senator McDonald's contribution because I expect that this debate will take its normal course. We took that approach. I expect the chamber to take the same approach.
This is a debating point now.
No, I'm just indicating what we did.
Minister, resume your seat. To be honest, I'm happy to rule, but Senator Cash, I will give you the call if...
Thank you. And just on the point of order, let us be very clear here. Your intention is quite frankly irrelevant. The Albanese government side did not raise any points of order in relation to Senator McDonald's, which means you condoned what she was saying. We are now raising points of order in relation to what you were doing because you are not, as you always point out to us, directly addressing the suspension.
I will remind the Minister that we do need to direct the matter before the chair, and the matter before the chair. I'm happy to rule now. I don't think we need any more contributions on this. Thank you for your helpfulness. I will bring the Minister back to the matter at hand, which is the question of the suspension of standing orders. Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, one good turn deserves another, I suppose. This suspension is not warranted. This suspension is not warranted. This government has taken more action in relation to fuel security than any government in a generation. This suspension is not warranted because this government has acted in a practical way. There is, I think I reported, 1.5 billion litres of petrol and 3 billion litres of diesel for the first time because we've implemented minimum stockholding obligations. There are, of course, as today's visit indicated, and also the conflict in the Middle East underscores the rationale for the government's broader Future Made in Australia approach, our broader critical minerals approach, our broader approach to making sure that we've got fuel reserves, not in Texas, as Mr Taylor had sort of delivered under the previous government, the El Paso approach, but in Australia, Australian fuel reserves in Australia. And I just say that there is no suspension warranted here because what is really going on is the extreme right-wing One Nation Party, National Party, Liberal Party approach to this, which is to deceive Australians about what is really going on here. Silent as church mice, while Mr Taylor was the Minister for Energy. If there was any urgency about this, they would have been up and about then, but deadly silence from the Liberals' best friends, the One Nation Party. Absolute silence. They have been abjectly silent over the course of that period, and suddenly they've discovered fuel security. After 4 out of the 6 refineries closed, they act now as if Australia has reserves of crude oil that would make a difference here. Do you know what is making a difference for ordinary households who are able to access electric vehicles, who drive past petrol stations and see the signs on the petrol stations? That is a fuel security measure right there for Australia and Australians. It takes the pressure off petrol and diesel, and for those families themselves, they get to access the benefits that. This suspension is not warranted because behind it sits a nasty, mean-spirited, disruptive, dishonest campaign.
Minister, resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie.
Doesn't have to be our friend, doesn't have to like us, but shouldn't be reflecting so adversely on the senators.
Senator Minister, I think it would help the chamber if you directed your comments through the chair rather than directly across the chamber at individuals. However, I don't think there was a matter that needed withdrawing. Minister, you have the call.
Well, thank you. Of course, Mr Taylor's leadership of this portfolio is not the most embarrassing thing about Mr Taylor. I accept that that's true. It isn't the thing that most, out of all the failures in his record, out of all of the reasons, Mr President, why Australians should be sceptical and scared of Mr Taylor's leadership of the Liberal Party, his failure on energy security, his failure on fuel security is not the greatest reason, but it's a pretty good reason to give this bloke a big miss.
Senator Canavan, I think you're on your feet first.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. This matter should be suspended because Australians are very worried right now about our fuel security, and I credit Senator McDonald for bringing this issue forward because it gives us the opportunity here to explain to the Australian people what is being done to help them. It is a little disappointing to me that the government won't take this opportunity to do that. If they were taking action, if they were able to provide reassurance to the Australian people, you'd think they'd welcome this motion so that they could explain in detail to the Australian people what exactly they are doing. But as we've seen in question time, Deputy Chair, and just now, we have a minister here in this chamber with some responsibility on this issue who continues to deflect from the real issues and just throw the most hysterical rants about the other side of politics and all these conspiracy theories and right-wing actors, apparently, who are the ones apparently causing the anxiety in the Australian public. No, Deputy Chair, no. The reason the Australian people are anxious about their energy and fuel security is because this government has no credibility on their statements about energy and climate policy. This government said that they'd cut electricity bills by $275 for Australians. They didn't do it. This government said that they would lower gas prices when they all hauled us here before Christmas to impose the most onerous regulatory regime we've ever seen in this country. That didn't happen. And so because this government hasn't been able to abide by its own promises it has made, the Australian people are understandably a little sceptical now about any statement the government makes. And it would be better if the government could simply take a calm and reassuring approach to this issue instead of resorting to hysteria like the minister has done today and through this week in the Senate. In the last Middle East conflict, Deputy Chair, there was a character that popped up, or the one that was a Middle East conflict about 20 years ago. It was a character that popped up that many of us remember who became named Baghdad Bob, who would do these press conferences and say everything's fine in Baghdad, everything is under control, and meanwhile US tanks were rolling past behind him. Well, now, Deputy Chair, we don't have Baghdad Bob this time, we have Ayatollah Ayers. Ayatollah Ayers is in here saying everything is fine, don't worry, there's no problem, petrol prices might be too high.
Senator Canavan, Senator Canavan, Senator
Canavan. He's a bit sensitive.
Senator Canavan, Senator Canavan. I was going to rule. Senator Canavan, please refer to people by their correct titles. And I would remind you that we do need to be relevant to the matter, which is the suspension of standing orders.
Yeah, well, we need to be relevant here because I would like the minister to just tone down. Just have this opportunity to support this motion. You'll be able to speak again then on the substantive matter, and he could just tone down the hysteria a bit and take people through some real-world data, take people through some information, not invective, to reassure them that the government has this under control. Because the issue that doesn't seem to come up or not explained here by the government at all is exactly what these stockpiles are, exactly what our requirements are. Our requirements are actually not to hold a minimum amount of supply needs. The international agreement we have signed is to have a minimum amount of net imports. And the reason that we are more vulnerable today than we were 20 or 30 years ago is because our net imports have surged as our production of oil has dropped. At the start of this century, 25 years ago, we produced enough raw petroleum for 96% of our needs. 96% of our needs. That now is below 50% because the Bass Strait has dried up. That's why we are more vulnerable. It's not the refineries that the Labor Party continues to distract on. It happened a few years ago. It's not these arbitrary amounts of fuel we have in a particular barrel in a particular location. The reason we are more vulnerable is because we are producing less oil, and the reason we are producing less oil is because we have put up massive barriers to the development of oil and gas in this country. We have one state in Victoria that has a ban on fracking across its whole state. They have some of the most prospective oil resources in that state because the Bass Strait, where we used to get them from, does extend under the land area of Victoria as well. We know there's liquid fuels in that area, but because they ban fracking, they are untouchable. They're not going to be commercial without fracking. We ban fracking across the whole area of the Canning Basin in north-western Australia, which is another long-term prospective oil resource for this country. So it's not hard to work out. If we don't drill for oil and gas, we will become vulnerable to the Straits of Hormuz, to the conflicts that happen around the world. Look what the US has done. The US, under different administrations, has taken a different approach. They have drilled. They have fracked. They are now the world's biggest and largest oil producer in the world. Under the Biden administration, the United States produced more oil in 1 year than any country ever had in history, ever. Meanwhile, we lock up our country on some futile, naive mission to change the temperature of the globe, and we make all Australians angry and vulnerable and frustrated and anxious that they have to pay now more than $2 a litre at the pump.
Okay, before I give you the call, Senator Waters, I just want to say there was a lot of interjections there. It was very hard to hear Senator Canavan, who actually has a very loud voice, but interjections are always disorderly, and so I'm just going to remind colleagues of that as I give the call to Senator Waters.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, here we have the three war parties falling over themselves to back in and support this illegal war, and now they've got the audacity to complain about the obvious impacts of that war. Well, pick a side. You can't have it both ways.
Yep. Hear.
We've heard today that our nation has let US planes refuel here. So much for no resourcing or any support for this war. They are fuelling here on our shores. We're letting US bases be used on our shores. And then the Foreign Minister would not even answer any questions about whether any of our personnel were on the military vessels that then bombed other vessels in the Indian Ocean. It is a black box here with the three war parties falling over themselves to back in this illegal conflict, and now they're belatedly boosting for the fossil fuel corporations who will profiteer off ordinary people's pain as this conflict progresses. Now, Senator Canavan belled the cat there because this motion is a stalking horse for the Conservatives to say they just want more coal, oil and gas ripped out of the ground because they've never met the climate crisis and they're not about to start listening to science now. The talk of removing the fracking bans on good quality farmland was very telling from a party that used to represent farmers and now just take the donations from Santos. rather than falling over themselves to open up more fossil fuels in a climate crisis to make more money for these greedy companies that don't pay their fair share of tax. We should instead be stopping giving these massive polluting companies the freebies that they get every year from the taxpayer. The $8 billion in fuel tax credits. Apparently we're in a government spending crisis. There's a tip for you. Get rid of those fuel tax credits for those big polluting companies that already don't pay their fair share of tax, that get much of this gas royalty-free, and that have got their hands out for further subsidies and are now profiteering off an illegal war. We should be imposing a 25% gas tax on them to boot and turning the tap off of that public money. You want to talk about fuel security? Why don't we electrify our transport as much as possible? That is the solution for fuel security. It will help us address the climate crisis and it will help us make sure our needs are met. But the needs that these folk want to meet are the needs of the rich gas companies that don't pay tax, that have their hand out for the taxpayer and that are now profiteering off an illegal war. Fossil fuel shares have surged since this war began 5 days ago. You've got Woodside's share price is up by almost 10%. You've got Santos's share price, you might have heard me mention, a common donor to the National Party. Santos's share price up by 7.8%. That's an almost $6 billion increase in market capital for Woodside. They are making bank off an illegal war. And this is on top of the fact that they get public money in a cost of living crisis when ordinary people are finding it hard to pay their way, to fill up the groceries, to pay the rent, to fill up the car. The wealthy and tax-dodging gas corporations who are polluting like there's no tomorrow are getting freebies out of the taxpayer. And gas corporations will continue to profiteer off this war, just like they did off the back of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We saw Qatar Energy today declare a force majeure in order to back out of gas supply contracts. We say that gas corporations should not be rewarded for this greed and that we've got to have some action in the next budget to turn off the tap of taxpayer support to polluting companies, end those fuel tax credits and those PRRT loopholes which make a mockery of our resources being given away for free to these polluting, profiteering companies. Civilians are being killed and people are suffering. And meanwhile, greedy gas corporations are using Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war to simply line their pockets. I've already mentioned Woodside's made almost $6 billion since the first bomb dropped. While the rest of us are mourning the death of school children, those big fossil fuel companies are laughing all the way to the bank. And this mob has the audacity to both back the war and yet at the same time want to boost for further profits for these same polluting companies that already get billions of dollars in handouts, don't pay their fair share of tax and are making bank off an illegal war. For shame.
Hear, hear.
Senator Roberts. Yeah.
Thank you. This matter is urgent for 3 reasons. The truth is not coming out. We want it out. It has to come out immediately before more people die. Secondly, fuel security, and the people are getting ripped off at the bowser because of fuel volatility in prices and supply. I want to correct the record here, and I also want to point out yet again how urgent this is. Here's from Senator Hanson, leader of Pauline Hanson's One Nation. This is a direct quote from Hansard in 2021. I rise to speak on the Fuel Security Bill 2021. When I came into the Senate in 2016, I raised the importance of fuel security for all Australians. For a decade she has been on about it, and I've been hearing her for that full decade and before. She goes on, this and previous governments have continually failed to meet the internationally mandated 90-day stockpile of fuel for the people of this nation. For the people of this nation. That means this government has put at risk, that was the Morrison government, but you're doing the same now. That means this government has put at risk the fuel security of our daily transport needs of the people watching this at home, our defence, our aviation industry, our mining and our commuter needs. Without this internationally mandated 90-day stockpile of fuel, Australia risks coming to a grinding halt. My concerns were echoed by Senator Jim Molan when he entered the parliament in 2017. Not only has she done that, but she's advocated for a pipeline across the country to bring some of the world's largest gas reserves to the east coast cities of Brisbane, Melbourne, Sydney, and get fuel from gas to liquid fuel, diesel and petrol conversion. And what have you done? Nothing. Nothing. And then what Senator Ayres has done, through you, Chair, is on Monday when I asked this question and started this talk about fuel security, which we must discuss, Senator Ayres tried to conflate it by saying he had 115%, 120%, 150%. Forget that the arithmetic was wrong. He was misleading, deliberately misleading.
Order.
He was misleading because when we went and did our research, we found out he had 115% of 24 days, which is about 26 days. So what we realised, he was misleading the people of Australia, misleading the representatives in this House, because he was saying that we had 115% of reserves when we had less than 30% of reserves, according to the International Energy Agency. Then when he was caught out by my question on Monday, what did he do? He focused entirely on Angus Taylor, who's got nothing to do with this at the moment, nothing to do with it. This is what the government try to do. They try to deflect, denigrate and mislead, and they try to hide it. That's why we need to follow Senator Mackenzie's call. I'll read item clause B. Calls on the government to take urgent action to avoid a fuel crisis that will add to Australia's already existing homegrown inflation pressures. Fuel stocks are low. We're not arguing that they are low under Mr Taylor as Energy Minister. That's for another day. We want to sort the problem out now. We need truth. We need security. We need facts. We need absolute facts out in the open. That's why we need this inquiry. We can't get the answer by asking the Minister. We can't get the answer by asking Chris Bowen. We can't get the answer by asking Senator Wong. Volatility of fuel prices is cut by having reserves at 90 days. Sure. That is a fact. Volatility of fuel prices that the people of Australia are paying through the neck, or will pay through the neck. The other thing is security. The whole country stops when we run out of diesel. The whole country stops. Farms, mines, transport. Every single thing in this country relies upon transport, indirectly or directly. And when the trucks stop, Australia stops. You should know that from listening to Glenn Stirl, a truckie himself. So this is about security. It's also about long-term security, getting a pipeline across the country, as Senator Hanson has requested and suggested for decades now, pipeline across the country to convert our gas fuels into liquid fuels, diesel and petrol in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane. And we also note right now that the United States has dropped net zero, dropped the Paris Agreement, and is now producing more hydrocarbon fuels. Why? Because they are essential for human life as we know it.
Senator Mackenzie.
Dan, to support Senator McDonald's suspension of standing orders and support her motion on fuel security. The fact is that the war in the Middle East will see a rise in fuel prices across our country. And the failure for the government to deal with what's happening at petrol bowsers right now, this week, on fuel that is already onshore, is unconscionable. The fact that this will be layered and a cumulative impact of the homegrown inflation that is right at the feet of Treasurer Jim Chalmers. That means Australians are struggling with fuel increases, energy bill increases, insurance bill increases. The cost of housing has gone through the roof because of inflation that this government has caused. And on the top of that, you are now going to have inflationary pressures as a result of fuel price increases. What is the Labor Party doing? Nothing. Because the way to get this cost of living pressures down is to cut government spending. We're now at the highest proportion of government spending across our economy in 40 years. That's what's driving up inflation, that's what's driving up interest rates, and that's what's driving up Australia's cost of living pressures. You've got
Senator
the budget,
McKenzie,
use it.
The time for the debate has expired. I will now put the question. The question is that the suspension motion moved by Senator McDonald be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Leo. Lock the doors. Question is that the suspension motion moved by Senator McDonald be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe, teller for the ayes, and Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. We'll now return to the order of business. I will allow senators a few moments to resume their spots. And I'll ask senators to please leave the chamber quietly. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Little.
To coalition senators' questions.
Yes, your microphone wasn't on there, but I think it is now, Senator Little.
Thank you.
You have the call.
Acting President, I rise to take note of answers to coalition senators' questions and the answers to them. Inadequate is how I would describe the Labor government's response to question 2 about the Administrative Review Tribunal overturning a decision on visa cancellation. The first job of any government is to keep its people safe, to protect its people, and mostly its most vulnerable people. Not after harm, it is to prevent harm. A preventative approach is what's necessary. I refer to the article in The Australian by Paul Garvey and the headline, "Man convicted of touching girl wins right to stay in Australia." This article is about a Lebanese man who inappropriately touched a 15-year-old girl less than 3 weeks after arriving in Australia on a tourist visa. He's now won the right to remain in the country. The Administrative Review Tribunal last week overturned the Albanese government's decision to cancel the partner visa held by 32-year-old Lucien Dar after taking into account the interests of his wife and 3 young children. A reading of the report suggests the courageous girl, a 15-year-old girl. It was really clear that courageous young girl made it clear the advances by him were unwelcome, let alone unlawful. The reporting says that the tribunal took into account the protection and expectations of the Australian community and the upholding of the cancellation of his visa, but gave weight to the strength of his ties to Australia and the best interests of his 3 children. The ART ruled it was a one-off. The applicant has not reoffended and has matured by reason of his marriage and children. The applicant's life circumstances reflect stability, which provide a robust protective influence against recidivism and deterioration in the applicant's mental health. I say, what about the protection of the victim survivor? What about her life circumstances after this experience? What about stability for her? And what about her as a child? And what about her family? Victim survivors should always be at the forefront. That shouldn't be negotiable, and we shouldn't have to think about that, not at all. This is just another example of the Labor government's incompetence. Australians saw that in their ability to prepare for and respond to the NZYQ cohort, and it is clear they have not learnt their lesson to do everything possible to protect Australians. When will this government stop falling asleep at the wheel when it comes to the security of Australians? Enough is enough. Australians expect their government to put the community safety ahead of everything else. Yet we see time and time again examples where visa holders convicted of serious offences against children are allowed to remain in Australia. How is that even a thing? What about the child victim survivor, a 15-year-old girl? Labor turned this into something that appeared to be an attack on the coalition. The only entity that should be under attack here is the government, and attacking, making sure something is being done about it now. The priority must always be about protecting children and victims, not finding reasons to allow offenders to stay. There have been multiple controversial tribunal decisions overturning visa cancellations involving serious offenders in recent years, and it begs the question of what the government is actually doing. What are you doing to protect Australians? Not after the fact, before the fact. I look forward to hearing the Minister come back into this chamber with an explanation, not of only what's happened here, but what you will do about it. That's what's important to the Australian community, their safety, national safety, and putting the community
Senator
first.
Little, your time has expired. Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I take questions that were raised by Senator Bragg, but also the questions regarding the economy, because what Senator Bragg failed to mention in his comments about the economy and his comments regarding the Reserve Bank is a very important report that was on the 2nd of March 2026 this year, when Shane Wright in the Sydney Morning Herald exposed what the consequences were for Tim Wilson to turn around and prioritise inflation rather than inflation and employment. And what the Reserve Bank said in a report by the Sarah Hunter, the chief economist from the bank, said that on the basis of battling inflation the way that, in similar ways, I'm using my language, my words here now, that Shadow Minister Wilson was suggesting, that there would be over 200,000 more people that would be out of work, and mortgage holders would be hit with much higher repayments if it made more aggressively hiked up interest rates fight. So here we've got the Reserve Bank calling out the Shadow Treasurer for a proposition that would have had 200,000 more people lose their jobs and interest rates would actually be higher. That's the recipe that those opposite have. That's the strategy they have to deal with cost of living. Throw people out in the scrap heap and have no effect except a negative effect on driving interest rates up. So when you start looking at the sorts of things that the opposition have regards cost of living and the sorts of issues that they raise on cost of living, not only do they want more people sacked, not only do they want more mums and dads without jobs, not only do they want to have ghettos across our economy, but the consequences of what they want on a whole series of other fronts. Because when it comes to cost of living, you have to look at some of the comments, and I'll use the quote because I'll use the example of what the opposition leader, Angus Taylor, said and told David Spears in the ABC. We said, now we'll all remember this one, the best indicator of future performance is past performance. Well, as a backbencher, Angus Taylor, the opposition leader, advocated for raising the GST from 10% to 15%, while championing a GP tax and cuts to public health funding. As Energy Minister, he ran the energy grid into the ground. 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announced what they were closing, and he did little or nothing to replace them.
Senator Sheldon, resume your seat. Senator Canavan on a point of order.
Deputy President, this is a time to take note of questions that were asked in the chamber today. It seems hard for me to understand how this could be relevant when it's talking about the record of someone in the other place.
Senator Canavan, there is generally given a wide latitude in these debates. However, I will bring Senator Sheldon back to the questions asked by coalition senators, which is the matter before the chamber. Senator Sheldon.
Well, then let's go then to, because they don't want to hear about cost of living issues, and I respect your position there, Deputy President. But Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson, whose idea of economic management is repeatedly calling for higher interest rates. In fact, in 2018, he said this in Parliament, and I quote, "We need to create the policy settings to progressively increase interest rates." And for those out there who want to see it, it's on Hansard, on the 27th of February 2018. And again in 2020, the same shadow treasurer turned around and said, nobody wins from lower interest rates.
Resume your seat. Senator Canavan on a point of order.
I don't want to repeat myself, Deputy President, but I am concerned here now that my colleague is almost flouting your ruling, because you did ask him to come back to the question and he moved on from one member of the other place to another member of the other place. So I'm not exactly sure how he's being brought back to the question from your ruling earlier.
Senator Sheldon, again, I would remind you, whilst wide latitude is given, it does need to be related to the matter before the Senate, which is the questions asked by coalition senators of members of the government.
The questions that were asked, and thank you, President, I'll follow that. And I know those opposite don't want to hear about I'll use unnamed sources about the economy, because in actual fact, what we've had from those opposite and from their parties is constantly turning around, and these are questions about interest rates, about what has been actually said by those opposite, by the position that they take on across the way when it comes to issues about making sure that our economic management is in such a way that it looks after the interests of all Australians. Because what they've consistently said is ways and means of turning around and undermining Australians' particular opportunity to make sure that cost of living is properly dealt with. So let's don't forget the Shadow Finance Minister, who is now Deputy Opposition Leader, Jane Hume, calling out our tax cuts for millions of Australians as a travesty. Or when she said spending our investments on essential services was utter nonsense. Those questions of economic management by those opposite when it affects the cost of living, no wonder they want to shut it down. No wonder they don't want to have that conversation in this place, because apparently also when saying we shouldn't be investing in essential services...
Senator Sheldon, your time has expired. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, look, what we just heard there, Deputy President, was a complete inability for the government to defend its own record. They were given ample time there to defend the economic situation of this country and what they've done, what their plans are to fix things. But instead almost all of that time was taken up dredging up quotes from members of the House of Reps at the end, someone at least from this chamber, from years ago. And I don't think the Australian people right now want to hear from their government about what other people said years ago about different issues. What they want to know is they have a government that understands that there is a major problem with the economic circumstances of this country, and that they have a plan to fix that, because right now Australia has the highest inflation rate in the developed world, in the whole developed world. We have the highest inflation rate, and we just heard before from Senator Sheldon, Deputy Chair, that's fine. That's fine. His approach is to literally sit there in the burning room with a cup of coffee saying everything is fine. It's the highest inflation rate in the developed world. And so how can the Australian people expect that they have a government that is going to fix this dire outcome, this dire circumstance, if they cannot even admit that there's a problem? I mean, the first thing you have to do to fix something in your life is admit that you have a problem. If you're watching too much TV, eating too much junk food, if you can't admit that you've got a problem, you're not going to fix it. And this government cannot bring itself to admit that its addiction to massive increases in government spending is causing problems. It is fueling inflation. It has left Australia facing the highest inflation rate in the developed world. It means the increase in grocery prices, the increase in fuel prices, the increases in energy bills are the highest here than anywhere else in the developed world. And instead of admitting that problem, we saw in question time, Deputy President, that the government continues to dissemble, continues to gaslight Australians to say, no, everything is fine. And so when Senator Bragg rightly pointed out that the latest economic data released this week, the so-called national accounts, which is the sort of tape measure across the whole Australian economy about how things are going, when those accounts came out and showed that public sector demand, that is the spending of the government, is growing at a rate double that of private sector demand. That's the spending of everyone else, the private sector. That's a clear fact. So in these figures this week, the facts are that public sector demand went up by 0.9% year on year, and the private sector 0.9%. And sorry, 0.4%. Did I say 0.9? 0.4%. So double was the growth in private sector demand. And instead of accept that that might be just a bit of a problem in a high inflationary environment, the Finance Minister, Deputy President, said, oh, no, but the contribution to growth is about the same. And the reason for that is that the public sector is much smaller than the private sector. And so even though it has a faster growth rate, its contribution to the overall economy is necessarily going to be less. It's always almost certainly going to be less unless you've got a remarkable period like COVID. And so that defence of the government is complete gaslighting of the Australian people. It makes no economic sense to use that measure when judging whether or not this massive growth in government spending is actually contributing to a problem. But putting aside, we don't need to go through the weeds of the national accounts to see there's an issue here. We can look at very clear numbers about the state of government spending in this country. The last budget before COVID, before any COVID measures were put in place, was 2018-19, and I've got the figures here. The federal government, on your behalf, on the people's behalf, spent $478 billion that year. This financial year we're in now, with the latest update, the figures went up again in December. This financial year, your government, on your behalf, is spending $786 billion. That is an extra $308 billion compared to pre-COVID levels of spending. It's a big number. What does that mean? Well, there are about 10 million households in Australia. I'm using some rough numbers here, but it's about 10 million households. So $300 billion across 10 million households, that is an extra $30,000 per household that the Commonwealth Government is spending on your behalf. $30,000. This is every year extra going on our nation's credit card because we're borrowing all this. Do you put $30,000 on your credit card every year? Do you think that would be a wise decision? But that is what your government has been doing since COVID. We ended JobKeeper. This government inherited a situation where we spent a lot of money in COVID. We ended those programs and it replaced it with more government spending, which has fuelled inflation and led to this country having the highest increase in prices than anywhere else in the developed world. If we want to lower that, if we want to give Australians a relief, we need to cut this obsession with excessive government spending.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Yes, I thought you forgot my name there for a moment, Chair.
Never.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to take note of questions from Senators Bragg and Mackenzie, two questions which went to the issue of public spending in our economy. And I welcome the opportunity to do this for two reasons. First, because it presents an opportunity for a bit of context and a bit of clarity. Acting Deputy President, the national accounts show that growth in our economy is now much stronger and broader, with the pace of annual growth in private demand picking up in 2025. That's what the national accounts showed us. But two, this presents an opportunity to reflect on the components that make up public spending and the values that underpin them. Because like in all matters of public policy and public expenditure, what we're talking about here are choices. Values choices about what you choose to fund and what you choose to invest in. Things like the defence of our nation. The investment which underpins defence spending is, at its heart, a matter of our values regarding our own sovereignty. They're about investments in my home state of South Australia. So when you're picking apart the quantum of public spending, you're picking apart questions like whether we invest in the defence of our nation and whether we invest in things like AUKUS. But it's not just defence. And there's a question here for those opposite who seek to deride and diminish public spending and investment in our economy, because which is it that you would choose to cut if not spending the same? Would you cut the age pension? Would you abolish our cheaper childcare measure? Is it the 15% pay rise for early childhood educators that our government has invested in? Would you see us not invest to make medicines cheaper, including a huge range of medicines supporting women's health issues, medicines which support women experiencing endometriosis, contraceptive pills which haven't been added to the PBS for decades, menopause therapy treatments which hadn't been added to the PBS for decades? Would you cut those from public spending? Would you cut our record investment in public hospitals? Would you cut the other new medicines that we've put on the PBS, including life-saving treatments, which are now accessible and affordable to the Australians who need them? Would you cut our expansion of free GP visits by cutting our investment in urgent care clinics across Australia? Would you cut the work we did to triple the bulk billing investment? Would you remove paid parental leave? Would you remove super on paid parental leave? Would you oppose our investments in free TAFE? Would you unwind our investments in university reform? Would you unwind those free prac placements for nursing, teaching and social work students, which we know is keeping our best and brightest in the degrees that we need them in as the care economy grows as a part of our economy overall? Or do you want to see us wind back our cuts to student debt, which are making a really significant difference to the cost of living of South Australians and indeed Australians across the country? Or is it our affordable housing programs which you'd like to see removed from public spending in Australia? Investment in aged care, perhaps the 15% pay rise for aged care workers, that's something you too may well oppose. Or maybe it's our investments in women's safety, including the Leaving Violence program for victim survivors of domestic violence. If you're opposed to public spending, then I suppose it's the NDIS and our investment in disability support pensions, or maybe it's veterans' compensation and rehabilitation claims. It might even be schools funding, which the Liberals want to unwind, indeed fairly funding public schools for the first time. Maybe, as I said, it's the additional investments in defence, which you don't want to see the federal government making, or the proper resourcing we've put into Home Affairs and Australian Border Force, because you don't want to see our borders secure and you don't want to see Australians kept safe. Perhaps it's our investment in biosecurity, which you don't want the federal government to be making. Maybe it's the natural disaster relief and recovery budget that we have, or our work to improve mobile and broadband connections across rural and regional Australia. Because ultimately, when government spends, government makes a values choice and a moral choice about what we invest in, what we prioritise. And our government is investing in defence. It is supporting aged care. It is funding an increase in wages for some of our lowest paid workers in feminised industries. And I stand by those choices. So not only have you been misleading about the economic reality facing our country, you also have to answer the questions about what you would fund and what you would spend. Public spending is a values decision. I know what our values are, I know what we're funding, and I'm proud of it.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just remind senators in the chamber that interjections are disorderly. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to make my contribution to the motion moved by Senator Little to take note of answers given by government ministers to questions by the opposition today. And as we've heard through question time and through this debate, what this government does is not address the issues that are being placed before it through question time, but they just continue to deflect, talk about somebody else, blame somebody else, never talk about the policy that is being considered by the question. They don't have the courage to stand up and talk about their own policies or what they're doing to deal with the issues that are before the chamber at the time. They have a number of reflexes. Firstly, they go personal. Then they blame somebody else. And then they talk about something completely different. They don't have the courage to talk about the policies or the issues that are before them. We saw that a number of times today during question time. We saw that a number of times today. We ask a serious question about the safety of Australians and the management of the borders. And all we get from the government is a whole series of rhetoric about what somebody else did, not about the safety of a young girl and how she'd been treated, how she felt because of the way the government is managing our borders. It becomes about somebody else. It becomes about somebody in a portfolio 5, 6, 7 years ago. This government will never take responsibility for what it's doing in the way that it's managing these important issues. Australians deserve to feel safe in this country. They deserve to understand that this government is looking after those matters that are important to them, particularly at these uncertain times. The government talks about social harmony, and yet the first thing that they do when they stand to talk about an issue in this chamber is to yell personal abuse across the chamber. Now, how does that set an example to the rest of the Australian community about how we should behave, how social harmony is important in this place? And so when a question comes to the minister about an important medical treatment in this country, the first instinct of the minister is to go personal against the shadow. That's the first instinct, not to go to what is a really important issue about how young children get access to a very important treatment here in this country, a treatment that has bipartisan support, I might say, and was jointly proposed by both sides of politics 9 years ago. This government has been in government now for nearly 4 years. They have some responsibility to take, and the Australian people deserve to hear them addressing the issues that are of concern to them. They won't talk about their promises. They won't talk about the commitments that they made to the Australian people. They just want to talk about somebody else or yell personal abuse across the chamber. And let's think about those promises. They promised them cheaper housing. That's what this government promised the Australian people at the 2022 election, cheaper housing. How is that going? Does anyone in this country think they're getting cheaper housing? They promised them higher real wages. Well, the OECD says, according to the latest figures, Australia has experienced the largest collapse in living standards among all developed countries. They promised higher real wages. Higher real wages are in fact going backwards under this government and its policies. They promised a lower cost of living. That's not working out so well either. And of course, they also promised to reduce our power bills by $275 by 2025. And there is no sign of that. In fact, I don't think I've heard a government member utter the word $275 since 2022. They said it 97 times before the election. Not a word of it since. Not a word of it since. It's about time this government started being honest with the Australian people and addressing the things that are genuinely of concern to them.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKim.
Put the question, Chair.
I'll put the question for the motion to take note of answers today. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare carried. Senator McKim.
Well, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Senate take note of Senator Wong's response to Senator Shoebridge's question. The war that's being perpetrated on Iran as we speak by the rogue states of the United States and Israel is profoundly and deeply distressing. Just to think of the thousands of innocent people, men, women and children who are suffering, who've been injured or who've been killed, and no doubt the tens of thousands at least more to come as the besooted, genocidal war criminals Trump and Netanyahu promote and conduct an obviously and blatantly illegal war. It's not just distressing. The illegality is clear. It is clear. There was never the test established by international law met, and there has never been such an abject failure to meet the test required by international law. We know that how we got here was the world sat by and watched while Israel conducted a genocide in Gaza, while tens of thousands of people were mass murdered by Israel with the complicity of the United States and Australia. And the lesson here is if you empower bullies, if you empower genocidal fascists, if you empower war criminals, then that will embolden them and they will take the next step. And that's exactly what has happened here. And the question needs to be asked, what is Australia's role in this war on Iran? We know that US planes, part of the war machine, flew from Diego Garcia Base to Australia just a few days ago, and when Foreign Minister Wong was asked about that, in question time today, she did not or could not rule out that those planes had been used in the conduct of the war against Iran. And Pine Gap undoubtedly being used in real time to relay intel and to relay comms that are being used in an illegal war against Iran. And a ship that was sunk overnight in the Indian Ocean, an Iranian ship illegally sunk by the United States of America, that had just left from conducting a friendship visit to India, which was sunk and then the surviving crew abandoned to drown by the United States, contrary, I might add, to Article 18 of the Geneva Convention. What is Australia's role in this barbarity? What is Australia's role in this abandonment of the so-called rules-based international order? Well, I'll tell you what Australia's role is. We saw it laid bare in question time today by Senator Wong when she made this vague assertion that somehow the ship that was illegally sunk by the US in the Indian Ocean was apparently targeting some unnamed people. Well, I'll tell you what, we remember the lies that underpinned the invasion of Iraq. We remember those lies, and I'm calling it out again. This current war is being conducted on the basis of a lie, just as the Iraq war was conducted on the basis of the lie of weapons of mass destruction. Now let's turn to Australia's domestic politics. You could have looked at Senator Pauline Hanson's tweet on the day of the invasion. You could have crossed out Senator Hanson, put in Prime Minister Albanese, and no one could have told the difference. No one could have told the difference because the talking points were identical. The war parties in this place are the Labor Party, the Coalition and One Nation. But I'll tell you what, the Greens are here to say the killing has to stop. The Greens are here to say that international law needs to be abided with. We say the lives of Palestinian children and Iranian children actually matter. We say Australia should not be dragged in to yet another catastrophic war on the other side of the planet. We say it is time to end the bloodshed now. We say let's separate ourselves from being vassal states, lickspittles, bootlickers to the United States and Israel. Let's have a genuinely independent foreign policy. Let's end the Scott Morrison brain fart of AUKUS and genuinely act in Australia's best interest, not in the interest of the military-industrial complex.
Take your seat, please. I will ask you to use former Prime Ministers their title. You may be very passionate, but you still need to show respect in this chamber. You have the call, Senator McKim. You certainly are. I will put the motion to the Senate that take note of the Greens' motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Ayres, to make an explanation in relation to the Home Guarantee Scheme.
I call Minister Ayres.
Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity, Acting Deputy President. Just indicate in relation to this attendance for compliance with OPD 208 and which I'm informed was originally 119, thank you, that Minister O'Neill provided documents in response to Senator Bragg's order 119 on the 19th of December. Some information was redacted as it disclosed Cabinet deliberations. That's the way that the Westminster system works, Senator Bragg. I want to be clear here. We, as a government, have complied with more orders for production of documents in one term than any Australian government in the history of the Commonwealth. That includes an order moved by Senator Bragg, who was requesting a congratulatory letter. Now, I'm very happy to provide Senator Bragg with a congratulatory letter. On ministerial letterhead, I'm happy to say to him, congratulations, Senator Bragg, for staying on the coalition front bench. over the course of the last period. Not everybody was afforded that opportunity in this game of sort of snakes and ladders with no ladders, except the ladder of opportunity that Senator Bragg ascends.
Senator Bragg.
Point of order. Acting Deputy President, I think everyone knows this is a very long bow. I don't think these issues are germane to the...
There is no point of order. Minister, you have the call.
And, well, what I won't do is move on to Senator Sharma and his extraordinary rise through this process.
Minister, I remind you to put your remarks through the chair, please.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. So I won't reflect, Acting Deputy President, upon all of the sort of snakes and ladders, snakes game that's gone over there and the dramatic reversals of fortune that have happened for some and not for others. But I would say in this portfolio alone, Minister O'Neill's portfolio of housing, in this term of Parliament alone, the government has provided, in response to orders of production of documents, 3,995 pages worth of documents in this term of Parliament alone. That is, in terms of the number of pages, 62 times the number of pages that there were in the Liberal Party review, conducted by Sir Nicholas and Prue, who tried to speak truth to power. Well, it's the number of pages, Senator. Like you really.
Senator Bragg, Minister.
Point of order, Acting Deputy President. I fail to see how the Minister canvassing another political party's internal review has anything to do with the matter before the Senate.
There is no point of order. Minister, you have the call.
Well, I do reflect upon the number of pages that we've provided and the direct relationship to the number of pages that there are in the Liberal Party review that Mr Taylor sought so hard to stop you all seeing.
Minister, resume your seat, please. This is going to be a long debate. Senator.
Acting Deputy President, a point of order. The Minister is obliged to speak in a way that's directly relevant to the matter before the Senate, and I would ask you to draw him back to the matter that is being debated. Thank you.
For that, and I don't think I need to remind the Minister of the subject before us. You have the call, Minister.
And indeed, that same review said that the Liberal Party needed to, in quotes, have serious reform in housing. Right. So less orders for production of documents, less secrecy from the Liberal Party machine.
Minister,
we know where you stood on this question.
Minister, I think we have another point of order. Senator McGrath.
Far-sighted, Acting Deputy President, a point of order on relevance. These debates can be wide-ranging, but the Minister is nowhere near the topic at hand. I would ask you to bring you back to the debate, please.
Thank you. It is a wide-ranging debate, as it always is in this place, and I will give the call back to the Minister and ask him to continue with his contribution.
And indeed, the first part of learning that you've got a problem is being able to tell yourselves that you've got a problem.
Senator.
And instead of learning the lessons, we see more negativity, more extremism. Well, indeed, Senator. Indeed, why didn't the Liberal Party release the documents? Why didn't they do that? There will be... look, I don't want to spend any more time this afternoon on this question because we have years in front of us. On this review.
McGrath.
We'll all learn lessons from it. We will. I'm not sure you will, but we will. We will learn. We'll adapt. We'll moderate our approach, and we'll get right into it. This order for production of documents was complied with in December. It has been complied with. Senator Bragg notes in this motion that he says that the Prime Minister has previously referred to the conducted modelling in public forums. Oh, he should have said fora. I was criticised for my sort of syntax earlier on. Probably fora. Fewer instead of less, that's true. And the Senator Bragg claims that this makes the Minister's PII claim irrelevant. Well,
thank you, Minister.
I'll help him out here.
Thank you, Minister.
It's about contingent liability and not
as
home
much
price
as we've
impact
enjoyed
modelling.
your contribution, your time's expired. And I remind senators on the left, with continual interjection, you are then going to get a response for that. So, Senator Bragg, we endeavour to hear you in silence.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to have interjections if they're going to aid the debate, but I make the point in taking note of the Minister's explanation, if you could call it an explanation.
Are you moving to take note?
I'm moving to take note of this explanation, if you could call it an explanation. I mean, what it really was a continuation of the government's obfuscation across the board. And it doesn't matter whether it's FOI or whether it's answers to questions on notice or whether it is the orders for production, the government is refusing to provide the information. And frankly, it is offensive to the taxpayers to hear the Minister come in here and spend most of his time on the explanation, making jokes which may in some ways be funny about the Liberal Party's review. It has nothing to do with the matter before the Senate. Now, the reason that we have this OPD before the Senate is because the Prime Minister of Australia has been citing data to support his position. According to the Treasury, he says, the prices would go up by 0.6% as a result of Labor's massive expansion of the home guarantee scheme, aka 5% deposits. Now, the Minister apparently says that compliance is a series of blank pages, but the modelling, of course, is not blank pages. The modelling would be a series of numbers with a series of assumptions and risks. And this modelling was, of course, an afterthought. This policy of 5% deposits, open to anyone, without any means testing, without any place caps, into a supply-constrained environment, was announced during the election campaign in May 2025. Now, it was only in July that the government decided, maybe we should get some modelling to see whether or not this idea is going to force prices to change. Now, apparently, the Treasury came back and said it will by 0.6% over many years. But the problem with that is that the 0.6% was eclipsed with a 3.6% increase in the December quarter alone, the first quarter of operation of the scheme. So it was wiped out. It was wiped out. And the community feels it. And if you look at the totality data, you can see the entry-level house prices are massively increasing compared to houses which are more valuable. So this is a policy which is making life harder for younger people. 95% mortgages are already going to be hard work. But what it's doing is it's pushing the prices up in this supply-constrained environment to a point where people can't afford to get a mortgage, will never get a mortgage, even with this 5% scheme. So the point of this exercise is to get to the bottom of this. So it started in August. The Senate passed a motion asking for the modelling. In September, I wrote to the Minister asking for the answer. We finally get something in December, which is mainly a redacted piece of paper. 4 or 5 pieces of paper, 95% of which is totally redacted and covered up. So, of course, we have asked for those redactions to be removed because it is not true, and this is the main point, it is not true and it is unreasonable for the Minister to argue that the modelling is cabinet in confidence. The modelling is produced on a piece of paper by the Treasury. And if you don't believe me, go and refer to the Hansard at Economics Estimates, where you will see the person who actually did the modelling, Mr Dowie, from Treasury, and he will say, yes, we did the piece of modelling, it was on a few pieces of paper, and we provided it to the government. That is not a cabinet document. It's not. So the idea that, according to Minister Ayres and Minister O'Neill, that they've complied with the thing and they're not going to provide any more information because it's cabinet, is incorrect. It is not correct. So, effectively, if the government thinks this is the end of the road on this process of trying to get to the bottom of the 5% modelling, then they are mistaken, because we will never give up on using the powers of the Senate to get the documents that we're supposed to get. We're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it because that's our job. Our job is to get to the bottom of things, to expose maladministration, to consider the documents that are given to the executive to make decisions. In this case, the executive have made the wrong decision. The policy is flawed and wrong, and it may have been based on modelling which is completely flawed, and it should be released. It is not a cabinet document, it must be released. I thank the Crossbench for their forbearance and their support, and I indicate that we will continue working on this until we get to the bottom of it, so stay tuned.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair, and I rise also to speak on this attendance motion. And I've got to say, I just really hope people out there in housing crisis land did not watch the minister's appearance, because I felt like I was in a very sad front bar of a set of worn-out senators after a hard week in the Senate, where he blew off a really significant crisis that is affecting so many millions of Australians, and we get that kind of jokey, dismissive, contemptuous response. I must say, as a senator, I am absolutely outraged at that response. It was inappropriate. We are the most significant economic issue in this country, affecting millions of people, young people, their parents, older women who can't find a rental house, who are on the street, who are tipped into homelessness. A 10% increase in homelessness in the 4 years of this Labor government. Shame on you to come in here, Minister, and be just so dismissive, so contemptuous of a very legitimate request. This is a request for modelling on one of the government's central programs. It's an appalling array of programs which are failing to meet the crisis that's in front of us. A series of responses, including the 5% deposit scheme, which are pouring fuel on a housing crisis like we have never seen in this country in the post-war period. A crisis that is tipping people into living in tents in the parklands in my city and in every city. There is not a city in this country where someone who is looking for an affordable first home buyer can afford, on average, a house. We see people in every city in our country living, as they enter into purchasing their first home buyer, entering automatically into housing stress. This is a really serious issue, and yet we see this minister come in here and fail to treat it with any kind of seriousness. I am distressed by it. I am disgusted by it, and I think he should be doing better and his government should be doing better. This OPD was passed in the Senate 6 months ago and asked for the total budgetary costs of Labor's expansion of the Home Guarantee Scheme. We've pursued this issue in estimates. We get told, chase it in estimates. We've chased it in estimates over and over and over again. Serious questions about an expensive and significant program, and we get this appalling, I'm not allowed to use it as a prop, 5 blank pages as a response to us in the Senate. It is disgraceful. It is treating us with contempt, and more importantly than treating us with contempt as senators elected to this place, it's treating people out there with contempt. People out there who are trying to raise a deposit, people who are trying to get into housing, failing to give us the information we need to look seriously at a significant program. So even though the government would like to think this OPD is completely complied with, it's the opinion of the Senate that it's not complied with. It's clearly not. It's a blank response. That is contemptuous. The Senate's rejected the government's public interest immunity claim, and we need the full costings. Labor's 5% deposit scheme is turbocharging prices at the very entry-level point in the in the housing market where young people are trying to get in. Almost every economist in the country, including the economists in Treasury, said it would push prices up, and hey presto, it has, and much more than the Treasury modelling predicted. We need to look at that modelling and understand it, and it is a completely reasonable request to seek it out. There are no affordable houses, as I said, for first-home buyers in any city in our country, and the prices of houses at that lower entry level of the market have grown 68% since 2020. That is an impossible circumstance for people trying to get into housing. Last year alone, the price of entry-level homes grew at a rate of 12.3%, and in the recent months, since the 5% deposit came into being, they have accelerated at a rapid rate. Predicted by economists, recognised by Treasury, and all we say is show us the modelling. Let us understand what is happening here. Show us the budget that is implied here. So what we see here is a failure by Labor to be straightforward with the Senate with the information it receives to analyse a significant program in a housing crisis, a crisis that affects so many people, and that response was a disgrace. The Senate deserves better, the Minister needs to do better, and Labor has got to do better for Australians.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I associate myself with Senator Barbara Pocock's remarks in this regard, and also with Senator Andrew Bragg's remarks. This is simply not good enough. Earlier in the week, the Prime Minister used the forum of federal Parliament to table the review into the Liberal Party's election performance for the last election. The Australian people aren't interested in the internal machinations of the opposition. They're interested in the government actually addressing the matters of concern to the Australian people. And as Senator Pocock and Senator Bragg said, one of the #1 issues is access to affordable housing. So for the Minister to come into this place in terms of his explanation as to why, in response to an order for production of documents from this Senate, we were given 5 or 6 redacted pages, and for those who don't know what the practice is, it's just pages covered in black ink, when this Senate legitimately asked for the modelling of the Home Deposit Guarantee Program because the Senate was concerned, as nearly every reputable economist in the country was concerned, that it would lead to an increase in the cost of housing for first entrants into the housing market. And that's what we've seen. That's what we've now seen. As Senator Bragg said, the latest figures for the first quarter during which the program was in operation, cost of housing went up for first home buyers 3.6%. So we want to see the modelling from Treasury that was provided to the government to form the basis for the decision to implement this scheme. And the government's refusing to provide it to us. And it's not good enough. They're not just refusing to provide it to us, they're refusing to provide it to the Australian people. They're refusing to provide it to the Australian people. And I'm genuinely and desperately concerned for those first home buyers who have entered into the market with the burden of debt, which I could not have imagined undertaking when I was buying my first property, and also with respect to people who are future first home buyers who are seeking to enter into the market with this escalation in housing prices. So the Senate, the House of Review, the House of Scrutiny, one of the great checks on executive power in Australia's political system, is seeking the information to do its job. And the Senate has been treated with contempt, absolute contempt by this government. And the second point I want to make in this regard, and I've referred to this report from the Centre for Public Integrity on numerous occasions. So this isn't a one-off. This sort of contempt for orders for production of documents which are issued by the Senate, for failing to answer legitimate questions in Senate estimates, failing to respond in a timely fashion to FOI requests. This is part of a pattern of behaviour. And I want to quote from the Centre for Public Integrity's report. Now, the Centre for Public Integrity has been established by outstanding Australians. It's non-political, it's non-partisan, it simply wants to see better government in this country. And this is what they say about the performance of the Albanese Labor government. Commitment to transparency. In July 2025, the Centre for Public Integrity released 2 reports assessing the government's record on transparency In respect of freedom of information, this is what they say. A worrying increase in FOI application refusals. And instead of fixing the problem, the government doubled down. The Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 represents a serious and alarming step backward, expanding exemptions, reintroduction application fees and banning anonymous requests. These changes are almost universally opposed. And what it described, and that bill was withdrawn this week by the government in embarrassment because they couldn't get the support of a majority in this place, because all the parties in this place who aren't in the government and the crossbench weren't prepared to support that erosion of FOI. So the government had to withdraw that bill. This is how this sort of culture of the Albanese Labor government's been described, leaning into a culture of secrecy. So these aren't my words as a Liberal National Party senator from Queensland. These are the words of the Centre for Public Integrity that's established on a non-partisan basis to hold governments of all political persuasions to account.
So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Stagg be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Tabling a consideration of committee reports and government responses. Whip, yes?
Yes. I present the Human Rights Scrutiny Report 2 of 2026 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
Senator Scarr.
I rise to take note of the report which has been tabled by the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Scrutiny of Human Rights. In that report, you will find the consideration of the human rights implications of the legislation that was passed in January, that was originally an omnibus bill and was broken up to deal with gun laws but also prohibited hate groups. I simply make the point that we should all reflect on the fact that this place is receiving that scrutiny report more than a month after the bill was actually passed. That really is not ideal practice, and that really is not the way that we should make laws in this country.
The motion is that the motion to take note of the report moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. We'll now move to the consideration of documents. The Senate now will proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed at page 12 on the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Darmanin.
I seek to take note of documents numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 on the notice paper and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports, which are listed on pages 12 to 13 of the notice paper. Any report or response which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Darmanin.
I take note of reports numbered 2, 5 and 6 on the notice paper and seek leave to continue my remarks.
The question is that that motion be agreed to. All that, those of that opinion say aye. Against? Carried. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
Thank you. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning the Home Guarantee Scheme, the housing market and Housing Australia.
Senate will now proceed to the consideration of general business. Clerk.
Business notice of motion number 417 in the name of Senator Babet concerning freedom of speech.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. Now, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they just don't want to hear. Now, those are the words of George Orwell, and they were as true today as they were back when he first wrote them. Now, I stand here today in defence of something that many Australians already assume that they already possess, but which in truth remains dangerously exposed in this country. I stand here today in defence of the Australian people's rights to free speech. Now, early this afternoon, I had intended to utilise my time to debate my bill, which was the Constitution Alteration Right to Free Speech Bill 2025. However, the government chose not to allow that debate to occur, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. Now, the purpose of my bill is very simple, but it's profoundly important. It's to enshrine freedom of speech within the Australian Constitution so that no government, federal or state, can erode that freedom. Although the bill itself is not before us right now for debate today, the motion that I have moved is modelled directly on the wording of the bill. Now, my proposal is quite straightforward. It would insert a new chapter, 3A, into the Australian Constitution and a new section, 80A. That provision would state that the Commonwealth or a state must not make any law that limits the freedom of speech, including freedom of the press and other media. In other words, it would do something that many Australians mistakenly believe that they already have and that has already been done. It would constitutionally guarantee the right to speak freely. Now, this bill, it's urgently needed because freedom of speech in Australia rests on increasingly fragile ground. Most Australians assume that they possess a fundamental right to express their opinions without any fear. That assumption, it's understandable, but it's also increasingly dangerous. Unlike many other Western democracies, Australia does not have an explicit constitutional guarantee of freedom of speech. Instead, we rely on a patchwork of legal interpretations and political restraint, both of which are now under great strain. Now, over the past decade, we have seen the right of Australians to say what they think come under growing pressure. And while parliaments across this country have made no meaningful effort to strengthen protections for speech, they have repeatedly passed laws, both at state and federal, that restrict it. So we're now approaching a point where it is quite dangerous to openly say things that most people might privately believe. It's a brave person, for example, who states that men cannot become women. Just think about that for a single moment. A simple biological observation, one that would have been considered self-evident since God created Adam and Eve, can now place a person at risk of being dragged before a tribunal, interrogated for their words, and publicly condemned. Is that the kind of country that we want to live in? A country where citizens must measure every sentence, weigh every opinion, and censor their own thoughts out of fear that the state or one of its many administrative tribunals might come knocking at their door. That is not a free society, and the problem is getting worse. Just look at the recently passed plethora of so-called hate crimes legislation passed at state and federal levels. Now, whatever their stated intentions might have been, these fast-track laws represent a serious and dangerous expansion of state power at the direct expense of fundamental civil liberties. They form part of a worrying trend across both state and federal parliaments, a steady encroachment on speech, association and dissent. Piece by piece, law by law, our freedoms are being narrowed. The last thing that this country needs is Canberra or the states giving themselves more power, especially when that power is built upon the wonderfully elastic and entirely subjective concept of hate. Now, history teaches us something very simple. Laws drafted in moments of moral urgency often outlive the crisis that gave rise to them, and when they do, vague wording and poorly defined concepts stop protecting people, and what do? Instead, they start policing ideas. The fatal flaw in these attacks on speech should have been obvious from the beginning. Who decides what hate is? Who defines what extremism is? Who defines what harm is? These terms are fluid by their nature. What is labelled mainstream today could be labelled extreme tomorrow. What is condemned as hate in one political climate may be regarded as genuine political criticism in another. Today, extremist groups may be banned. Tomorrow, it may be any group that disagrees with the orthodoxy of the day. How long before holding a biblical worldview on sex, gender, or marriage is deemed hateful? How long before opposing mass migration or questioning multiculturalism, criticising powerful foreign lobbies, or challenging prevailing political narratives attacks scrutiny under these types of laws? Hate is subjective. Freedom is not. We are already seeing the consequences of this creeping authoritarianism. Federal senators have been threatened with legal action over words spoken in debate. Australians have been dragged through courts for things that they have said at rallies. Some have even been sentenced to prison for words alone. Let's be very clear on this one. There are many opinions expressed in this country that I may strongly disagree with, but disagreement is not the test. Freedom of speech exists precisely to protect speech that we may not like. Having a bad opinion should never be enough to send somebody to prison. Once Australians begin to fear that their opinions, their religious beliefs, their political arguments, their associations, or their participation in protests could expose them to investigation or sanction, public debate will inevitably narrow. And when debate narrows, democracy will start to wither. Yet this place continually nibbles away at our freedoms like termites in a weatherboard cottage, while too many in this chamber applaud quietly from the shadows. Too many in this place like to sell the illusion of safety while quietly undermining liberty. If we truly want to protect freedom in Australia, we must go further than repealing bad laws. We must entrench the principle itself, and that is the principle of free speech. That's precisely what my amendment seeks to do. It would provide Australians with a clear, unambiguous guarantee that governments cannot pass laws limiting freedom of speech or freedom of the press. It'd bring Australia closer into line with other Western democracies that recognise speech as a foundational liberty. Consider, for example, the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which states that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. That simple sentence has served as a powerful shield for liberty for more than 2 centuries. Our Constitution already recognises the importance of protecting certain freedoms from government interference. For example, Section 116 prohibits the Commonwealth from establishing a religion, imposing religious observance, or prohibiting the free speech of religion. In a similar way, my proposal would recognise something that Australians instinctively understand, that people must be free to express their thoughts without fear of government reprisal. Without speech, there can be no true expression of thought. Without freedom of thought, there can be no meaningful freedom at all. The Enlightenment, which laid the foundations of the modern democratic world, was built on the simple but revolutionary idea that individuals should be allowed to challenge prevailing beliefs. Progress became possible because people were free to question authority. But if we begin to suppress speech again, if certain ideas become untouchable and beyond criticism, we risk sliding backwards into a new dark age of intellectual conformity, and that serves nobody. What good are all of our other freedoms if people are not free to think independently of the state and express those thoughts openly? This is why my bill ultimately places the question where it belongs, in the hands of the Australian people. It would give the Australians the opportunity to vote in a referendum and decide for themselves just how important freedom of speech is to them, and I have great confidence in the judgment of Australians. Now, we may agree or disagree on many issues, but we also believe in a fair go. We believe in open debate, and we believe in the right of every citizen to voice their opinion without fear or favour. Now, it's my hope that there should not be a single senator in this chamber who would oppose free speech, and there should not be a single senator here who would tell their constituents that they want to make it harder for Australians to express their opinions. Because we didn't come to Canberra to oppress our constituents, we came here to defend their freedoms. And my proposal does exactly that. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President, and I don't intend to speak for very long on this subject, but I did want to take the opportunity to commend Senator Babet for the motion and for the prospect of introducing a bill for a referendum to amend the Constitution. I must say that I never really thought that we would be in a position where that would be needed in this country. I don't think any of us expected to see the sorts of incursions on free speech that we've seen over the last 5-6 years in particular. It appears to have turbocharged. Some of the examples that Senator Babet gave are, of course, very important ones, particularly in the last 12 to 18 months, where we've seen incursions in relation to the ludicrous notion of hate crimes and the difficulty we have as he rightly points out, in defining those. Perhaps a good example of how this can go. And I think he's right to say that this is one of the most important issues which is glossed over in this place in a manner that it really shouldn't be, because if we do not have free speech, we don't really have a democracy. I think that would be something which, explained in that manner, that every Australian would agree with. And if you were to hold a vote in a referendum on a constitutional amendment like he has proposed or is suggesting, I think you would expect that every jurisdiction in the country would result in a yes vote. I'd be very confident of that, particularly as we emerge from the COVID period in 20 to 23, where I think that point was made very clearly. It's an era which saw a perverse mixture of mass hysteria and authoritarianism which overtook the country, making us really, I think, a laughing stock on the world stage. That period destroyed families and friendships and businesses, and has led to worse health outcomes across society in the long run. So much of that hardship and destruction could have been avoided, I think, if Australians had the opportunity to speak their minds, but instead their speech was continuously suppressed by all means of manner, not including all of them, including through social media, through the media itself, and indeed the freezing of speech through, in a social sense as well, I might say. The consequence of the suppression was that bad policies based on outdated and poor research was kept in place far longer than in other nations where there was a more robust debate in place. And the damage that these policies had was greater than it should have been, resulting in social economic ramifications that I think we're still battling today. As an example of how important this is not just an esoteric concept, this is a concept which has real-world ramifications. That regrettable chapter in our nation's history exposed much of what's wrong with the political culture in this country at the moment. But if there was one positive that came from the COVID era, I think it was that it woke up millions of Australians to the precarious state our freedoms are in, particularly in relation to freedom of speech. And it was through that period, I think, that many Australians first discovered the harsh truth that we really don't have free speech in this country. Really all we have, as I think Senator Babet pointed out, is the implied right to free speech, which, when put to the test, I think is a very difficult and problematic concept, one which I think now really should be reduced to writing in our foundational document, the Constitution. Perhaps we shouldn't be relying on the implied right to freedom of speech, and we have for too long. Cultural, academic and political leaders, I think, have shown contempt
for this key value. And of course, COVID was not the only example over the last few years. We saw it all the way through the Voice referendum. There are actually too many examples to cite, but all of them follow the same basic pattern. Cultural and academic elites, political elites, pushing illiberal ideas onto the Australian people, and when they realise they can't defend them in the market of free speech, they resort to limiting speech. That's what we've seen with all of those examples. The strategy was originally confined to shutting down speech through bullying and harassment, but increasingly the trend has been towards legal enforcement through state and federal legislation. And so when we talk about the erosion of free speech, we're actually talking about the erosion of our democracy. Countries which actually take this as a virtue and protect free speech enjoy robust democratic processes, cultural dynamic spheres, strong institutions and greater protections of human rights, while those that don't take these steps end up with corruption, human rights abuses, arbitrary laws, entrenched institutional problems and ever-increasing totalitarianism, exactly what we saw during COVID. Indeed, I think we can appreciate the importance of this concept more by observing the outcomes in countries where free speech was once an established norm but now has been weakened over time, and there's no greater example of that than the United Kingdom, which, despite once being a beacon for free speech, the exchange of ideas, has more recently become a veritable online police state. According to their statistics, the UK government's now arresting tens of thousands of people every year for things they say online, with only a small portion of these arrests resulting in convictions. But there's that chilling effect which is given rise to it by the hate crimes laws and the online safety laws. And many Australians, I think, have found their social media posts removed for pointing out lies and inconsistencies, for asking the wrong questions. And while many Australians were censored during COVID, many more self-censored out of fear for the consequences they might face if they speak their mind. And I'd argue that self-censorship continues in Australia when it comes to the debate on a whole wide range of political issues. The fact is, Australians simply no longer feel that their right to free speech is properly protected. And for the health of our democracy, this has to change, because while it might suit those opposite for the short term, the pendulum of politics swings, and what is once a shield can be used as a sword. Australians rightly feel their freedom of speech is under attack, so I think we should be taking the opportunity to correct the course and set upon the path of securing free speech for the present and future generations, and I support the motion from Senator Babbitt.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. At the outset, I want to say that Senator Babbitt is right to raise this extraordinarily important issue with respect to freedom of speech. And it is appropriate and proper that we reflect deeply on our freedoms. Senator Antic is also correct in terms of raising issues during the COVID pandemic. I personally believe we should have had a Royal Commission in terms of government responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, and in fact I chaired a reference committee of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee which recommended that for a whole range of reasons. Having said that, it is important that the complication of the issue is recognised. And I want to quote to you from probably one of my guiding philosophical texts, which is John Stuart Mill's famous essay on liberty. And this is how he described the principle that we should consider. And it's frequently referred to as the harm principle, as to where one person's liberty should end and another person's liberty should begin. I quote, "That principle is that the sole end for which mankind are warranted, individually or collectively, in interfering with the liberty of action of any of their number is self-protection, that the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilised community against his will is to prevent harm to others." End quote. So the complication in terms of considering where certain rights begin and other rights end is balancing freedoms on the one hand and harm on the other. And in the context of freedom of speech, what concerns me about Senator Babbett's proposal is there is no recognition. There is no recognition of the legitimate limitations that our country and nearly every Western liberal democracy has had on freedom of speech. We have laws against defamation. We have laws which say that you can't go out and untruthfully, maliciously and vilely besmirch the character of anyone in the community, publish defamatory material and escape without a response under our legal system. Is Senator Babet saying we shouldn't have those laws? Does he recognise those limitations with respect to freedom of speech? There's quite often a debate as to where the line should be, but in the course of this debate, I think it's important to put on the record that it is something which needs to be considered. We have laws with respect to national security. So an advocate for an absolutist right for freedom of speech should say there should be no limitations. You should be able to talk about, say anything. But what if the national security of the country is jeopardised? What if it's secret, top secret confidential information that is needed for the defence of the country and the defence of the people whose freedoms you are seeking to protect? Isn't that a legitimate restriction on freedom of speech? We also have laws with respect to incitement, and I've sat on a number of Legal and Constitutional Committee hearings looking at some of the laws which Senator Babet and Senator Antic have looked at, and you have to consider the real-world consequences of someone who goes out and incites other people to attack other people in the community simply because of their ethnic origin, simply because of their political views, simply because of where they worship. And on occasion, incite violence against those people and violence against their places of worship and even violence against them in their own homes. Those are all elements which have to be considered in terms of the freedom of speech debate. One of the most wise American jurists is a fellow called Oliver Wendell Holmes, and he served with great distinction on the US Supreme Court, and he actually changed his views with respect to freedom of speech. And it's an interesting parable in many respects with respect to how his views on freedom of speech changed. And while Senator Babet refers to the US Constitution, notwithstanding it had the words in it that Senator Babet referred to, it wasn't really until the 1920s that the United States really enjoyed freedom of speech as we understand that today. Because it used to be the case in the United States, before some seminal cases in 1919, 1920, which I'll get to, that freedom of speech was substantially curtailed. And if you were going out on the streets advocating for reform of labour laws to protect the health and safety of workers, you could be put in jail. If you went out on the streets and called for civic reform, you could be put into jail in the United States, even though they had that clause in the US Constitution. And it wasn't until after World War I, towards the end of World War I, and there were a series of legal cases brought against pacifists and social reformers and others, that the Supreme Court of the United States actually carefully considered where the limit should be. And probably the best known articulation of that was by Oliver Wendell Holmes. And I want to quote to you from a judgment that he gave, which perhaps gives one of the best articulations of the limits on freedom of speech. I quote, "The most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man falsely shouting fire in a theatre and causing panic." And that's basically known as in shorthand, it's called the man calling fire in a theatre limitation on free speech, in terms of trying to understand the limits with respect to free speech. And I'll read it again. The most stringent The most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theatre and causing panic. So it has always been recognised, at least since the 1920s, in a US context, and even before then, that there are limits on free speech. But none of those limits are recognised in the contribution that was made by Senator Babbitt, and none of those limits were recognised in the contribution that was made by Senator Antic. So I passionately believe in freedom of speech. I got a photo of John Stuart Mill hanging in my office, and I've got a bust of Voltaire in my office, both of whom were passionate advocates for free speech. Voltaire was actually imprisoned for exercising his freedom of speech during the 1700s, and was one of the foundational figures of the Enlightenment. But it is recognised in their books, including On Liberty, the fundamental essay on the classical liberal tradition, that there are limits. And the question for Senator Babbitt in putting forward his motion, and in terms of his bill, and in terms of his referendum, and does Australia really need another referendum? I'll just query that. The question for Senator Babbitt is, what limits are you going to place? Because we know we have laws of defamation, we have laws relating to national security, we have laws preventing people to incite people to go out and cause harm, physical harm, property damage against their fellow Australians. And I think all of those laws are well justified, and prior to my agreeing to the step which Senator Babbitt is proposing, I would want to hear how those legitimate limitations would be considered and would be reflected in any referendum he put forward, and especially given that on the face of the motion he's brought forward to the Senate, there's not even a recognition that there are valid and legitimate limitations on freedom of speech. However, I'll conclude and say these are important matters, and I'm pleased Senator Babbitt has raised them, and I'm pleased with Senator Antic's contribution. I believe it's something we need to, in this place, watch very, very carefully. But in doing so, I think it's important that all parts of the equation are weighed.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator Bell.
Thank you. And One Nation supports this motion because we agree that the people should have a right to decide if the Constitution should be amended to ensure greater protections for free speech. And this is because this is something One Nation believes in very strongly. It's something we've advocated for in this chamber and across the country. And I believe the last time we made some attempts to progress this issue, it was because we acknowledge some of the things that Senator Scarr brings up, which is this is a very complicated issue. And I believe it was via a reference to develop terms for a referendum. And I do believe the Liberals supported that, I think, but it was blocked, unfortunately, which is a shame, because it is a very complicated issue. And it is through things like the Senate committee process that we could start to unpick this and unpack that and figure out some of those matters that Senator Scarr raised about incitement to violence or shouting fire in a crowded theatre, and how those types of language or talking, they don't actually constitute free speech. And I don't believe that Senator Babbitt, through this motion, I don't believe he was advocating for those things. But it is a shame. It is a shame that those questions we haven't had a greater ability as a Senate to unpack, because we have tried to, we have put forward proposals, we've looked at investigating this, but again, we've been shut down and silenced by the other side of the chamber, who do not feel like this is such an important issue, who feel that those concerned about the continued erosion of our free speech don't deserve a voice. This doesn't deserve further inquiry, and it does. It definitely does, and that is why One Nation has been so strong on free speech. It is why we have supported a constitutional change to a referendum, however that may be. The word, as Senator Scarr rightly points out, this is a complicated issue, and the wording would have to be determined in a very careful way. It's why we pushed for an inquiry into the terms and the rules, because it's not about politics. It's not just about politics, because this is about the kind of country we are handing to our children. And as a senator for New South Wales, I represent a One Nation senator. I represent families and small business owners and farmers, retirees and young people, and all of them, they are becoming sick and tired of having their voices shut down. They're becoming tired of being silenced. And I'm proud that One Nation has been so strong on this issue. And I can say that Senator Hanson has been right on this issue, and that even Senator Hanson herself, even she has had her voice shut down. Even she is being dragged through the courts right now, because we have seen that the implied right to political expression, which is in the Constitution, it doesn't go far enough to protect the capacity of Australians to speak and to have opinions. And if we continue to let the Labor Party and the Greens and others control language and control debate, we will lose Australia. And we start to lose democracy, because freedom of speech and the capacity to talk freely goes to the heart of our democracy. If we cannot debate clearly, if we cannot talk frankly, if we cannot speak without fear that we may be dragged through the courts or find ourselves in prison, then you cannot have a true debate and you cannot have a true democracy, because if Australians can't speak freely, then our elections become theatre. And the government becomes something that it does things to you, not something that you can affect truly. If you cannot argue for the things you believe without a fear that the government will step in and silence you and censor your political expression or your freedom of speech, then Australia that we live in, we start to lose. And it's unfortunate, because at times it seems that this government, they think the public needs to be managed like children. And they act like disagreement is dangerous. They believe that questions are offensive. And, they do not believe that ordinary people can be trusted to think for themselves, so they are desperate to control what you can say. And they will shame you for asking questions. And they will smear you as hateful and ignorant or extreme for asking questions. And a perfect example is Senator Hanson, who engages in complicated topics. She raises important issues, and suddenly all of the laws of the land turned around. People are crying for her to be put back in prison, taken to court. And we see that this is occurring because there has been an erosion of our freedom of speech, of our right to political expression. And we truly believe, One Nation believes, that unless we take steps to enshrine in our Constitution a stronger protection for freedom of speech, then this slow creep of censorship that we are seeing that is stifling our democracy will only get worse. And again, this is happening because Senator Hanson, what she does and what One Nation does is we challenge a system that has, in many ways, it divides Australians for their own benefit. And a system where Australians who work hard, they pay their taxes, they follow the rules, their reward is they then get lectured at by people who don't have to live with the consequences of their own policies because they might hold the right political views. So when they express their political opinion, they are free and safe to do so, but when others, they express theirs, suddenly their political expression is something that could wind them up in prison, and that cannot continue. One Nation will always defend free speech because free speech is how ordinary Australians, everyday Australians, defend themselves. It is through free speech that they have the ability to say that this isn't working. It is through free speech they have the right to say, I don't agree. It is through free speech they have the right to demand an explanation, to ask who benefits, and it is through free speech that they have the right to say, put Australia first. Put our nation first. And then when governments and institutions start talking about policing speech, regulating opinions, and then cracking down on wrong views, that is when every Australian should be alert. And that is why we are so continuous. We will not ever let this issue go. We will, and I, again, listening to Senator Scarr, we understand those points that he raises about the complexity of this problem. But we believe, or One Nation believes, that it has gone too far, that we can see with things like 18C, these hate crime laws that have come in, they move beyond the realm of some of those issues that are raised about incitement to violence. They move into censorship of legitimate political expression. And then it reaches a point where the only way you can then defend against this is via a referendum. And it's not that anyone is particularly keen or wants to rush back into a referendum. It's why the last time One Nation raised this, we sought to do so through a committee process to determine terms of reference that things can be done in an orderly and managed way. But again, we get shut down. We get shut down. We cannot have this debate. We cannot have these complex discussions because the other side of the chamber doesn't want to allow them. And that should concern you, because when government and institutions start policing speech, it never stops at the people they deem to be the extremists. It always winds up targeting everyday people. And first they'll go after people with the loud voices, but in the end they will go after the people with the quiet voices. They'll go after the quiet Australians. And then they'll go after everyone. And that is why One Nation will always stand up for free speech, because without it, you cannot have truth, and without truth, you cannot have a strong country. And now let me be clear, it's asking questions is not fear-mongering, and so often that it is questioning things, questioning the government, having difficult discussions. You're accused of fear-mongering or dividing the country. I believe that asking questions is your job as a citizen, and it's our duty as senators, which is why One Nation raises this issue. It's why we're supporting Senator Babet on this. It's why we pushed for an inquiry into terms of reference for a referendum, because Australians, when they're asked to vote on something as serious as constitutional change, words matter. We look at the last referendum, the voice to Parliament. I mean, that was such a pivotal moment, and you could see how the other side, the Labor Party and the Greens and others, so desperately wished to crack down on the capacity for parties like One Nation to staunchly oppose their side and to staunchly argue for our side. And in the end, it was through that debate and that argument that the public turned around. They started off on the one hand, the polling showed that they were in favour of the voice. And then it was through, when One Nation led the way, we said, no, we believe this is wrong, we believe this is divisive, we believe this makes our country worse, not better. We should be all a nation of people united together. We should not be putting this in our constitution. And we led the way on that. And I believe we won the argument. And others came across. And then others began to make the same arguments. Arguments that I believe many wished to essentially make illegal. I believe it's no stretch to say that some of the things that we were arguing for, others wished that would be illegal. They wished they would have shut us down. And that would have been a tragedy, because if we did not have the capacity to make those arguments, then we couldn't have won the debate. And then that voice to Parliament, the terrible divisive voice to Parliament, would have become a permanent fixture in our nation's constitution. And that would have, again, it would have been a tragedy for this nation. And it was only through free speech and an implied right to political expression that we were able to win that debate. And as a result, you can see that others then said, well, we can't let that happen again. We can't continue to allow a situation where people are able to argue those points, and they will move to shut them down, which is why I do believe this Senate needs to take more seriously the issue of protecting free speech. Because words matter, definitions matter, and then when legislation passes in a rushed way, legal consequences matter. And I mean, the last example of that was the laws we took post-Bondi,
the hate crimes legislation, and when we talk about doing things in a responsible way, there was nothing responsible about the way that legislation was pushed through. What we had was a very complicated bill that was put to a committee process. There was a limited time to look at it, and then all of a sudden, overnight, that bill was pulled apart and a new one was plonked down, and people were given mere hours to look at it. And so when people talk about being responsible and treating the issue of free speech in a responsible way, perhaps they should reflect on that instance, because protecting free speech is a difficult and complicated thing in many ways, but if you're not careful, you destroy it too. If you are not careful about the process, if you don't allow debate, if you don't allow scrutiny of new legislation, you start picking away at free speech. And Australia becomes a much worse place for it. So I'll finish with this. Australia is a nation held together by rules and principles and a common understanding. And one of those values is free speech, that we have a right to speak, to criticise the government. We have a right to advocate for ourselves. We have a right to advocate for our nation first. And we have a right to a shared belief we're all Australians, regardless of a background, and all of our opinions are equal and they should not be censored or stepped on by the government. And so when you see others then attempt to demonise those advocating for free speech as extremists, that is divisive in itself. So I'll commend you, Senator Babette, for raising this issue. We do need to take the time to look at this more. It is something One Nation has spent a lot of time on. We will again in the future, because again, if we do not protect this valuable thing that we have, one day it'll be lost and we will never get it back.
Senator Smith, do you have a contribution on this matter?
Short time that is available to me. I'd just like to thank Senator Bell for his contributions, because there's actually a lot in that to reflect and comment on. There are two words that Senator Bell used which I think are very, very important to amplify. The first is responsibilities, and the second was carefulness. Our freedoms and rights in this country are to be exercised responsibly. And when people get aggrieved about the expressions of freedoms and rights, it's often because people choose to express them with irresponsibility. The other is the matter of carefulness. When it comes to legislative change, when it comes to constitutional reform, we must always act with abundant care and caution. That is the Edmund Burke in me. Thank you, Senator Scarr, and I suspect there's some Edmund Burke in you. And listening to Senator Bell's contribution, I suspect there is some Edmund Burke in him as well, and that is to be applauded. But Senator Bell, I think, has expressed, like many have, a misunderstanding of the events and preconditions that led to the no vote at the last referendum. I'd have to say that I think it's probably the least understood referendum in our whole country. There are certain features about our referendums that exist irrespective of the subject matter. That is, first, a great caution amongst Australians in changing the Constitution, whatever the merit. The second is the fact that constitutional referendums start with high levels of support and end in strong levels of resistance, which speaks to Australians' suspicion of central government. It speaks to the sense of isolation that citizens feel and the strong affirmation they feel for their states and their regional communities. It is important to recognise that the freedom of speech we have in our country is consciously limited. Consciously limited. And as Senator Scarr remarked, it's limited in a number of ways. But there is a free speech debate that I think we should start to talk about in our country and in this Senate chamber. And that is the ambition of some people on the left of Australian politics to introduce a Bill of Rights. And our founding fathers made a very conscious decision that we would have a constitution, that we would instil the strongest of parliamentary sovereignty, and we would not embrace a Bill of Rights. And in this Parliament already, in some various committees, there are plans, there are ambitions to have a federal Bill of Rights. So those of us who are institutionally conservative, those of us that have a great respect and want to uphold the freedom of speech in our country in the Australian context, in the Australian way, I think we can find a sense of unity, not necessarily around Senator Babette's bill, but we can find it in opposing a Bill of Rights.
It being 5:30, I propose that the Senate now adjourn. I call Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This week, advocates, families and people living with motor neuron disease gathered in Parliament House for the launch of the Parliamentary Friends of Motor Neuron Disease for 2026. While I was unable to attend on the evening as I was required in the Senate chamber, I'm proud to be co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends group alongside Alex Hawke. The group brings together members and senators from across the Parliament with shared purpose to raise awareness of motor neuron disease and to support better outcomes for Australians living with MMD. As everyone in this place knows, parliamentary friendship groups play an important role. They create space for collaboration and they ensure voices from the community are heard. That is particularly important when it comes to a disease like MMD. MMD is one of the most devastating diagnoses a family can receive. It's progressive, it is life-limiting, and at present there is no cure. Around 2,700 Australians are living with MMD today. The average life expectancy following diagnosis is just 2 to 3 years. But statistics alone cannot capture the full reality of this disease. Statistics alone cannot capture the full understanding of what people go through. They represent real lives, real families and communities facing extraordinary challenges. Motor neuron disease affects families, partners, children, entire communities. It changes daily lives in ways that are hard to imagine until you see it up close. At the launch earlier this week, those attending heard from researchers and advocates about the progress being made in clinical trials and treatment access. One of the most moving moments of the evening came when a fellow Tasmanian, Helen O'Neill, addressed the room and spoke about losing her husband, Phil, to MMD. Phil was diagnosed on 4 October 2024. From the beginning, the progression of the disease was rapid. Within 2 months of the first symptoms appearing, Phil required round-the-clock care. Helen had spent over 50 years working as a nurse. She understood illness and care better than most. But as she explained, nothing prepares a family for watching someone you love gradually lose their independence. Phil wanted to remain on their hobby farm for as long as possible. The community rallied around them. Family and friends helped build ramps and modify the bathroom so Phil could continue living at home. Helen spoke honestly about how difficult it was for Phil to accept needing so much help. He hated that his wife and daughter had to do so much for him. Phil passed away on 11 July 2025, around 280 days after his diagnosis, just a month before what would have been his 73rd birthday. Helen shared her story to remind us that the decisions made in this place have a real impact on people living with MMD and their families. Her story is a reminder of why this work matters. Investment in research is about improving quality of life, it is about giving families more time together, and ultimately it's about extending people's lives. The Parliamentary Friends of Motor Neuron Disease provides a forum for that work. It brings together parliamentarians, researchers, clinicians, industry partners and families to ensure that progress continues. But as Helen's story reminds us, there is still more work to be done. We must continue to support research. We must continue to strengthen clinical infrastructure, and we must continue to stand alongside Australians living with MMD and their families. I also want to thank MMD Australia for their leadership and advocacy, and acknowledge the clinicians and researchers working tirelessly to find new treatments. In this Parliament, we have a responsibility to act with purpose for the 2,700 Australians living with motor neuron disease today, and for the families across the country hoping that tomorrow will look different. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Dean Smith.
I rise to acknowledge the passing of Western Australia's great sporting voice, Dennis Cometti. For more than half a century, Dennis provided the soundtrack to Australian sport. His deep, clear voice, his dry humour, meticulous preparation and his remarkable feel for the moment made him one of the finest commentators this country has ever produced. But for those of us from Western Australia, Dennis always was one of our own. Born in Geraldton in 1949, he built a remarkable career that spanned 51 seasons of football and the entire history of the AFL national competition. Before he came to the microphone, Dennis was a footballer himself, playing with West Perth and later in Perth's suburban competitions, including the Sunday Football League, where he played for Wanneroo and Maddington. Those Perth suburbs grounds helped shape the man who would later become the voice of the AFL. He understood the game from the grassroots up, from local ovals in places like Wanneroo to the biggest stages in Australian sport. Dennis Cometti had a rare gift. He made the game sound bigger, brighter and often a little funnier. West Australians are proud to claim him as one of our own. I extend my condolences, as I'm sure every West Australian does, to his wife Velia, his children Mark and Ricky, and all who knew and loved him. Valet Dennis. I've just returned from my latest visit to the Pilbara, the engine room of the Australian economy. While in Karratha, speaking with local residents, business owners and families, one issue came up time and time again: the cost of regional airfares. For many people in Western Australia's north, the price of simply travelling within their own state has become a major cost of living burden and increasingly a source of isolation. Last week, a petition in the WA State Parliament calling for cheaper regional airfares closed, with more than 10,000 signatures collected. The petitioners made it clear that airfares between Perth and regional centres remain unaffordable for many residents, placing financial strain on families, limiting access to essential services and discouraging tourism and regional development. They acknowledged the importance of the WA State Government's capped residential fares scheme, but called for it to be made permanent at a reduced level, or at the very least maintained at its current settings along stronger cooperation with airlines to get better outcomes for aviation consumers in Western Australia that were both sustainable and affordable. What this petition demonstrates is the depth of frustration in regional communities across Western Australia. People are not asking for special treatment, they are asking for fairness. They are asking for the ability to visit family, attend medical appointments, support their children's education and participate in everyday life without facing costs that would be extraordinary anywhere else in our country. Regional West Australians feeling they are being priced out of connectivity. While the state government's decision to extend the airfare cap scheme for another 5 years is welcome, the reality on the ground is that the caps are still too high, particularly during so-called peak periods, which residents say seem to apply most of the time. From July next year, capped one-way fares during high-demand periods will rise to $265 for destinations within just 1,000 kilometres of Perth and to $385 for those further away, affecting communities such as Karratha, Broome, Port Hedland, Newman and Kununurra. Think about that. For a family, that quickly becomes thousands of dollars. One Karratha mother has estimated the changes will cost her family an extra $860 just to travel to Perth. Others told me they are now choosing to drive 16 hours rather than fly because it's cheaper, a choice that raises potential safety concerns on remote roads. I also heard concerns about access to specialist healthcare, with some treatments not covered by travel assistance schemes, meaning families not only face higher medical bills, but also higher flight and accommodation costs on top. For communities already managing high living costs, as many are in the region, this compounds the financial pressure significantly. West Australians living in our resource-rich regions contribute enormously to the national economy. They should not feel cut off from the rest of their own state. Affordable regional aviation is not a privilege, it is essential infrastructure, and governments must continue to work with airlines and industry to deliver fairer, more accessible airfares for WA's regional communities.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Ghosh.
The life of the arts, far from being an interruption, a distraction in the life of a nation, is very close to the centre of a nation's purpose and is a test of the quality of a nation's civilisation. The words of President Kennedy, inscribed at the Kennedy Centre in Washington, DC, speak to the importance of the arts to the soul of a nation. And as Minister for the Arts Tony Burke has said, a nation with a strong cultural policy is a nation where we know ourselves, know each other, and invite the world to better know us. Australian books, artwork, film and television, as well as music and theatre, are entertainment, but they are something much more than that as well. They are expressions of who we are as a people. They capture our humour, our struggles, our landscapes and our stories, and they project them to the world. Australia has a proud history of recognising the importance of culture in the development of public policy. In 1994, then Prime Minister Paul Keating released Creative Nation, the first formally developed cultural policy from the federal government. In 2013, under the Labor government led by Prime Minister Julia Gillard, Creative Australia was born, with the goal of providing support to a vibrant cultural sector that reflected the diversity of Australia and its people. When the Albanese government was elected in 2022, Arts Minister Tony Burke began work on a proposal to breathe life into the arts sector once more, a sector that had been devastated by COVID-19 and years of funding cuts and uncertainty under the coalition. The result was Revive, a place for every story and a story for every place, a 5-year plan to generate the momentum necessary for Australia's artists to thrive and Australia's stories to continue to be told. Revive affirmed the government's commitment to the position of the arts in our culture and the importance of Australian heritage as part of Australia's national story. We see culture and the arts as a national asset and a source of great pride, not an afterthought or a waste of money. And I am proud to be a member of a party with a track record of supporting creative endeavour in this country. And I am proud of the government that has successfully delivered a comprehensive cultural policy in this country, the first in more than a decade. The Revive policy has modernised how we support the arts. It recognises that creativity today is found in different spaces and manifested in different ways. In spaces which have traditionally not benefited from government support, such as contemporary and live music, gaming, streaming and digital storytelling. The Australian content obligation on streaming services, a policy of this government that has now been implemented, will ensure that global platforms that generate billions of dollars from Australian audiences invest back into our productions so our stories can continue to be told here and shared with the rest of the world. Live music is also a very important part of Australian culture, and Revive Live is providing critical support for our unique and much celebrated live music venues and festivals. In Western Australia, that support is already making a difference. It means emerging artists can still find their audience at Mojo's in North Freo, a venue that has launched the careers of many Australian musicians. It means bands can still take the stage at the iconic Rosemount Hotel, the Rosie, where Perth indie band Death by Denim will play their last show this weekend at the very same venue that they launched their careers at a decade ago. These venues are more than just buildings. They are places where artists perform their first gigs, where members of the audience hear new songs for the first time, and where friends and memories are made. This is the stuff of Australian culture. The government has also established a Sharing the National Collection program for the National Gallery of Australia to allow this wonderful national trove that we have of art to be taken to where people live around the country. And we've already seen it come out to Western Australia with great success. The loan of artworks from the National Gallery to the Wanneroo Regional Gallery last year triggered a remarkable 481% increase in the visitors to that gallery. And all told, since the launch of Revive in January 2023, the government has completed 75 of the 85 things it promised to do in the 5-year plan. This government understands that if we want Australian stories to continue to be told and Australian creativity to flourish, artists need support, and we need that support to be consistent and long provided.
Thank you, Senator Ghost. Senator McDonald.
Madam President, I rise to warn of a dangerous and increasingly prevalent risk to our democracy. Australians have been told that beer drinkers pay more tax than gas companies. Others say that the Commonwealth receives more revenue from HEX payments than from the Petroleum Resources Rent Tax. These cherry-picked statements make effective social media grabs, but they are intentionally deceptive, used by activists to hijack our important national debate. Activists are deliberately provoking outrage to pit Australians against an industry that pays the bills. They wrap this campaign up in a cloak of fairness, when in reality their ultimate aim is to end fossil fuel extraction and leave Australia poorer and in the dark. These people funding this anti-gas activism do not have Australian interests at heart, and I will have more to say about this in coming weeks. If Australia sends a message that taxation settings can be reshaped by activist campaigns, investment will go offshore. The PRRT is a profit-based tax which applies once projects recover their enormous upfront investment costs. Around 70% of Australia's gas production occurs in Commonwealth waters, where the PRRT applies instead of state royalties. Treasury estimates companies will pay $8.3 billion in PRRT over the next 5 years, while onshore gas are paid $2.1 billion in state royalties and licence fees last year alone. Now, large-scale gas developments require tens of billions of dollars in capital investment before a single dollar of profit is made. Infrastructure must be built, facilities constructed, export capacity established and jobs created. No Australian business pays tax before a profit is made. But yet when it comes to energy projects, activist groups and activist senators expect us to pretend that basic economic principles should no longer apply. The PRRT is not the only tax paid by the Australian gas industry. Producers pay company tax, income tax, state and territory royalties, payroll tax and regulatory charges. They also employ tens of thousands of Australians whose wages generate income tax for the Commonwealth and support local businesses, coffee shops and fishing venues. The reality of this is this: Australia's oil and gas sector is one of the largest taxpayers in the country. In 2024-25 alone, the industry contributed a record $21.9 billion in taxes and royalties to state and federal governments before employment taxes. That is enough to fund the $17.7 billion cost of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme for the entire year. Over the past 3 years, the sector has delivered almost $60 billion in taxes and royalties to Australians. The oil and gas industry is now the second largest corporate taxpayer in Australia, contributing $18.7 billion this financial year. This helps to fund schools, hospitals, roads, essential services relied upon by every Australian. Natural gas alone contributes $105 billion every year to Australia's economy, representing 3.7% of the national GDP and supporting more than 215,000 Australian jobs. That is engineers in Gladstone, diesel fitters in Roma, geologists in Brisbane. They are truck drivers, apprentices, contractors across regional Australia, earning strong wages and supporting their local communities. And since 2010, Australia's LNG sector has invested more than $400 billion into the Australian economy, and yet activists would rather see them go offshore. Australia's system is different from countries often cited in comparison, like Norway and Qatar. These nations achieve higher government returns because the governments pay for it. They own large shares of energy projects, but this means taxpayers carry more of the burden. Norway, for example, provides exploration refunds worth up to 71.8% of project costs to encourage investment, whereas in Australia, private companies take the risk. The Coalition will always stand for strong policies that strengthen Australians' prosperity.
The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Tuesday, the 10th of March at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.